漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一炮，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们恭喜4位选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打得有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人心惊。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路，
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the LPL. My name is Munchables and I'm joined by Lyric. Lyric, this is the first time we've cast together in like basically half a year at this point. It feels like such a long time, bro.
Yeah, I think the last time we cast together was July of last year, if I'm not wrong. Which is kind of funnily enough, because that's around the time we were actually living together. So it's been a minute.
Insane. That is literally insane. But we're back and we're ready for some more LPL action. As you already know, we are firing on through week number 1 here in the LPL. And today we're going to be heading our first 3 series day. Plenty of action coming your way. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday first, though, as definitely some action kicking off yesterday. Weibo getting their first series win, so Xiaohao close to tears once again, managing to take that one over RA. But then TT coming out of the woodwork. LNG looking quite disappointing, it has to be said. But TT, Lyric, they're bringing the mojo.
Yeah, they really are. Like a lot of weird aggressive moves. We got the frontline Corki coming out from UCal. The interesting Game 3 comp, the Tristana, the brand. Just a lot of pizzazz coming out from TT this season. And a win over LNG. I mean, you only play everyone once. You know, a critical win to have to start your season.
Yeah, and anyone's legend up at the top of the table right there. They're going to be playing in our first series today as well. So we'll see if they can maintain that perfect 1-0 record. Yeah, obviously everyone only playing one series so far. So the standings, you know, take them with a pinch of salt. Top Esports tied for last place. It's a disaster.
No. You see, they're -1. So
well, true, actually. Yeah.
Actually, a few teams under them. JDG being the only team that hasn't played yet. If any, JDG believers out there, their first match will be on Sunday. So, then we'll have our full ranking of where teams stand, at least after one series. So, gonna be fun. But like you said, Bunch, 3 series are back.
Yeah, all teams that have played already one series. So we'll get to kind of expand on the stories that we've been seeing unfold so far. WE versus AL, OMG versus FPX, and then RNG versus BLG. And I feel like this first series is going to be particularly interesting for me, just in that WE on paper looked like a really strong team, but didn't really show that in their first series. And AL really bringing back some of the old vibes from way back. See, Lyric, me and you, back in like 2020, 2021, big believers in the Rogue Warriors and the shenanigans that they brought to the table. Anyone's legend, for anyone that doesn't know, is the Rogue Warriors. They're all rebranded. And well, it feels like AL are the Rogue Warriors once again, because the mojo is back, Lyric. It feels like these guys are popping off.
Yeah, and you love to see it. Like you said, me and you, big Rogue Warriors believers back in the day. It was all about the aggression. Coming in today, same roster they pulled off in that first game. I was incredibly impressed, especially with people like Krako coming over from DRX. I think he had a great series. Shanks and Hope, players you already know you can count on, players you already know you can believe in. So it's kind of nice to see this roster just filled out with players who want to be aggressive, want to take initiative across the board.
Yeah, and showing that, we saw multiple solo kills across the course of that first game. I queued the graphic too early because I misread the run of show. It's day one, guys. Give me a break, okay? But they are the Rogue Warriors once again. You can see very, very high octane action, like a kill per minute, like starting off strong for the first series.
If you're a team that in your first series in both games averaged 6 kills, about 6 deaths in the first 15 minutes, you can expect some action coming out today. So I love to see it. I feel like especially right now, it feels like having that early presence is so important. And it seems like the team that has found that lead early on has been the one who's consistently been able to close out the game. So that's at least a very good sign for AL coming into today's games.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, on the other side, we're also going to have WE coming in. Or, in fact, no, we've got the clips from AL and what they were able to do. Especially in this clip, take a look at Hope, because I feel like his Lucian really showing up why this is such a powerful pick here in the LPL.
Yeah, just so aggressive. So many Lucians now, dashing, flashing forward aggressively, able to find those angles. But even moments like this, where you see them getting engaged on, them being the team, to kind of have to readdress what FPX is doing in really good place, coming out from people like Shanks, who you can count on when he gets his hands on something like the Azir.
Yeah, great play from Kale there as well, the Renata ultimate, denying the follow-up, getting the bailout onto Hope to save the AD carry. But then just across the entire series, it felt like AL was so willing to go toe-to-toe. This was 3v4 to start the play, but Shanks always diving in to make a play. His Azir looking absolutely fantastic across the course of the series. So really excited to see what else AL are going to be bringing to the table across the course of today, and also whether they're going to be able to bring this pace up against a team like WE, because WE in their first series, we saw a dramatically different pace, right? We saw this roster that, when you look at this roster on paper, the amount of talent there it speaks for itself. Right? Fofo in the mid lane, Prince coming over from the LCK as AD carry. Iwandi, who was like that solo queue superstar when he joined the league. But even Hung and Wayward, you'd expect them to be at least middle of the table players. That didn't feel like what we saw in their first series.
No, not at all. It was very slow, seemed a little bit disjointed. Yeah, his first game, back on stage. So in my mind, there's a bit of leeway for all of these first series. But I think you definitely would have expected to see a little bit more come out from WE. And, after we get to this graphic, we did get some clips from that series that they did play. And it was kind of tragic, especially the game one, because there was moments where WE could have won games, where WE could have pushed us to a 3-game series, but they just seemed so hesitant.
I feel like WE right now, they're Mr. Anderson and I'm Morpheus, you know? And I know that they're Neo, but they don't know that they're Neo yet. And maybe that first series versus OMG, that was Mr. Anderson's death. And now they're Neo Lyric.
Yeah, I hope that they can beat Neo, because it was moments like this where it actually looked like WE was going to be able to turn it around. OMG kind of going in haphazardly when they're playing this comp that should want to poke a little bit more. Good positioning by Hung. Great ultimate coming out from Maiwandi. It's like, all right, we've gotten strong. We have Nephelios and Nazir. But then as the game went on, they kind of just stood in front of OMG. They got poked down by the Varus. They got poked down by the LeBlanc. And it just ended up going over to OMG. So, yeah, I think there's like glimpses that this team can definitely do more, but they still really didn't show all too much in that first series.
I feel like the best way to describe this upcoming series is like, on our graphic about AL, it said 6 kills on average before the 15-minute mark. Whereas in that final clip, we started with 6 kills at 43 minutes. And if that's not like an abject like comparison, I don't know what is. So definitely different style teams coming in. And you know, obviously it's going to be a lot down to the draft. I think one of the biggest things in the draft is going to be Azir, right? Both Fofo and Shanks showing that they would absolutely love to play Azir every single game if they can.
Yeah, and I feel like especially as a takeaway from Fofo, because when you look at WE and how they played that first series, it gives me a lot of vibes of 2021 Rare Atom, which Fofo was on. They finished 3rd in the regular season, but they were like the slowest, you know, wait, scale up, get to 5-6 items, and then, you know, Fofo will take over. He'll carry the game. Yeah. So I feel like if you get him off Azir, it does limit some things. I guess he might just end up picking Corki. So that might be something you have to ban away kind of pending on when it comes through. But we know in terms of Shanks, he's somebody who can, you know, pull out a plethora of different styles. So I'm not too worried if he doesn't get that pick.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, things like the Orianna, especially if Nocturne is open, it can be incredibly strong as well. So there's plenty of things to look towards. We also have to look towards the bottom lane as well, because most teams in the LPL, at least, have been prioritizing getting a strong bottom lane early. We just saw the clips of Hope, what it can do on that Lucian if they can get, you know, the Milio or the Nami alongside it. I feel like that could be an avenue for AL to break the game open a bit and stop the kind of deadlock that WE want to put on to it.
I feel like especially linking up with Krako, because he was someone, like, I was just so impressed coming into the first game. I didn't really have the highest expectations of him from his time on DRX, but he came in, his positioning was great. He had a lot of good ultimates, especially on that Sejuani in the last game, even if there was actually just one missed one. But it's going to be all about that bot lane, because for me, WE, they even found 2v2 kills in that OMG series. They just weren't really able to convert it into anything.
Yeah, it felt like, I don't know, it felt like there was a lack of direction almost. Like, there were ways to push the game forwards, but they seemed a little unsure. You know, that was their first series at the end of the day, maybe still figuring out communication, maybe still figuring out who's going to be the primary shot caller, this kind of thing. I do want to talk about this AL roster a little bit, though, just because when you look at it, it is a complete renew of this organization, right? They've sacked off the old roster completely, started again for this split, and I feel like they've done a very good job of picking some talent that I feel like maybe it would go under the radar. You know, taking both Shanks and Hope from WE, kind of the two carry combo from that team, bringing over Kale and Kroko, bringing in Harry as well from Ultra Prime, a player that I think was better than the team that he was on last year. And I feel like that's kind of true of most of these players, that they were perhaps better than the teams that they were on.
Yeah, and it's weird, right? Because I feel like a lot of people, when they first glance at AL's roster, might just even overlook it and be like, you know, has some names I know, has some whatever. But yeah, every player on this roster looks really solid. We clearly saw that they have a direction from their first series. So I guess it's really just going to be a litmus test for WE in the sense of, like, even if they just decide to try to wait out AL's aggression, can they do that? Can they just, you know, hold strong the early game, try and abuse some of what could potentially be over-aggression come from AL's side, and then win the game that way? The thing I'm just scared of is if they don't have the breathing room to try to come up with, you know, whatever kind of set plans they can to take advantage of AL.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find those opportunities to take advantage of AL. I think a lot of it is going to be down to the kind of support jungle roaming, especially with the grubs coming into play. Like, we've We've seen some teams even lane swapping for the grubs. A lot of the time, though, just supports moving up to get involved in the scrap around grubs. But Croco and Kale, I feel like, are set up specifically for this, right? When you think about the fact that they were on LSB together in 2022, they actually got 3rd place in summer. Like, this is a duo that have played together with major success over in the LCK, and now bringing that synergy over to the LPL, surrounded by carries that have shown already like great competence. It does feel like a good sign to me, at least. But as we've said before, we'll see if they can pull it all together and make it happen versus WE. And again, WE, I feel like it's the opposite story, right? Where, you know, Fofo, he's known for how slow he wants to play the game. I feel like Prince as well. You kind of expect a slow style out from this WE roster straight from the get-go. But I would like for AL to kind of pull them out of their shell a little bit.
Yeah, it's also like weird, especially as being someone who used to coach in the LMS. Like I was there when Fofo debuted. When he came out, he was this like scrappy youngster who's picking LeBlanc, going for solo kills, getting in your face. And yeah, just really a changing of the styles over the years. But you know what? I have faith. There's no way AL are gonna walk up, like punch them in the face, and W are just gonna be like, oh yeah, that was all right. I'm gonna move on with my day now. There's no way, right?
Yeah, they're going to fight back, right? You'd expect them to fight back. I certainly hope they're going to fight back. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see. I think the other thing that we failed to mention is, you know, Hope and Shanks joining this team from WE. Now, in their 2nd series of the split, have to face up against WE, face against their replacements in Fofo and Prince. And I would argue that certainly Fofo and maybe Prince as well are kind of like bigger names than Shanks and Hope, so maybe that's a loose point with Prince versus Hope. But certainly in the mid lane, like I feel like perhaps this is an opportunity for our 2 carries on AL to kind of prove themselves and prove that they made the right choice changing teams.
Yeah, definitely, and you know it's going to be interesting as we move over to stage 2, especially see how like draft is going to impact this, because I feel like some takeaways from week 1 is some like teams have very different priorities, right? The only role that seems kind of stagnant is like mid. Everyone wants Azir. If Azir gets picked, we're going to get LeBlanc, or we're going to get Corki, this or that. But in other roles, it really has just been very flexible about what your team feels comfortable playing.
We'll see what they're going to be comfortable playing today. We're onto the stage over in Shanghai, I believe, today, as we kick things off for our first of 3 series. We're going to be with you basically all day today, so buckle in, everyone. Plenty of League of Legends coming your way. Especially excited for that 3rd series of the day as well, which is going to be BLG versus RNG. 2 potential top team contenders there later on. But first off, AL stepping onto the stage.
Yesterday, Mazel was kind of clamoring for anyone doing, you know, bringing the pizzazz with the walkouts, because I guess he's really been keeping track, and you know, we haven't really seen it as much.
I hope he drops a tier list later in the year.
God, you're giving Mazel the content ideas. Yeah. Actually would be a banger. Actually would be a banger. I don't even know who would come out on top.
And instead of like player pictures, it's literally a screenshot of the walkout for the tier list, you know? Like the little pictures on the tier list are the walkouts.
Who were the most memorable from last year? I remember YSKM having some big ones. UCal was always, you know, energetic, cute lad with some good walkouts.
Yeah, I feel like there's not that many. I feel like in 2022 we kind of peaked.
Was that the year where we had all the team rivalry walkouts, and like, you know, who was it? It was like might have been TSJG, but I remember we had like people walking out with like dice against 369 and so on and so forth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I feel like that was either 2022 or 2021. I can't remember. I'm going to be honest. I've never been good at remembering this kind of stuff. We're going to have the 2 teams playing in different arenas by the looks of things. WE going to be in their home arena as they step out onto the stage as well. We'll see if they're going to bring the pizzazz. Although, I got to say, AL, they've been bringing the pizzazz in-game, less so in the walkouts.
I like it, because you don't want to like all in on the walkout too soon after only 1 series win, because that's when you know karma's really going to come back to bite you.
It's
now
not 14.2 yet. Karma's not been buffed.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, they are on the same stage. What am I saying? I swear it looked like a different stage to me.
Yeah, the lighting change. Ooh.
That was kind of like the Matrix, where he wiggles his fingers at him. See, I was on something.
We get anything
Mr.
for Fofo? Nope.
Fofo looks like he just rolled out of bed.
I do kind of want to like actually bring this back to a real conversation of what you pointed out earlier of like how if you look at WE's roster on paper, it's like I'd say every player you can at least be like, yeah, this is pretty all right player. Like in a team, you could Fofo was a carry before, right? Prince having the same aspect, the rest having been role players on certain teams. Even Wayward, I feel like is a big one because he got so much criticism on TES, but I feel like a lot of that criticism was levied at like, hey, you're playing on one of the top teams, the top dog. It was like he wasn't ready for that just yet with the levels of performance he was showing. I guess post-debut, like, his first split was pretty good, but hadn't been able to maintain those highs. But I definitely feel like on a roster like this that should be kind of fighting somewhere in the middle of the pack, that Wayward should be a huge pickup for a team like this.
Yeah, I think a lot of how this roster does as well is going to come down to Warhorse, right? The head coach that's going to be trying to pull the strings behind the scenes. And, you were talking earlier about Fofo coming over from the PCS. Same is true for Warhorse as well. So wouldn't surprise me if those guys already know each other reasonably well and can work together well.
I actually have an anecdote about Warhorse that I used to coach a player that he had previously coached. And I remember him, he spoke so highly of Warhorse. He's like, best coach I've ever had. He was great. And then he just like gave me anecdotes of like all the times Warhorse made him cry. But he was speaking about it. He was speaking about it such like a positive light. Like, yeah, I learned so much from that. And yeah, I just massive respect, I guess.
Wow. I've got to be honest, I've never positively talked about someone making me cry before, but each to their own, I suppose.
That should be a goal for all of us. The goal should be we can make someone cry and they still love you.
Yeah, that's it's like Whiplash. I don't know if you've seen that film, but Warhorse is literally J. Jonah Jameson.
I mean, I guess it just really resonates with some of these Eastern leagues, because you even think about like the clips of like Maokai coming out when he was on EDG and like how harsh he'd be, right? So pretty cool knowing how much these players can take away from this style of coaching. So hopefully over the season, Warhorse can really get these guys to show something.
Yeah, to be honest, I would anticipate quite a different showing from WE today. Like,
I agree.
There's so many things from the previous series that are extremely easy to fix coming into the second series, right? Like, I feel like you can set yourself some pretty easy objectives to improve on what we saw in week number 1. So I would anticipate that we probably see quite a different team. I will say, vibes dramatically different between the two teams. We just went from the very somber camp of WE to everyone having a big old giggle over on the Absolute Legends.
Yeah. AL seeming ready. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table today. In their first series, in terms of draft, things were pretty stock and standard on the side of AL. Like we were getting the Lucian Melio, we had the Azir, like you pointed out, the Maokai's coming through. So I wonder if they're just going to try and, keep it to the basics, have strong team fights, try to just generate prio through bot, not really care too much about top and mid. And, who knows? Maybe you don't really need to show anything more than that as the split goes on.
Yeah, we'll see what they're going to bring to the table. We should be headed into Champ Select shortly as we've got our teams on the stage, all ready to get things underway. And again, I'm curious how this one's going to go down, but so much of it is going to come down to that draft. I do feel like we're slowly but surely seeing different things coming into the meta. I feel like we've seen a surprisingly little amount of Corki so far in the LPL. We've seen it globally. I think we've only had 2 or 3 games of Corki so far.
Yep.
But with the Malignance interaction with Eclipse, I anticipate that could really skyrocket in priority, honestly.
I'm actually really curious if we're going to end up seeing that, just because, again, of like the faster paced style that we're seeing some of these teams opt into, because Corki surviving the early game might be incredibly hard. But once you're hitting on the Azir, and especially for the side of Fofo, you're highlighting Fofo, this is his pick. I love that AL also recognized that. Take that one away. And now it looks like they're potentially going to try to pull WE into that more brawl-heavy style that AL showed in their first series.
Yeah, we've already talked about the the presence of bot lane in the early stages of the draft. AL basically say, look, we can't first pick a Zir, and we really don't want Fofo to have a Zir. So, but equally, WE saying, look, you're probably going to get some of your bot lane locked in early on. We don't want to deal with these aggressive picks like the Lucian, like the Kalista, and then taking Ashe off the board as well.
Yeah, I believe these were the same bans that they had. Yeah, same bans they had in their last series. So it seems like really trying to cater a lot to get Prince on things he is comfortable with, but still just ends up giving over the Varus to the side of AL. We know how much flexibility this pick brings in very strong fighting, especially once you hit that level 6 mark with Chains of Corruption. Now for WE, I'm kind of interested to see where they answer with bot lane matchups with so many of these top tier picks taken off the board. We've started to see a bit more of Phalios. That's another pick that feels like it's had a higher presence globally than it's had here in the LPL.
Is this going to be like a
great
brand
matchup?
lock-in maybe? Like we saw Tristana and Brand as a combo previously. It does set up for the AP junglers, maybe like a Lilia. I was going to say it could even be the Maokai, but the Maokai's banned away actually. Instead, just go for both solo lanes by the looks of things. Like Sante, and it will be locked in.
I wonder if WE have like a pivot to something like an AP champion bot. The Ziggs was actually pulled out against them in their last series by OMG. That's something that can contend with the range of that Varus, because if not, I guess we're just going to be left waiting. AL now hovering over the Orianna. Yeah, I think it'd be a decent pick here. Would be another potential takeaway from the side of Fofo. To me, Orianna's a lot about the things you can combo with her, right? Getting that ball delivered to the back line of WE. You have the shield to try and survive the all-in potential that Fofo will bring.
Yeah, I feel like Orianna, one of the high priority mid laners available. And Nocturne is actually currently available if they want to go for that combo. We've seen it already a ton in the LPL of the combo of the Nocturne with the Orianna Shockwave as he flies in. But the Renata going to be locked in instead. Bit of disengage available for AL.
Maybe Al's saying like, hey, we have enough options in jungle to pair with this Orianna, so we just go for what in my mind looks like has been the strongest support here in the LPL so far, just with how well it does at dissuading these all-ins. Now for WE, I was going to say I'd kind of expect them to answer with support. We could even just see the Tristana go towards the bot lane, right? Has great all-ins up against the Varus. Yeah. And you could just try to look for the kill lane. Renata's going to do a lot to dissuade that, which means it's going to be a lot up to junglers and who's able to find influence first. Because typically, right, all-in bottom lanes have advantages in 3v3s over things like the Varus and the Renata.
Certainly do. I'm really enjoying watching drafts at the minute. I feel like each different team still has a little bit of a different read. Like the meta's not completely like the fit. You know, when this patch has been out for a month or so, you expect like the first 6 picks are pretty much figured out already. I feel like we're not at that stage yet, and I'm still enjoying different teams having different ways to approach it. The Nocturne we talked about though, taken off the board here by WE.
Yeah, now for the side of AL, it seems like still just reading into the fact that Tristana will probably go into the mid lane, or even just trying to force that Tristana down into the 2v2 lane. Now for WE, I wonder if they take away the Vi here. It is the combo with Orianna, doesn't have the strongest level 1, and with AL's comp, I think it would be pretty nice to have a strong jungler, something that can kind of contrast the Orianna in the mid lane and then play incredibly strong around your bot side. Xin Zhao still being on the table is the obvious one. We've been seeing a bit more Lee Sin. Would be something I'd be super excited to see here, but not a ton of immobile carries on WE just yet, so I feel like for AL, it's going to depend a lot on what WE pick up here.
So Rakan gone as well. Let's see what WE go for, because I feel like this pick here really solidifies a lot of the composition. You could go for your support if you really wanted to, but I mean, support and AD carry already picked on AL, so you're not really getting any advantage from delaying a pick. The Misfortune comes through. Insanely strong on 14.2. I have to assume we're still pretty strong on 14.1.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see, especially how he itemizes. The E can just be so annoying, throwing that out continuously to find trades onto Hope. Now for the side of AL, I mean, they can kind of play a comp that just needs to kite back, so I don't feel like they need a whole ton of engage here. Going with the Udyr are going to give them some side lane presence as well as the early prio. So now it's all going to come down to what Krako wants to pick up in the jungle. We have been seeing a bit more of things like the Sejuani. We already talked about Xin Zhao still just being left untouched so far. in this draft. And it looks like maybe wanting to get ahead of that a little bit because, I mean, hell, Trundle has a great matchup into, tank champion. So now with having the Rel on board, if that ends up in jungle, he's fine against that. If they pivoted Rel down to bot lane for some reason, it feels like Trundle is in a really good spot in this draft.
Yeah. I feel like Trundle as well, underrated in terms of just 1v1ing. Like, even if you're not on a tank, Trundle's still pretty good in the early levels at just taking on a 1v1. So it definitely feels comfortable for Croco there. I like this Trundle lock-in. But Iwandi has answered with a Bard as well, down on the bottom side. We've definitely got some interesting picks to kick us off here.
I like this Bard because I feel like you need a pick like this to break up the formation of AL's comp, right? AL's comp, very front-to-back oriented. Sure, you have, like, potential flanks coming in from Harry or the side lane pressure he's going to put up. But I feel like to break the formation, I mean, Iwandi's Tempered Fates are going to be what decide this game for me. But my God, Misfortune Bard, where are we?
If you'd asked me to put money down on what the bot lanes were going to be, I would have lost money today. That is for sure, because I was not expecting MF Bard to come on through. But hey, with a Rel there to pull everyone together, the bullet time over the top of everything, I could see the combo working here. Bard to set it up. We'll have to see if they can pull it off. The Renata is going to be key here. Being able to get those big ultimates across and try and protect the team is going to be crucial in these fights.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. Again, I'm just so excited to see how this bot lane works out. And the more I think about it, even if it's not 14.2 yet, I mean, there's just so much lethality in the game, even on 14.1. So we might even just get a more aggressive build coming out from Prince, which forces WE to be able to look for these priority picks. So I'm keeping my eyes on Prince, and I'm keeping my eyes on Iwandi.
Yeah, the one issue I can foresee here for WE is, they've got an extremely AD-heavy composition. Tristana mid, Misfortune, Cassante top. Like, the magic damage coming out is like Bard's autos, basically. So it's not exactly a huge amount, and that does mean armor can come through across the board. We've got the little ducky on the screen as we head into WE's arena here and kick off our first series of the day between AL and WE.
I don't know if we missed the Gyos, but a lot of WE fans in the arena. I do want to say I'm also excited we have Hope taking the go, so give some potential rundown there in the bottom lane for the 2v2, especially with Croco and the Trundle. One of my favorite things about Trundle is he's a champion that can just gank at level 2, walk into a lane, put up his pillar, force a flash, and then, I mean, it's just easy pickings to look for a rinse and repeat play.
Do you know, it's the first time I've cast in a little while. I saw Fofo place the ward on Raptors, and my hand went to my mouse to vision ping it and get the 5 gold. So you can tell I've been playing the game recently, because that was full autopilot there. We'll have to see. Hope going for the on-hit Varus here. So I think correct decision when you're going up against a Rel and a Cassante. You might struggle a little bit with the lethality to find your targets. But straight off of the bat, fighting for that level 2.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how this is able to shake up. I mean, I'd expect Hope and Kale to be able to win out early on. Bard also not the biggest, in terms of just 2v2 strength, right? It's a lot more about the roams, which is kind of what intrigues me the most about this bottom lane, because it might mean that Prince is going to be left on his lonesome a lot, having to spam the Make It Rains, potentially use bullet time later on to clear waves if AL do put a lot of pressure down to this bot lane. So W are going to have to be very careful, get a lot of good vision control around this bot lane 2v2 early on to make sure that they don't get punished.
Yeah, Misfortune not the greatest AD carry for being solo in the bottom lane. If the ultimate's not available, it's really, really difficult to clear those waves. Hung spotted just on the very corner of that ward. Nearly got past it, but that's full information now for Croco. And they'll know how many camps are there, so Croco could go for an invade, but perhaps just going to come towards the mid lane instead. Fofo jumps up towards his jungler here. Croco and Shanks look like they want to chase this one. I'm surprised how far they're going for this, but still charging on in. Hung very low on HP, just hits the level 3 there. Fofo's jump is on cooldown. That's going to be the end of that. I'm surprised how hard they chased for that one.
I think with the fact that they saw Hung, they know Croco's stronger right now, and you can see where Harry was on the map. So they know they can win out in this early 2v2. They already forced a rocket jump away. It's also kind of dissuading any aggression from coming onto Harry in that top lane with how far forward he is.
Oh, great little pillar there, flashing onto Fofo as well, but Shanks doesn't really have any follow-up damage. Croco takes a huge chunk, but Fofo getting onto the little heals, the little cup of cocoa, makes Fofo feel okay again.
I definitely feel like we've learned it doesn't matter what champions they have, AL still are just going to consistently try to look to make aggressive plays. Croco still has his topside jungle to clear out, so I would expect that's what he'll do now, and not a whole ton of action coming out anywhere else on the map. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon!
Yeah, I don't know about that one, because Harry's gone under the tower! It's a disaster for the AL top lane. Getting solo kills in his first game, getting solo killed in his second.
I feel like this is one of the only ways I've seen like Udyr get solo killed in the past week. It's now happened 3 times. Going too far forward, the K'Sante Q3 comes out, hit in the turret. And yeah, just kind of disrespecting the knockback coming out from the K'Sante. Hell, not even actually needing the Q knockback coming out from the W. So Harry definitely going to be feeling he went in over his head. And I'm a bit surprised. Harry was solo killing Shallahu in their last series.
Yeah. I don't know, crazy one. Just a bit of a misstep, and well played by Wayward as well to keep him underneath the tower for that long, like 3 turret shots taken. But Harry, not dissuaded by the previous death, is just hitting away on the turret, and he's going to proxy the next wave.
Yeah, I like how Wayward just like, yeah, I know I can't do anything here. Doesn't really have much mana. Definitely doesn't have the damage around. Hung now going to be coming from base, so opens up for some potential opportunities. I like that Iwandi's kind of roaming around the map as well.
Yeah, wants to make something happen in the mid lane. Shanks walks in front of a wall, though. Opportunity for Fofo. Flash still available for Shanks, so you expect him to be okay as Croco moves into the mid lane as well, but I don't think he'll be able to find a target. Harry now has moved out of the top lane after proxying that wave just to annoy the jungler, but anyone's legend taking an opportunity now to start up the Drake.
I love this because AL did the same thing in their last series. They were pretty much taking Drake on spawn every time. Iwandi gonna be fine with Magical Journey.
Yeah, getting chunked though on the way. This should be the Drake taken, and perhaps Hung as well as Croco just charges forward, but crash down over the top of the pillar. Keep himself safe.
Find a bit more damage onto Iwandi on the exit. Now just going to come up to the grubs on the top side. You would expect W to pick those up. Rel just so great at taking those down. Anything with a shield break, incredibly good. Ooh, so much action just going on like AL. They just want to fight. WE just want to fight.
I will say, the fact that after WE's first series, this is the way they're approaching the second game, I am over the moon with that. Prince gets hand shook. Immediate cleanse comes out from him. Look at that Q damage already from Ho. He's not even going for the lethality build.
Yeah, and I mean, gets hit by the CC. You haven't hit on that Misfortune. Not really a champion who loves to be alone in the bot lane. Just so vulnerable, so squishy. Don't really have a lot of moves to safely clear the wave. So really, that's just going to be a continuous point of pressure for the side of AL.
Hung's just getting eaten away by these grubbies, but doing a good job of trying to keep them all equal, trying to get them low enough that his Q can finish all 3. And there we go. Finishes off the grubs and moves back into his own jungle. As,
he's getting hunted by Shanks.
Yeah, he certainly is, actually. Shanks, level 6 at this point as well. Hung in trouble here, but Shanks won't commit to the shockwave. Just bullies him away. I feel like Shanks has been very willing to leave the lane and just try and ruin Hung's day.
Yeah, was looking for the play. Looks like ooh, I keep expecting the all-in to come out from this AL 2v2, but AL mid jungle, they're just playing so in the face of WE, right? Croco and Shanks doing such a nice job to keep the pressure up, but so far not really turning into anything too meaningful. You do have a bit of a CS lead in mid. AL?
He wants that ward. He's got it. Can Iwandi finish the job is the question. Kale still has flash available. I don't think this should lead to anything else. Yeah, Iwandi not going to try and go into the tower, but just asserting his dominance here in the bottom lane.
I like it. Gonna make sure that his recall timing is going to be a little bit wasted. Hope should be able to pick these up. If Iwandi would have been able to get a plate, that would have been pretty cool. Maybe a bit wasted just going over to the Bard, but now with Swifties built up by Prince, he's going to get to lane incredibly fast. And that's like one of the big things about Misfortune, right? The Swifties having Strut. It just gives you a lot of leniency with what kind of recall timings you can go for.
Yeah, feels like you're not far off of having TP, honestly, with with Misfortune, the speed at which
Yeah.
you can get back to that lane. Especially once you get the Ghostblade finished as well. Like, the speed at which Misfortune can sprint around the map is actually obscene at that stage. Harry and Wayward constantly sparring here. It does feel like we could see a potential for an all-out there. Shockwave in the mid lane onto Fofo here, but trading evenly between the two mid laners.
Yeah, Shank so far doing a nice job at being able to keep up in CS, right? Fofo is going to constantly push him in with that passive coming out from the east. So far, Fofo hasn't been able to get any turret plays, but you would hope and expect to start seeing those soon. WE, though, trying to find an avenue on top. Ult's all available.
Harry could be in trouble, knocked back, and now CC'd up. The crashdown is there. Harry, for a second time, CC chained into his death. Oh, bullet time on the bottom side, just to clear the way.
Exactly, and that's your one tool used. Look at the minimap. Kroko making his way around, so WE... I mean, Wave's still a long way away. Actually, Hung might be able to get here before anything's really able to happen.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to make it out. And, you know, thanks to that bullet time, not only clearing the wave, but forcing the enemy laners away. And remove the pressure. They'll get a blue buff for their trouble. That's all they'll get on this one. And Shanks, no mana, so he has to reset. Teleport not quite available either, as Kale just trying to use that jungle advantage. Handshakes him in as Iwandi buys a little bit of time for himself. Prince there to protect as Iwandi gets the heals. The Caretaker Shrines doing wonders in this game.
Yeah, WE doing a great job, not only being on the front foot, but also up in gold, right? We can see it, especially coming through in that top lane, where they're finding a lot of their advantage so far with the fact that Wayward was able to get a plate. Bot and mid both going even, and it's nice because we're seeing flavors of WE wanting to fight more and be more aggressive. But again, Fofo, Prince, these are two guys who still just love to thrive later on in late game fights. I guess their picks don't necessarily set up for it, especially, you know, Misfortune with the lethality that will fall off, especially when Kroko gets huge and he's stealing the resistances of Wayward. But maybe they can make something happen with the pick potential they have.
Now looking for Fofo here. Kroko using that pillar though, forces out the jump. Fofo will be just fine on this one. Hung and Iwandi in the area as well. 3v3 in the mid lane right here as Shanks steps up to try and get a bit of damage down. Prince is here as well, though. This is not a fair fight. Bullet time not available, but I'm not sure it matters at this point. Kroko forced away comfortably.
Yeah, I thought Kroko was going to lose his life there. Hung finding a very easy stun. Kroko, I guess, just not expecting the amount of damage to come through. I think AL really wanting to find that early second dragon here, but WE doing a nice job of overloading resources into the mid lane to not allow it to happen. AL did a nice pivot to bot side.
Oh,
but WE gonna ruin it.
I'm surprised that Prince ulted the wave there. I thought that they were gonna, you know, hold the bullet time, try and use that to go for this Drake, but bullet time used on the wave.
I think he assumed there's more people in that tribe rush.
Iwandi knew someone was there. He knew what was going on. Kale could be in trouble here, but has his ultimate available. Will walk away with his life as Shanks in trouble here. Wayward pulling him away from the tower. Shockwave to buy space, and Harry gets in between his mid laner and Wayward, but Wayward's having none of it. Forces the flash, blast cone away, but Wayward's ghosting, and Shanks is down. It's a solo kill from the Wayward Warrior as Fofo moves in to try and finish off Harry as well. I'm pretty sure the Udyr gets out, but a phenomenal performance from the WE top laner.
And this is what you want to see from Wayward, because again, despite all the criticism, I mean, Wayward, definitely a top laner who in his debut showed a lot to work with, and even if maybe out of place on like a top esports, definitely feels like he should be better than like middle of the pack top laners, having a great game so far in game one.
Certainly has been. And WE showing us that they're willing to bring it to AL a little bit more than what we saw in the first series. 2,000 on the Drake as Kroko moves in. Hostile takeover will catch two players, but it's enough anyway for the Drake to be taken. AL grabbing two now.
Yeah, shouldn't even really lose out on much. Looks like they are going to commit to the reset, so Prince should be able to get that wave pushed in, and bot might even be able to pick up another plate, but we're going to get the replay here. Wayward just finding a really nice timing to wrap around the mid lane. Shanks, nowhere he can go. Not even really too much he can do to buy time here. Nice ultimate. Honestly, just really this Q connecting that cements Wayward picking up the kill.
Yeah, I'm not sure Shanks was quite ready for the long-range Q3 to come out there. Does get caught out. Wayward, great opportunity found. Has the Kanik Rucken already at this point as he just looks to clear the wave. Harry arrives and Wayward shows him absolutely no respect whatsoever, just begins trading.
Yeah, he's Udyr. He does not need to care about anything. Still,
both of their shields now slowly whittled away. This is the proper wet noodle fight at the top lane this year.
Yeah, Rift Herald about to come up now. Scared of what is going to happen to Wayward. No Ghost.
Oh my. K'Sante is a champion, that is for sure. Just presses W and the shockwave is denied. In fact, Udyr can do that too. Both of these top laners just completely ignore Orianna.
I wonder if nice Tempered Fate.
Uh-oh. Shanks in big trouble here. The stun doesn't land, but the crash down does. Shanks low on HP, and the Magnet Storm pulls him in. And the bullet time moves the rest of the team away. Bailout in play here, but I don't think they can get an answer. Shanks down, and Herald should be secured.
I don't even think AL could have contested this anyway, because they committed Harry to the bot side of the map just now. Sure, Fope was down there, but Fope was TP. Harry would have had nothing to answer. So I feel like AL being a little bit overzealous, which just seems like a good way to describe them after, you know, the 2.5 games we've seen them play. But now huge gold lead for the side of WE. 3K. Going to be actually just 2K, but going to pick up the Rift Herald. So should be able to move that needle a little bit further. Hell, even look at the minimap, even Wayward getting more done in that top side.
I will say, Hope feeling very slow on the build here. You know, Blade of the Rune King, really expensive to start your build off. And when you have to go for your tier 2 boots as well, like, that's one of the things about lethality builds that nobody really talks about. Like, a lot of the time you can even forego boots if you have an opportunity to get a spike, to get another serrated dirk, or to get yourself a ghost blade. So you often, not only are the lethality items cheaper anyway, but you can even skip boots, whereas when you're going for the on-hit Varus, you really do have to tick every box. You've got to get your boots first, then your Blade of the Rune King, which is expensive, then you go into like your Rage Blade, which is also an expensive item. It does take a while before you start to really hit.
Well, it definitely feels like, at least in terms of who will have more damage, the longer this game goes on, you definitely have to side that to AL, right? And even in terms of frontline, I mean, if Krako can find the ult on a K'Sante, he is going to be unkillable for the side of WE. But it definitely feels like, for now, though, WE have enough of an advantage to keep things moving forward. The scary thing for them is AL got the first 2 Drakes. So typically, when you're the type of team when you're a team who finds this type of advantage, the thing you use to really close out the game is the threat of the solo team fight. Then, you know, potentially you can wipe the enemy, get Baron, bam, game's over. But that option isn't going to be there for WE, so I think we're going to have to rely on them having some pretty nice Baron setups to be able to convert this into a game win.
Yeah, and like, you know, they're really looking for that. Not only getting the setup in the first place, but being able to find like a flash gravity storm, magnet storm. On top of the bullet time, like getting that big combo off, that's going to be kind of the bread and butter for WE. Whether or not they can find that is a different question entirely. And like you say, Kroko can become invincible if he uses his ult onto this rail or onto the, not Udyr, the other one, in the top, like the K'Sante.
Yeah.
But it also means that that target is super squishy too, right? You're stealing those stats away, so can be an opportunity then for the front line to essentially just be shredded away. So definitely in front to back, I agree with you. AL going to be with the advantage. And especially with the shockwaves coming in as well, can be very difficult to position correctly. Especially if you're the Misfortune, trying to go for that bullet time, like, that does set you up to be potentially caught by the Orianna.
Oh God, I was gonna say, I just hope Bofa winds up surviving to be able to make it in this game. I like how jovial the WE players look now as compared to, like you pointed out, right? And like once we got on stage, WE very serious, a little bit downtrodden. AL were all smiles and laughs. Now definitely looking like we flipped the script.
Yeah, and rightly so. You know, this early game has gone so much better than the previous series. Feels like they've come in with a different game plan, a different approach to the game. And, well, it's working out so far. And I like that, you know, Fofo, I feel like, has a little bit more agency on this Tristana as opposed to an Azir in the early game. Like, you can put a bit more pressure on. You know, you've got this lethality AD carry in the Misfortune as well, so you can have a bit of presence in that bottom side. Does feel like these carries are set up to try and take over the game. See if they can continue. Looks like we might be getting back into the game. That looks like a game face to me.
Okay, you know, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Sheen telling us 20 seconds away from game. We're getting close. And I also am excited to just get in and really see how the Misfortune can combo with, like you said, with the Magnet Storm. Iwandi so far has had a few, like, defensive ultimates thrown out. I mean, they kind of worked both ways, right? He was saving himself, but also locking someone else in place. I definitely want to see him try to find more of an active presence, but I don't even need to with the fact that Fofo just mauling down these turrets. All they need to do is cover.
Yeah. Fight over the Krugs in the meantime. Just want to point out as well, just before we jumped back into the game, we saw Hung on the camera, and you could see he was really, you know, yabbering away, letting his team know what the plan was next. And I was curious, who is shot calling on this team? Who is the one leading the charge? It seems like maybe Hung is the one calling the shots. Let's see if we can find out in some interviews over the next week or two if that's the case. Tempered Fate comes out and the bullet time, look at the combo onto Hope. Keeps himself alive for a second with the bailout, but it's not enough. 1 for 1 now as they go underneath the tower. Iwandi low on HP, trying to escape but taken down. Double kill comes through for Shanks, and they're looking for a little bit more. Wayward over the wall though, and Fofo hops away.
Yeah, win for the side of AL. It was looking good for WE. I did think Iwandi was a little bit overzealous with how far he walked up once he threw out the Tempered Fate, but now we're going to see if AL can really translate it into anything. Dragon up in 50 seconds, so I would expect Krako to start pathing back down towards that Drake and just try to get vision control. I mean, hell, you're going to be AL and you're going to be the ones putting pressure on WE to, you know, have to make decisions they don't want to because they're going to be on soul point. Even if AL don't want to fight, they can even do plays like, hey, we can do Baron WE. What are you going to do? But here we have the replay. Tempered Fate comes out. Look how far forward Iwandi is. But I feel like the big thing here is actually going to be not the combo, but it's the Trundle getting in there, ulting the Rel. So the Rel does end up going down too. Sure, Varus is lost, but now you're in such an awkward position as WE with the Misfortune being low. There's just so many different ways to buy space for AL. And then, like you said, Shanks really being the big benefactor of everything done there.
Yeah, crucial after the early game where he got a little bit bullied by WE. Now has 2 kills in the pocket. You can see he's finished off his Archangels, stacking that one up. Haunting Guys picked up as well. Let's try and head towards the second item. Let's see how this one goes. They set up for this Drake. 2 Drakes already for AL as they try and get themselves back into this river.
Still a little bit down in terms of gold. Pillar comes out.
Away with the target here. Ultimate still on cooldown right now for Kroko, so they can't melt the front line like we were talking about before. Look at Hung in the corner of the Dragon Pit, ready to flash over the wall with the Magnet Storm. Forced away here. Doesn't decide to go for it just yet. And it's a stalemate, Lyric, as both teams posturing. Dragon started here. Harry moves forward. And there we go. Hung flashes in, but Hope knew it was coming. Gets out with his life. Harry on the front line tanking and jumps over the wall as well. Everybody dashing in every direction as WE trying to retreat, but AL don't want to let them go. Iwandi in the bottom side, but bullet time across everyone. Kale forced away, but still survives. AL, 1 man up and start the Drake.
Yeah, AL going to be able to get themselves on soul point now, so going to keep that pressure on WE. It doesn't matter that WE have gotten ahead of gold. It doesn't matter how strong, especially Wayward is right now. He's the one who really that gold is onto, because, just the engage not there for WE. It is nice that they are looking to be more proactive, but at the same time, this felt incredibly forced by Hung. They didn't even really have a good read on where everyone is, and the most critical thing was honestly just the flash from Hope, followed up by the ult from Kale. Then there was nothing WE could do. We could see they're going to be forced back here. Wayward does hit a nice knockback here, which opens up more the bullet time, but sadly there just isn't any more consistent DPS for WE to really be able to follow up on that.
Yeah, and those bullet times will get worse later in the game, you know, once more lethality items are finished off. Like a Collector is going to be his next item, and I don't know if he was quite down to 5%, but certainly not far off it. I feel like, you know, there's a lot of debate always about the value of Collector. On Lethality Misfortune, I feel like there's just no argument. Collector is insanely good.
Oh, I agree. I mean, yeah, and especially at this point where they're really in like a do or die position in 4 minutes in terms of the fight, and then, you know, Elder after that. So just trying to get up to the fastest point of power you can get to, I feel like does just feel like the right call for WE. Looks like Fofo was hoping that he would catch someone on the side of AL sleeping. Isn't going to, and now I wonder if this is going to be the inevitable ping-ponging waves section of our League of Legends match. Lunch.
Well, they've always been pretty good at table tennis over in China. And that comes through in League of Legends as well, apparently.
Where's Meteor? Where's he at?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot Meteor. He's playing in the league again this year.
Yeah. I was in Kelsey's chat the other day, and I am with the bring back Meteor movement. I miss Meteor. When he spelled his, so in one split his name got misspelled, and
really?
I think it was 2019 summer, if I remember correctly, when he was on BLG is when it happened. And yeah, he was just Meteor.
Amazing.
Best split of his life. 2019 BLG. That's where it was at.
I remember joining the team in 2020, and everyone was so hyped on Meteor. Like, everyone was talking about him as, like, potentially the best jungler in the league kind of thing. And then, you know, it didn't really happen.
And then, you know, to kind of, like, pivot it into this game, then, you know, him and Fofo, their styles didn't really work out together, and then they went their separate ways. And, you know, hopefully now it ends up better for both of them, with WE showing more life now. And even LGD in their first series were able to put up a pretty good fight against NIP. So definitely some exciting stuff here. I don't think we've seen like a clear team where it's like, okay, these guys are going to need a lot of time to improve. Like, hey, maybe this is like a summer split team. I think every team's been able to show some signs of life as Kale. My God, these guys have no fear.
How is Prince not even taking any damage there? He got away by the skin of his teeth, but great little bit of movement to dodge everything.
Yeah. And it goes back to what you said as well, right? Just the amount of movement speed and stuff that Misfortune has does make it a bit easier, but still does come on him to be able to make it happen.
Yeah. But also, like, why were you there in the first place, dude?
Yeah.
I mean, good on you having the movement to get out of it, but I don't think that was the place to be. That's the downside of movement speed. You get in the wrong place way too quick.
Now, a minute and 20 away from Dragon. We just hit the Ginsus that you were highlighting earlier being such an important item for this Varus. So it really feels like AL, despite the fact that they've already been doing all right in the previous skirmishes and obviously coming out ahead on Drakes, it feels like this is really going to be their power point where they can cement that.
Yeah. We'll see if they can cement it. One thing I do want to point out as well, Harry, 2 full items finished with the Ninja Tabbies. He's going to get real tanky at this point. We mentioned it before. This is a full AD composition coming out from WI1D. Takes a bit of a chunk. A magical journey will get him to safety. That's an engage onto Harry here, but as I said before, that's a lot of armor. Like, especially once he gets like 3-4 items, you're never catching Harry.
No, he's going to be such a nuisance. WER kind of all-inning on just okay. Tempered Fade onto Shanks.
Shanks in trouble here. Has the Shockwave available, but has to flash over to safety. But Wayward has none of it. Beautifully played by the top laner at WE. This is the best game from Wayward I've seen in a while.
Right, Wayward stepping up now. Oh, he's still going, Kale!
Days. Wayward is just having none of it from AL here. He's taking this game into his own hands. WE showing us a much more convincing style than their first series. It feels like this team has come alive.
Yeah, definitely able to do a lot more Croco now. Going to try and fight back. I mean, I don't know if these guys realize that it's a 3v5 on the map. I guess it is a 3v3 right in front of their eyes, but you need to be careful.
I don't believe in object permanence. If I can't see them, they're not there.
They don't exist.
Although, oh, great little call here from AL. They're just going to start the Baron off, just see if WE will come and check. The on-hit Varus as well, pretty quick at getting through that. AL here on the scene. Hung starts it off, bullet time across the team. The bailout keeps him alive, but they're gone. Double kill through for Prince. And that's the Shockwave not even used before Shanks went down. Hope trying to escape with his life. will be able to get away, but WE taking absolute control. They deny any kind of play from AL.
Yep, WE thanking AL for looking for that Baron turn. Now, right? With the 5k gold lead they already have, you expect some more core items to come out once these resets come through. They're going to have the Baron. AL's base is going to potentially be in tatters in the next 2 minutes' time.
Yeah, this is a totally different WE than what we saw in the first series, and I am loving every single second of it. This is much more like what you expect when you see these nameplates stepping onto the server. Great start from iWandy, perfect combo, but then watch Wayward here.
I mean, Wayward finds the angle, but I feel like the crucial thing was that Tempered Fate had to be flashed. Gave too much time, and then here, Magnet Storm by Hung into the bullet time from Prince. Exactly what you need to do to be able to... Oh, God. We're getting more Mudge. He's gone!
If Wayward doesn't get the MVP in this game, like, there's nothing that you can do on Cassante to get an MVP, because this is unbelievable.
I just want to believe that Wayward has certain days of the week he's not willing to work. And you know, when WE played their first series, that wasn't one of the days. We're here, we're towards the weekend, and now we can start showing stuff.
Yeah.
I get that. There's certain days of the week I don't work.
Maybe
Monday through Wednesday.
made him cry before this game. And, you know, that's, you were saying how he loves to make a player cry, and the players love it.
Without context, it sounds very bad, but... like, no, so I got
even with context, it doesn't sound that great. Oh, Tempered Fate. Onto 2. It's a good route, though. Onto iWandy, and actually, he's the one caught. And instead, Wayward melted down, Shockwave back, and a bit of vengeance for anyone's legend here. Fofo pushing in the mid lane in the meantime as Croco chases onto Hung. They're desperate for as many kills as they can. Bullet time does very little. Fofo got the tower in the mid lane, but at what cost is Prince? I thought Croco was going to keep going.
Great job by AL being able to find this. They're going to get a bit of time. They're going to get a bit of life back, but still, no objectives on the map to really be able to take it. Looks like they're going to try and turn this into at least taking top turret. There are bounties, so that'll be a nice gold injection. But a bit sad that, you know, there isn't a Drake up on the map, or maybe a little bit more that they would be able to capitalize off with.
Yeah, unfortunately, everything was literally just taken by WE just a moment or two earlier. In fact, the Baron buff is still in the pocket of WE. It's only Fofo and Prince that have it, but still usable, at least for 40 seconds. But it's a minute and a half until that next Drake comes up, and I think that is really going to be the point of focus for both teams now.
I just want to bring it back as a quick point. Wayward is a champion of LPL English. You know, LPL English wasn't on the day he played his last series, so he also wasn't on that day. So I feel like that's the story we go with.
He only plays when he thinks Orcs might be watching.
Yeah, exactly. There we are thinking like Ox has a little Wayward doll. It's just the reverse. Wayward has a little doll of Ox.
Yeah, it's mutual. It's mutual.
Yeah.
Like, they's guys, they're a match made in heaven. Let's just say that. All right. Well, Wayward having an amazing game so far, but Fofo moving up to this top side. He got the mid inhib tower in the previous play, and perhaps looking for another inhib tower in this play as well. Somebody's got to go back and deal with it. Like, okay, there we go. Perry moving over to clear this minion wave. Does have the teleport available to come to the Drake, but looks like AL, based on their positioning, they might not even fight for this Drake.
They could just wait to buy more time. I mean, you aren't under too much threat with WE doing anything. It just is kind of unfortunate that if they are going to concede, you definitely will have to start moving up towards top side and like allowing Harry to push this out. With Fofo now showing around mid, I guess it won't be as versatile, but W have done a good job pushing bot, pushing mid. There's really no good entry points for AL, unless the entry point is through Wayward himself.
Prince moving in on the top side. Wayward wants to start things off. Oh, actually knocks Croco out of it, but that's the Magnet Storm! Bullet time! Beautiful combo coming out from WE. Wayward low on HP, but it's a 3v5. This is surely lost for AL as Hung looks to cut off the retreat here. The stun comes on through as Harry finds space for his team. Hope and Croco are out, and Harry, he's got a lot of armor. Is it enough armor? It might just be the stun comes out, but everyone else had given up.
Still 2 kills going over to WE. These Tempered Fates really coming in clutch. Prince able to deliver off of it. And now once again, another Dragon going to go over to WE. But it feels like the bigger thing is WE able to break down more structures, able to get more gold in their pockets. And Hell, once they start getting in front of, like, inhibitor turrets, right? Tristana hammering on these turrets. Prince throwing out a bullet time, zoning everyone off. It is going to be quite hard for AL to defend. We're going to go into the replay here. I mean, it's just that Tempered Fate, right? Kale even flashed. He even tried to get out of it still. The location and the setting of it was just so good. There's really no way for AL to respond. And it goes back to what we said in draft, right? It would be up to Iwandi to break the formation of AL's comp. And so far, he's been doing a pretty good job.
Yeah. Or to be honest, it's not even just breaking the formation, it's locking the formation in one place so that Hung can dive on through and Prince can just smash that R key. So far, so good for WE. And I feel like we've kind of got a bit of a story of redemption here. You know, Wayward last year getting a bit of flack, at least on the Western side, for his performances. Same for Iwandi, but both of them having an absolutely incredible game for themselves.
It's nice to see, right? It just looked like they really hadn't come out of their shell in that first series. I really want to try and take as many first series with a grain of salt as I can. Yeah, you know, you think of other teams like EDG who did look a little bit nervous. So it's definitely nice to see this here. And now we just need to see them close. Because this happened in WE's last series, right? Them and OMG, it was toe-and-toe in game one till the very end. And then WE getting a little bit trigger shy at the last second is what allowed OMG to win. As much my feed. Oh, we're just back. It was just both of our feeds. I'm sure we'll be back in a second. You know, LPL just starting back up. Some you know, technical difficulties, but we'll be back in the game soon.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be back soon. And we'll find out if Fofo does manage to get some hits on that tower, or whether Harry can clear the wave. You know, these
I kind of like it.
Questions.
It leaves us in suspense. Yeah, exactly.
Will he clear the minion wave? Only time will tell. WE, great start though. Definitely better than week number one. Let's see if they can finish the job. Like you say, they kind of stalled out. I say week number one. We're still in week number one, but you know what I mean.
Rocco already down.
Oh no! Where's the Trundle gone?
Well, we don't know where he's gone, but we know this is going to be a Baron for WE. And if they pick this up, this should be the Baron that they use to actually break these inhibitors and really put some pressure on the Nexus. Last time we saw a bit of an overstep and a nice Chains of Corruption from Hope to buy time for WE to not do that, but I mean, yeah, it's really going to come down to this. Get the resets out, wait for Iwandi's ult to come back up, and I think really just go for the push.
I guess Croco was just taking the voice lines a little too seriously, deciding it was time to troll.
Oh no.
Solo. That's going to be Baron for WE. I really wish we could have seen. I feel like that's quite a crucial moment in the game. But hey, now with Baron, with this Tristana that's already getting so much value in the side lane, I feel like AL's days are numbered on the server right now. And I have to say this on hit Varys. Like, I agree with the build in the context of these compositions, but it doesn't feel like Hope is getting much opportunity to get value out of this.
No, and it really just feels like they're just never in a good position to fight. They're always on the back foot because of Iwandi finding the engages that they're looking for. Looks like AL still just want to chase us down.
I feel like Croco needs to like be ready for this next fight and just hold his E. Don't use your pillar until bullet time comes out. And then the second bullet time starts, just pillar. Suddenly the game's won. Like, if the bullet time can't come across the team, these team fights look so much better for AI.
Yeah, great point. I mean, we've been seeing him consistently use it as a form of, like, locking whatever one member of WE is too far forward, which has usually been Hung, which really still isn't that good of a thing to do, because then he just magnet storms into the bullet time, but we do have the experimental Hexplate now. I like that he will have more ultimate haste, so it means if any shenanigans do break out, Croco should typically always have his ultimate up.
Man, this is so hard to defend. That's two inhibs taken down here.
Gold lead.
Tempered Fate, it's only on to Croco, not the best target for them. And you're absolutely right, yeah, 10,000 gold in the lead for WE. They've not spent all of it, they've picked up quite a bit of that in this push, but I mean, let's be honest, they're all about an item ahead. This is definitely feeling dominant from WE. And AL stuck. Last chance saloon here as the bomb blows up, hit Shanks as well. Wayward pulling the Udyr into the team. Harry trying to survive as the Magnet Storm comes in. The bullet time is there as well. It's Magnet time here for WE. Triple kill for Prince. And he looks for a little bit more on the fountain. That's the Quadra. Harry, the last one left for Prince's first pentakill in the LPL.
What a great way to step back into this series. Prince getting set up, picks it up, going to be a huge confidence boost for the side of WE. Wayward having an exceptional early game, really setting up a lot of the stuff that got WE in the position they were in to win this game. Well, you know, once we got into the mid game is when Iwandi really started to pick it up with the Bard. Just great to see that WE were able to transition that into a game win.
Yeah, fantastic win there. And honestly, I really like this kind of composition when, especially with the struggles of their first series, going, look, pull everyone in, press bullet time over the top. What are you going to do about it? And AL basically answered, we're not going to do anything. We're going to die and lose. And we're going to go to game number 2. We're jumping into a break, and then we'll find out what AL have to answer. Welcome back, you beautiful people, to the LPL. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards our second game of the day. AL versus WE is our first series, and WE coming out of the woodwork. Turns out their loss to OMG really did wake them up. They are
Let's
Neo
go!
now.
And we got the Wayward MVP. Me and Munch were just talking about this right before we came back from break of who will get it. We both think it should be Wayward. I think Iwandi would have been acceptable. If Prince got it, I think it would have kind of been weird. Did get the Penta, but everything in the early game definitely getting set up by Wayward.
Yeah, I feel like shout out to Hung as well after having a really rough series, honestly. Versus OMG, like his combos were fantastic, following the Temper Fates beautifully as well. Like, I feel like that was the three piece that really set the game up, was the top jungle and support. The carries kind of just chilling.
Yeah, I mean, great point, right? Tempered Fate always into the Magnet Storm. A lot of times, Wayward would be the one to continue following people down, get the knockback, and, you know, potentially if Bullet Time hadn't been used, it could be used there. So definitely a great job by the supportive trio, which is kind of what you want to see. If you can then just leave Fofo and Prince to have to focus on either autoing or using their abilities, that sounds like a recipe for success.
It certainly does. Prince actually almost went down in that fight. I didn't even see it when we were watching live. As this was the fight that AL managed to get themselves a bit further back into the game again. This is where they finally made a bit of a stand, but it just wasn't enough. Once we got to the later stages was when WE really came into their own. But AL did give it a fair shout. It certainly wasn't a stop.
No, and especially, like you said, in the early game, we had a lot of control and a lot of aggression coming out from Krako and Shanks, especially, continuously trying to get in Hung's face. Sadly, just really wasn't able to be converted into anything. And then, right, I think it was what would have been for Drake, their soul. One member ends up getting picked off. I think it was Krako off the top of my head. Not able to do that in the game, just kept going longer and longer. Another thing you pointed out was the fact that Krako never able to use a pillar on the bullet time. And pretty much every time, as we can see in the replay, just being too far away, not really being in the place he needs. And I guess it just shows AL not expecting the engages coming out from WE. Maybe they did the same read as us watching the first series. They came in showing, they're like, guys, it's just WE. We saw their first series, we're fine. And WE, like we said, it's an English broadcast day. They are going to show up.
Certainly are. Wayward certainly did, that's for sure. Kroko, I'm guessing this is the pick onto him that we missed on the live broadcast. Another great Tempered Fate. Iwandi honestly had a fantastic game on the Bard, you know, like known for his Janna, but sometimes his Enchanter games haven't been the most convincing, but today, the Bard looking phenomenal.
It also shows, like, I mean, as AL, the key picks to win this game, something like the Bard, are you really going to waste like a first rotation ban on Bard? Probably not. Like, maybe you could save that for a 4-5, but things like that. Hell, WE showing us they can just ban out, you know, the three prominent AD carries, and Prince does have things that he's able to fall back to. So I think even in terms of like strategy and going into the next game, there isn't a whole lot that AL could change. I mean, AL could just change up their picks, right? Bring more engage, bring more aggression themselves. And it looks like we're going to jump in. Yep, we aren't going to ban any of that stuff that came through. And looks like Wayward, after the performance of the Cassante, I mean, you go back to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crucial to have, isn't it, at this point? But Fofo gonna lose his Tristana at this time around. I just want to do a little shout out to A, Prince on getting that pentakill before we get too into the draft, but B, the LPL production crew in general that we have moved on. You know, previously, if you got a pentakill, that's a guaranteed MVP. But here in the LPL, we acknowledge that other players exist too, and even with a pentakill, it's Wayward that gets the MVP. So I feel good job, everyone. I'm proud of everyone involved. Anyway, back to the draft. It is Tristana and Maokai on the side of AL.
Yeah, now Varus comes in. I expect the Azir to be locked. Typically, a lot of teams do pick Tristana into the Azir itself, but when it comes to Fofo, I think he really won't mind this matchup. I do like that AL have been able to pick up the Maokai, though, because if we're talking about, hey, having more ways to force the fights you want, that's going to be the pick that does it, because we did see in game, well, AL consistently tried to find engages, find fights, but either one, W would get away, or W would then get away and then like find a better angle, find the turn, and it definitely seems like this will open up for that. Also going to bring out the Jax this time around, so going to bring more presence in the side lane and hopefully bring just more pressure in that 1v1. It was a mistake on Harry's part, not anything matchup-wise, that led to Wayward getting ahead. So as long as he can be a little bit more diligent, hopefully WE and Wayward can't take over the same way they did in that first game.
Fingers crossed. And to be honest, I just want this to go to 3 now, because I feel like AL showed up so well in their first series. WE now showed up really well in their second series. I'm hyped for both of these rosters at this point. Senna taken off the board here. We've not really seen a ton of Senna here in the LPL. We've been seeing it internationally, but LPL hasn't been a huge...
It has actually... It has been one of our like more often banned champions. Right now it's actually sitting, looks like 6th coming into the day, the 6th most banned champion. So a lot of times it has been in that 4 or 5, but I think a lot of teams not really that familiar with it. Hell, even off the top of my head, right, the only like real S tier Sen I can think of, Jackie loving that pick. But there we go, even the Ziggs being taken away, so not wanting to give those like long range poke options into the Varus. If they pick up the Rakan here, maybe just gonna go for the safe option, try and play for that Xayah on 5 and dodge out on things like the Chains of Corruption and not get taken down. But now for WE, still needing a jungler and a support themselves. I even think it'd be fine if they end up defaulting to like one of our usual suspects in like a tank jungler here. The Renata is still available if you wanted to go back to something like that and have that. Oh my god!
Mundo.
We get a Mundo coming through!
Hung goes where he pleases, apparently. Mundo going to be locked in for the jungle role here. And rather than Renata, WE deciding, look, last game, there wasn't enough engaged involved. This time, we're having a Nautilus.
I also think it makes sense this time around. You don't have to worry about, anything else on the other side. Get more engaged yourself, be able to take fights on your terms. But this sets up even more just for the Xayah to be this pick for the side of anyone's legend. But let's be honest, I just want to see what Hug's able to do on this Mundo. And I can't even... When was the last time we had a Mundo in the LPL? It feels like it's been decades.
Yeah, and it certainly wasn't a jungler back then.
No.
We'll see what on earth is going to come on through here for W. I'm excited about this draft. I will say, a little nervous on the side of AL. They've got a similar thing to what WE had last game of all AD. But crucially as well, having double crit AD carry, it does take a long time to start dealing any damage. Like, the Xayahs we've seen so far really have not been powerhouse picks.
No, really haven't been able to find anything. I will say, at least so far, even from the first series, first game, it feels like a lot of emphasis is going to be put on mid-jungle. And I mean, you have the Tristana, you can start getting ahead. And then as long as you can kind of lean down towards bot side, I think that'll be the big difference maker. I still don't expect to see many kills come out of mid lane. That really feels like going into this season it's just been made too hard. That's really kind of falling off. It's going to be a lot about him using his pressure, leaving lane like he was trying to do last game on something like the Orianna. Now has a more proactive pick. So yeah, even in good spirits. So good signs for them, but my God, I want to see where Mundo goes.
Yeah, I like the whole early game. I'm just watching Mundo. All I want to do is watch Hung here on the Mundo, and honestly, I'm amazed that Hung having a fantastic first game after a really tough first series. Like, feels like he's had a proper bounce back over that couple of days between the series, and now bringing out the Mundo. This is certainly a week to remember if you're a big fan of WE. And it's Corporate Mundo, no less, the best one available as we head into game number 2.
Well, we were able to hear the Gyos this time as WE thinking that someone was potentially going to be in that brush. Do the fleet coming out for Hung, so going to be able to help him out with those clears and some of the movement speed that he does get. I think Mundo is someone who does go the Heartsteel variants, like the Heartsteel build, so it's going to be cool. We're going to see him grow in size as he does get that HP, and also just going to gain more max HP from that item as he goes on with the empowered attacks that he will get. I would expect a potentially slow early game.
Kind of surprised to see the flash on Hung rather than a ghost on. Like, Mundo loves having ghosts, but
just running people
suppose
down.
Being a jungler, being able to flash over a wall to potentially get a smite, etc., always a reasonable argument to have that flash. Especially, You see things like Graves and Shaco not going flash, but they've got a dash, they've got a blink, so a bit different there. Fofo and Shanks already starting as they mean to go on. So, junglers both starting in the top side of the map, which we've seen quite a lot recently because it means that you can get down to this bottom lane and kick the game off.
Yeah, and we're already seeing, the aggression come through. Prince, of course, going to Hail of Blades, so going to have more aggression in some of these early trades. Iwandi, his Aftershock really absorbing a lot of the return damage that Hope and Kale tried to put there. And yeah, it really just feels like it's going to come down to potentially jungle influence early on, because Hung already clearing incredibly fast, which, is something Mundo has been known to do. And one of the reasons why he's always kept, like a small footprint in the upper echelons of solo queue.
So the last time
2021
it was played as a jungler was 2021, and it was Beishang on WE playing it. Hung, literally, this is, I don't know if intentionally, but it's a call out to old WE as well. Trading heavily in the bottom side as Iwandi locked up. Hope getting some good damage out.
Still, trade in favor of WE just from the fact that Hope did have to burn that heal. I guess we'll see if Hope and Kale are able to make do with how low Iwandi's health bar is. Both junglers now down towards this half of the map. Again, Hung is going to be a little bit quicker if he did decide to go for anything. But you can see on the minimap that AL are very conscious of that. Just got the ward in Tribrush, so nothing really should be able to make happen here.
I'm just reminiscing now about 2021 WE. I'm pretty sure that was when Jolmung was still on the roster.
I
now
think that
Elk,
was when
now an
he
international
renamed.
Superstar.
I think
was he ever Elk on WE?
I think he was. I'm pretty sure it was only Jolmung in 2020. I could be completely wrong, but let's be honest. That's your favorite version anyway, because the living legend himself, who is still playing to this day, the oh great Lord Morgan.
Oh yeah.
And Teacher Bot, yeah. Your boys.
Teacher, I mean, like, the whole gang just literally sacrificing everything in their lanes to TP down and get Jolmung ahead. Jolmung's going to go in whether he's ahead or not, so we better get him ahead.
That was, like, the best thing, is, like, we're 4 minutes in the game, all 5 members of WE are already bot. We're having things like Aurelian Soul and Pantheon played in the mid lane. Definitely a far cry from that, but still, it is nice that even if the roster has completely changed, they are still bringing their own flavor. I really don't even remember that Mundo game in 2021. I feel like any Mundo game would be memorable, but
I think that would be before the Mundo rework anyway. So it's essentially a different champion. Hung in trouble. I thought he was going to be able to get a hook onto Kale there. It must have been on cooldown as Kale manages to get away with his life as well. Both supports feeling a bit of punishment while Prince was in the base.
I do like how disciplined Iwandi has been in terms of not blowing any summoners when he doesn't have to. Like, it seems like he's a really good track of like, hey, all these abilities have been used, there really isn't anything else that can follow up, and just manages to get away. Prince even getting back to lane in time to really not lose out on anything, and actually should even have a bit of a CS advantage himself once he's through clearing out this wave. And yeah, with the comps that we have, kind of expected slower starts, there is some aggression potential like we highlighted in that bot lane 2v2, especially with the Nautilus there. Hope and Kale now going to be able to come back, and maybe we can start finding something, especially with Shanks getting closer to a level 6 point.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the slow start for WE, to be honest, because I feel like Hung is on one of those champions that if the game goes longer, he's just going to become totally unkillable. Kale taking a bit of a hit there. Ooh, Iwandi searching for Shanks there, but Shanks knew it. He was ready, manages to sidestep away from the anchor. I'm keeping my eyes on this Mundo, though, as he looks towards an early Drake.
I do like that, there's been a lot of criticism of, like, Udyr's coming out and be like, oh, this champion doesn't do anything, it runs at you, and what then? And we might not get an Udyr, but Mundo has faced a lot of the same criticisms in the past, right? Of like, hey, he runs at you, but what really does he do? Does that slow really do all that much? But I'm going to find out here. Get the Drake coming out like you pointed out. Wayward just going to do a nice job clearing this ward. Krako nowhere near in range, so I don't think he should be punished. Oh. Okay, yeah. No, Harry not going to go for a Counter-Strike. I thought maybe he overstayed. Maybe they try to at least get that ghost out of him, but not wanting to risk it.
No, not overcommitting, just wanting to get themselves a couple of grubbies on the go. And get themselves a trade on that top side, right? Drake already went over to WE, so you've got to make sure that you do finish off the 3 grubs. And Croco will be able to do just that. So starting themselves off, AL here, with a 3-grub start means when they do respawn, could be an opportunity for AL to find themselves an advantage. And especially, you know, we saw what Tristana can do in a side lane in the previous game when he got 6 grubs as well. That's a terrifying split push.
And you know what? Let's just give kudos to AL, getting their first grubs of the split. They didn't do it last game. They didn't do it in their previous series at all. There we go, AL. Now we're gonna get to see if they can, you know, adapt a finer palette, as some would say. I wouldn't say that. I love early dragon stacking, but
I was gonna say, is eating grubs really a finer palette? That basically puts you in the same category as a trout. Like,
yeah. Maybe.
Not too, I don't feel like that's
I mean,
the fine dining
I feel
experience that you're
I feel like
it is.
It would depend on how the grubs are cooked. You know what I mean? Like, are we like filleting them, like grilling these grubs? Are we like a fancy 5-star restaurant where?
Like, yeah, if you go to like these Michelin star tasting menu places, they cook all kinds of stuff because it's all about being different. Different look for the WE bottom lane here as they try and go for an all-in, but won't really lead to anything here.
Okay, Jump comes out, forcing the Emperor's Divide already.
Fofo's like, how about no? And just shoves him back again. Shanks getting absolutely nothing out of that one. I will say that's an ult for nothing, though. You can go for that again.
Yeah, and I wonder how close... Okay, I was going to say, I wonder how close Croco is to the level 6 mark. Just now hits it, so... Going to be a lot more engage power now on the side of AL. Once Kale is able to get the quickness as well, they'll be able to go for these long ranges engages, keep members of WE locked down, and hopefully be able to follow up with some of the burst that Shanks will bring. But so far, WE just doing a nice job, kind of controlling some of this bot side vision.
Here we go, bit of a scrap in the jungle here. Croco, the target for now, uses the roots, flashes out to safety. The Shanks moving forwards, trying to get DBS down. Hung already feels invincible in this game as he just stands in the front line. Croco barely walking away with his life as the Featherstorm has to come out from Hope to survive. All of that, and no kills.
No, nothing able to go across. A lot of summoners being burned, especially on the side of AL. No heal now going to be on Hope. Croco having to burn the flash. Iwandi being the only one to use sums on the side of WE, which should be fine. WE will be able to turn this into a bit of pressure, so we can see Fofo did just push the mid wave, and it means Prince will have first move back. So, I'm going to get a decent reset off now. Or will he? He will.
Spotted, yeah. As I think both players want to go for the recall here. Let's take another look at this fight, because it was scrappy, but I feel like neither team really has much damage yet.
A lot of things being thrown onto Iwandi when that Aftershock got procced, and then Prince.
2 HP!
Really nice.
2 HP!
That's so tragic.
Oh my god. Prince with an absolute snipe. I didn't even see that in the live game. Good effort, Prince, but just a smidgen short of the kill there. But actually, I did just want to point out, down in the bottom side, Prince, almost 20 CS lead right now.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to especially like keep track of people like Prince and then Vikla being the big ones, right? Coming over.
Hope in trouble here. Featherstorm on cooldown, but Iwandi goes wide on the hook. Takes a bit of damage himself, and Hung doesn't have a whole lot of follow-up. If that hook connects, that's a guaranteed kill.
Yeah, and for WE, they just want to keep this going. Again, they now know Hope having no flash. Ult down. But shouldn't be able to find too much. I mean, no wave being here. But the point I was going to make is just the fact that, you know, these players coming over from LCS, I feel like I owe it to Mizel to support them a little bit. But Claco, ult being thrown out.
Here we go. Knockup comes across. Can they bring down the Mundo? They absolutely can. First blood into the pocket of Hope. And I think crucial that the Xayah gets some gold early on. So, bit of a reprieve for AL after how this early game's been going. They do have themselves a gold lead.
Up so far, and like you pointed out, still having those grubs to rely on from before. I wonder if we'll see them make ways back up towards that top side. Doesn't seem like it for now, as we can see Croco just trying to cement some more vision around this bot side. And it looks like they're just going to outright start Drake as it is.
Yep, after WE got the first one as well. Very good news for AL to stop the stack. And grubs are up on the top side of the map as well, but WE not wanting to trade here. They want to contest this Drake. We're going to have a 50-50 spite on our hands as Croco gets in and gets the Drake. The feathers come flying back and Iwandi goes down. Hung next target, but he's flashed into the pit. He's stuck. He's absolutely stuck. And Hope now surviving only just. Prince could proc a Q here. Looks for Hope, but the Featherstorm keeps him alive. And AL walk away with a Drake and a kill.
AL just furthering the gold lead that they have. Nice job getting the objective. I was a bit scared for them too because WE, I mean, those resets had just been coming off. They'd definitely be able to make it to the Drake in time, but sadly for them, not able to convert it into anything. Looks like, once again though, at least Prince going to be able to try to get a bit of a good reset off this one. Even going to manage to pick up another plate, so a bit more gold brought into WE's pocket.
Yeah, Prince doing his damnedest. CS very, very good as well at this point. In fact, he's the Master Chief himself, 117 on the scoreboard right now. But crucially, the Grubbies are up there. We've got 3 on the side of AL so far. Croco is in the area. The question is, can AL really commit to this one? It looks like they're going to try at very least. Kale has moved up as well. And actually, a push from Hope in the bottom side means he can start to move up towards the top side potentially.
Yeah, he's going to be spotted on some wards right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if Prince maybe starts pivoting as well. We can see him doing that now. And it looks like we might get a... Oh, no. AL just going to end up backing off. Wow. I'm a little bit surprised because they have ults up, right? Krokos is there, Shanks as well. You have the quickness ready. You know... I guess they don't theoretically know that Prince wasn't already moving towards mid from base. So maybe that's the one thing kind of stopping them from wanting to commit too much.
Yeah. I've got to say I'm a little gutted. I was ready for the full send it over Grubs, the 5v5 Grub fight. I desperately hope that becomes meta. I don't think it will, but I desperately hope that it does. The full send Grub strat. As Hung moves in, sees his popcorn chicken have been taken. Both
so I've
mid lane, but yeah, nothing's gonna happen here.
I have this like little thing I do that anytime a fight's about to start, I like for whatever reason, I tip my head slightly to the left. My head was tipped to the left there, Joe. I was ready for it. My casting voice, it was ready to come through.
It's like it's like when you pull a treat out of your pocket and a dog looks at you and they like tilt their head to the side. Yeah.
I've kind of noticed I just do that. I don't know why, but I'm like, fight's gonna come. Okay, I need to get the right angle. LPL fights aren't straightforward. You need to view them, you know, kind of slanted.
Yeah, a lot of the fights are pretty wonky, it has to be said. So, makes a lot of sense to me. But then, you know, I live in the realm of nonsense, so it all adds up. It all adds up. Shanks pushing away in the bottom side here on this Tristana. Had the 3 grubbies, but it's 3-3 on those grubs, so doesn't get the massive advantage. Bit of support from his support and his jungle. Makes sense. As they just shadow to make sure he can take this tower. It is a 2,000 gold lead so far for AL. A really great start to the game.
Yeah, we're going to see them potentially start moving towards the mid lane. WE doing a nice job by starting off this Herald. We don't have TP on Shanks, so we would just have to run here and then really start cementing their presence with the rest of the AL members. Looks like that will be enough to dissuade WE, even just the potential threat of AL being here. And Wayward doesn't have TP, so if a fight did break out, it would be numbers advantage for the side of AL.
Yeah, Harry currently resetting though, so I don't know. I think AL maybe not wanting to go for this either, just wanted to make sure WE can't. So for now, it is going to be Harry now moving down to that bottom side, so we're back to 4v4 at this point. Shanks moves up to clear the way for the top side. Maybe WE get this uncontested.
Yeah, looks like it. I mean, Harry now moving back down to bot. Wayward isn't showing on any vision right now after pushing out that wave, so they should know if he's moving up or just going for the reset like we do. Sunfire is going to be picked up by him. And another game where top lane really not being all that relevant. Wayward not able to find the same impact, but at the same time, that means Harry not making the same mistakes he made in that game 1 and buying him time to find some strength in the side lane. Does already have the Triforce picked up.
Yeah, in a strong position. I feel like that 1-item spike for Jax is absolutely insane. We've seen Cassante definitely has the ability to outplay a Jax if you can use it all out correctly, if you can get your knockbacks and play it well. But Jax is, I mean, in all scenarios, Jax is a bit of a late game terror, so definitely going to have to be nervous about Harry later on in the game. But right now as well, has that power. If he can get into a team fight, get a counter strike off, he'll still do crazy damage to someone like Prince or Fofo.
That's what's going to take, right? Finding Prince or Fofo. Fofo can have things like that Emperor's Divide. I mean, hell, just a lot of self-heal tools coming out in general, right? You can have the Chains of Corruption for Prince. Iwandi and Wayward are going to be able to be those kind of meat shields for the side of WE. Just running into their comp will be very hard, so a lot's going to depend on, I think, them getting some vision control and allowing a path for Harry to find a way to enter the fight. I also want to point out Hung going for the Randuins first. I think a lot of that just being a call-out to the fact that AL pretty much being physical damage, like you said earlier on, wanting to make sure he could fight in these earlier skirmishes now and be able to provide value.
And similarly, on the other side, I mean, it's standard build anyway for Xayah and Tristana, but Kraken Slayer's locked in. They're like, all right, there's a Kraken on the enemy team. His name is Hung, and we've got to slay him. Where's Abe when you need him? Is it Abe? Who's the guy in Moby Dick?
I have no idea.
Captain Abe, right?
Abe, I was going to say Abe sounds right.
Yeah. I'm not 100% convinced. I feel like my literary knowledge is weak at best. We need Monte Cristo in here. He's literally named after a character in a book.
Yeah. I was going to say, I got to be honest, I'm not going to be the right person for that one. I do read a bit, but, yeah, I'm not...
Not to brag or anything, but I read.
Yeah, I am not a complete degenerate like, you know, the rest of the world, but going back to the, you know, there's someone to hunt. Hung has been taken down twice, so if anything, at least AL have been able to find their target every time. I actually don't know if that really is the target they want to find, but they've been finding him.
Yeah, whether they like it or not, they've been finding him. It's going to be another Drake taken. I'm not sure if that was even shown on the screen, the Drake being taken, honestly, but yeah, second Drake for AL anyway.
I was so, like, enamored in if Abe was his name or not.
Yeah, I know. But that's the thing, I'm pretty sure we were, like, looking topside at the time. Bit of a combo onto Croc, as the Herald gets charge on in, but I don't think they'll be able to finish this tower off for now. The Feathers should be able to clear this wave. And yeah, WE going to back away. And to be honest, this is the pace that WE are much more comfortable with, based on what we saw in the first series. But also, like, AL have drafted for this kind of pace. Like, 2 scaling AD carries in both mid and bot. TP behind from WE. I was wrong. They want a faster pace. They want to kick this one off. Kale straight to the back line. There's a knockback comes on through. Shanks goes down. Kale goes down. An arrow to the heart as Croco will fall. And WE, they match the kill score.
They were not ready for the flank to come through. Still 2 members alive, but WE should be able to turn this into at least another 2 turrets. They just picked up 1. Fofo hammering on one in the top lane. I wonder if they'll want to push more here. Probably not a good idea, considering that the reset, the death timers are still so low. That member's going to be up soon, but there it is. The 2 turrets picked up for WE.
Why is Fofo not playing AD LeBlanc? Like, he's the one mid laner in the league, apparently, that loves a side lane tower. Like, he's playing the style that AD LeBlanc is meant to do. Nobody that plays AD LeBlanc is even doing this. Oh, Shanks moves in. Fofo, the target, does not have his ultimate available. Knocked into the brush. Kale doesn't even get us. He could have just held it for a second, couldn't you, Shanks? Let the guy get an assist.
I do like that he died to a flank. I feel like if you're going to kill with a flank, you should die by a flank. But that is the only thing really to look out for in the story. Yeah, is look at Fofo here. Gets right onto the Tristana, tries to rocket jump, can't. Immediately gets locked down and taken down. One of your huge sources of DPS taken away, and then there'd be no way for the side of AL to follow up on the rest of that.
Yeah, no way, because he's on RNG. He's playing later on today, so different situation there. 4-3 on the scoreboard, but the gold lead now in favor of WE. They've only just like 500 gold in their favor, but a lead nonetheless. Drake up in just under 2 minutes. The Baron now on the map, and you can see the supports fighting for vision control.
And right now, just making sure both teams just trying to maintain control over that Baron pit. Do still have some wards around for the side of AL. I think it's going to be very crucial that they're at least able to maintain those wards behind the pit and make sure that there's no way W can try to either zone them off or set up for like another big flank play coming out from Fofo or, you know, from even someone like Wayward.
Do we have a bit of a scrap between the top laners here? And actually Prince has moved over as well. Suddenly it's a disaster for Harry. Wayward once again sets it up, and once again living up to his reputation and spamming those emotes.
I was gonna say, someone ping Ox. We even got the emote pre-kill, right? We got the emote right as he went through with the ult. I love the delivery system coming through to bring him over towards Prince. Now, W gonna try to move this up into more topside pressure and keep controlling this vision like you were hitting on earlier.
Yeah.
I kind of like that they're doing this now because now it's gonna kind of force AL to try to contend and get some vision control back, and then W can start using that to move down towards the bot side with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, and use that to set up new vision around the bot side of the map and really just guarantee they can get a Dragon.
I feel like this is the lowest HP level 11 Mundo I've ever seen. This Randuin start, followed by just armor, basically. He's not built any health yet. I'm not sure I've ever seen a Mundo that has 2,000 health. You know, I feel like they start the game on about 3,000.
Yeah, and you're right. I'm kind of surprised he really is just hammering in on these resistances. Already so tanky. Really would have expected to see the Heartsteel come out, but I guess we can see where he goes next. Just really going to deny Shanks or Hope from having any impact. Right now, both of them are on 2 items. Even getting push out in bot side for Shanks, so we'll give an avenue for him to enter River.
I love it when you get Tristana mid with a crit 80 carry bot and the symmetry between the builds.
The builds, yeah.
Literally just building the exact same items. Just feels nice to look at. As Sundus going to be using the mid lane to get priority for this Drake. Does mean that AL not interested in contesting this one.
No, looks like AL happy. They're like, hey, we already picked up the first 2. We feel pretty confident the longer the game goes on, which I don't really even know if they should, just how tanky we are. Again, Fopo's still going to be a threat, even if Prince might not be hitting with the same punch, at least, you know, onto certain members of AL later on. But I think WE's comp is still going to be something to fear.
I mean, I feel like this, like, Lethality Varus versus Xayah kind of goes in a similar conversation to, like, when you think about worlds with AP Kai'Sa versus Xayah, like, Xayah often doesn't get a look in that kind of matchup because you just poke from such long range. If these arrows from Prince are landing onto Hope, onto Shanks, even onto Kayle maybe, like, it doesn't matter if you're late game, the lethality doesn't fall off that hard. Like, you'll suck versus Croco, you maybe versus Harry, but, like, against the squishier targets, lethality is still lethal.
I feel like it's, for a while now, for like a good couple of years, we've been past, like, who outscales who type of conversations, right? It really has just been down to, like, what does your comp need to do to win, right? Is that side laning? Is that kiting back? Is that some kind of zone control, or like things like Bard and really displacing, splitting up team fights, finding picks? So far, I mean, AO will have things like the Jax lean on later on, but Harry really hasn't been able to find any impact whatsoever in this game so far. Wasn't able to do much in game 1 either, up against Wayward. Really feels like that could be a sore point for AL going forward. He's trying to find an impact right now, but is going to be spotted out by this Horde.
It does feel like it's been a slow start for him in this series. Although, in his first series, managed to get a solo kill, but he was on the Cassante. This time around, Wayward taking the Cassante both games. And in fact, in this game, literally B1 pick of the Cassante to make sure that WE had that on their side. So perhaps that's the difference maker for Harry right now. We'll try and keep a track of that over the course of this split. What his champion pool looks like, how well he can proceed. Wayward, he's found him in the end. A little bit of ring around the rosies. As Harry finally going to be able to get back to his tower and defend, clear these minions. TP's available for both of our top laners. Baron's still on the map. And both teams, it feels a little nervous, cautious at the moment.
I just want to point out that, you know, both Fofo and Prince are at the 3-item point. I feel like that's especially telling for Fofo, who has gone this, like, non-Lichbane route, going straight for the Rabadon. So he's really just going to pack a punch and just be able to melt these squishier targets. Also has the Crypto Bloom, which is also giving him the pen and the utility it's going to bring. So we can see now WE wanting to start up this Baron.
Here we go. Croco on the top side of the... I mean, the Baron's just going to go down. They're just not even going to be able to contest it. Baron's already taken by WE. Iwandi starts the fight here onto Hope. It might go down. Harry's on a flank. This is the opportunity for AL to punish. They found Wayward as well. Knocked back and taken down. That's 2 kills. But general wisdom is it's 3 for a Baron or you lose the trade. So WE pretty happy with that.
Especially because WE are just going to be able to put up so much pressure on the map, right? Having an Azir and a Lethality Varus sitting in your face, whittling down these turrets. Wayward isn't really going to have to pay any mind to the Jax in the side lane now either. They just do it so fast. I mean, Fofo hitting those crucial item points really being the difference maker. Wayward in the back line on one side of the fight. He's kind of in no man's land. It guarantees he's going to go down. And then for Iwandi, gets caught by the CC. You know, I don't think for WE they should be that surprised. I am a little bit curious that Wayward went for such a deep flank, but in my mind it must say that he knew he was probably going to go down. He really just wanted to make sure that AL were not going to be able to get towards that Baron.
Yeah, and they got themselves the Baron off the back of it. Unfortunately, with Wayward going down, it does mean that he can't quite have the same... Like, he doesn't get the buff, right? So you don't get the side lane pressure from this Baron buff, although Fofo has been no stranger to the side lane in this series, that's for sure. But we'll see how they're going to be able to use this Baron. It certainly garnered them a little bit of a goldie. 2,000 now in favor of WE. Next Drake, though, coming up in 44 seconds. And that'll be the third one for either team.
I think crucial point's going to be Shanks not having the flash. Only going to have that rocket jump to rely on. So if Fofo or someone else can find another, big play where they get behind him, he will just be dead. Prince also having a lot of utility in terms of just so much movement speed, right? Swifty's Ghost Blade.
It looks like AL want to fight here. Croco
yeah.
on a massive flank, but look at the damage coming down from Fofo. Onto Hope, he's forced to Featherstorm at this point, as he's forced back into the base entirely, and that means Croco is basically alone on the play. He's trying to escape, and I think he might just get away with it as well. This play, this is one where you got to tilt your head sideways right here, because it's going all kinds of pear-shaped. Harry knocked up, jumps away to safety, keeps himself alive here, but Iwandi now using that ultimate. Shanks getting in onto the play, but hooked up by Iwandi here. The bomb on Iwandi's head. Can Shanks survive is the question as Iwandi retreats to the tower. Hope taken down by Fofo as they look for more onto Croco as well. Wide on the hook, but pulled in by Wayward. And now, towers falling. WE feeling strong with the Baron buff still in pocket. They can siege the base.
Fofo is just huge right now, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. Harry trying to put some threat behind him, but it doesn't mean anything. They can just take the base.
This fight was all about Fofo. Massive damage coming in, forcing the ult early from Hope, and finishing off Shanks as well. This is WE coming back in style. A disastrous first series, but now a 2-0 over AL, putting themselves evens on the scoreboard.
Yeah, AL... I mean, not able to find many opportunities in the early game. Once they fell behind, you could see that maybe not very used to having to play the game from a deficit, because it was kind of just players wandering around the WE comp being like, do I engage? Are we looking for an engage? That just opened up for some of those picks towards the end. WE got to play their own game. Once Fofo picked up that death cap, he was massive, and we saw, I mean, hell, we even saw after he got the death cap, that's when they did the Baron and how fast that went down. So it's nice to see that WE were able to pick it up a bit. We still see that kind of, I think, a little bit more tempered side, but definitely a lot more proactivity coming. A lot of different looks with the two different drafts that they brought out. So overall, good stuff. And I think this series also tells us we're going to have the same, like, middle of the table kind of bar fight that we have every split.
Yeah, I'm here for it, because, if WE could play a bit more like that, this is what we expected. When we saw this roster, we were like, okay, this is going to be a solid team. This is going to be a team that's a contender. Fofo absolutely stepping up here in the second game. And that's a win on the board for WE. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll be back with Series 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Lyric, and we've already finished our first series of the day. WE looking dominant, it has to be said, across the course of that series, and especially game number 2, picking up the pace way more than we've seen previously. And Wayward, back-to-back MVPs in the series.
Yeah, great to see from him. Game 1 especially was good, but Game 2 coming in, having an impact, something we couldn't say for the opposite side with Harry. Just constantly moving, trying to make plays. I love, again, we had the delivery system, him bringing over to Prince and picking up that kill. So just nice to see, knowing that WE are going to be a team that has life in them. I even though it's always funny to have like a winless team in the split, I never want that. Like, let's have a competitive playoff race that looks like Wayward and WE are not going to be able to deliver.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. And one thing I want to praise for Wayward here on the Cassante is just that his positioning was fantastic, like during and before the fights, right? Like so often you see a Cassante kind of just acting as a front line, just standing in front of the team, but when you are able to get in these flank positions, able to get a little bit sideways of the enemy team, you have so much more room for the creativity that Cassante's kit offers, and I feel like that's really where Wayward showed his skill in this game, was being able to get big ults that pulled someone out, isolated someone from the rest of their team, pulled it over to a teammate, and set up for the win.
Yeah, so he was able to do that. WE now picking up a win. So going to be sitting at 1-1, which is a respectable scoreline. But now we get to look at OMG versus FPX. OMG, of course, did win their last series up against WE. FPX, they played AL, so we actually just had a swap of opponents. Sadly, not really able to pull it through. Did some interesting stuff, but not showing that much signs of life in the first series. Like we said, everyone gets the first series pass.
Yeah, and apparently we're pretty much ready to get into picks and bets already. We'd prepared a segment for you guys to talk about some of the players, but we'll just have to talk about them once we get into the game, because this one's coming straight at us. Obviously, we're playing in different arenas. The first one was in WE's arena. This one is going to be in Shanghai, so on a slightly different schedule. So kind of lucky for us, honestly, that the first series was a 2-0, because it means that we are right on time for our second series.
I agree. Perfect timing. And now we're getting to see, I guess we can even quickly go over right as we get into Pickman. For OMG, I was really impressed by Xiaofeng coming in. I think he had a really solid 2 games, good ultimates, even only died once in that series. I think went deathless on the Jax. This game 2 on the Maokai died once. On the opposite side, we had Milky Way come in as the jungler for FPX in their game 2. Moyan was starting in game 1. But hopefully now with Milky Way just starting right off the bat, they'll be able to show, some more aggression, because him on the Nocturne was finding some early success, giving FPX some kills and putting them in the gold league.
Yeah, it felt like they had some good combos as well. And
Nocturne
to be honest, the draft was a little bit funky, it has to be said, in the first game, where we saw Deokdam playing the Swain alongside Life's Pike. Definitely an intriguing composition. Didn't really work out for them, but it's OMG stepping out onto the stage first. And I feel like when we talk, I always just find OMG's slogan funny, let the planet sparkle and stars shine or something like this. Yeah, but OMG in their first series, leaving something to be desired with how they played out their compositions. Very slow paced and very, I guess, lacking in direction.
Yeah, OMG were definitely very hesitant, especially in their game 1 against WE. Like, it was a game that WE definitely could have won. Picked up the pace a little bit more once they moved over into that game 2. And honestly, they were just bullying Hung. I think Angel ending the game 10-0 and 8 on the LeBlanc. So definitely pieces on this roster. It's another roster, and it feels like a lot of rosters is split with how the talent dispersed. You look at them, you're like, okay, this team can do some damage. This team can make it into playoffs. It's about how can they show up on stage. The 2 question marks, of course, being Xiaofeng and Starry being moved up from the LDL to where, as we move over to FPX, it's a little bit more interesting, right? Because we're getting Dokdom and Life coming over from the LCK, Kares, Shala, who's still here, but then also having 2 new junglers coming in. So FPX definitely going to have a lot of kind of growing they're going to have to do, getting used to each other's teammates, finding that system and like who their carry is, what lanes they're going to want to play around, what kind of comps do they want to run with. You already hit on the Swain Pike, did pull out in that game 1, and not only did I not like it in the comp, but like even in lane it didn't really do well, but it was a testing period. We're going to see what they do today, Shallow, who
yeah,
kind of adorable.
Yeah, that was quite cute, wasn't it? I love that they've got the Phoenix song as well. You know, FPX released this song, what was it, a couple of years ago? Actually, probably longer than that now. Actually, it might have been like 2020. Man, I feel old all of a sudden. I love that they made their own theme tune for the walkouts. How cool is that?
I really don't think you can one-up that. I mean, I guess you can by making your own song that is a better song.
That's an absolute banger, yeah.
There we go. That's the challenge put up to other teams by FPX. They might not win the series. They might win the series, but who knows? But can you make a better banger than them?
That's the question. That is the question. And I don't think anyone's even going to rise to the answer because it just seemed like quite an investment for not much game, really.
Look,
from a finance perspective.
But if a team did want to put the investment, you know, I'm not going to like put myself out there for a job. But you know, I make music like V5 now.
We'll make some tracks for the teams. That's the answer. We're just gonna start. Just get grinding during the down days. We'll start making some theme tunes for the. I hope you're okay with that. I've just signed you up for that. All I'm gonna do is basically show up and do what you tell me to do because I have no.
I just need someone
talent.
who can sing. If someone can sing, I can do everything else, and then we're good.
Well, I'm not entirely tone deaf. I don't know if I go as far as I can sing, but I can speak to a tune. I'll be like the Streets. I don't know if you've listened to the Streets. Original pirate material? No? This is getting too niche now. This is getting too British. Let's talk a little bit.
Oh, God.
Let's talk a little bit.
Get too British.
No, never go full British. I do want to talk a little bit about some of the players that are going to be stepping onto the stage, especially Care, because I feel like Care is one of these players that built a reputation pretty quickly for his Silas and his Akali, right? And even like Galio, Yone, these mostly melee mids. But actually, if you look at his stats, pretty comfortably his best champion is Orianna. He's 15-4 on Orianna over his career, 80% win rate with like an 8 KDA on this. 7.26 KDA. Like, his Orianna's kind of insane, and Orianna's really great in the meta right now. So, if they could go for these like Nocturne Orianna kind of competitions, I feel like Care's actually in his comfort zone. Even though, from recent history, you wouldn't expect that to be the case.
Yeah, and I mean, they did pull that out exactly in their last series, and their early game was phenomenal. I mean, we saw Milky Way really doing a good job with that Nocturne. I think the Rel in there as well, so it's kind of like just an amazing like trio of champions to work well. We'll see if they can do it again here today. I think Care was one of the players other than Milky Way really showing signs of life in that first series, but at the same time, I think we expect more from him, especially in that first Corki game, not really able to get a lot done. I remember him dying to a couple of like cheesy brush plays with like only one member of AL would be waiting in a brush, and bam, Corki just suddenly gets solo killed. So Care gonna have to play this game with a little bit more care today, and you know, then I think he'll be good.
I knew you were gonna go for that.
I usually don't make the bad puns, but like when
it's irresistible.
When you're there across the screen from me, and I could almost put my hand up against the monitor and feel your hand. I feel like I just have to try to make the bad pun.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that you're going the extra mile. That's what makes a good duo work, you know. Whether that's in marriage or casting 3 series of League of Legends, you know, it's all about going the extra mile. Well, let's see which team is going to go the extra mile as I try desperately to segue us back to League of Legends. OMG, I really want to see a little bit more from OMG compared to what we got to see in the previous series. This is a team that garnered a lot of fans last year. And, you know, they did win their first series, but for me, it was still a bit lackluster. It's not like this organization have picked up pretty much a new roster. You know, PP God's still there, but generally speaking, it's new players across the board. And I'm still yet to figure out what their identity is going to be.
Yeah, and I think when you have someone like PP God on the roster, you'd expect like a lot of engage, a lot of aggression, but we didn't see that in the first series. So come back to draft now, actually picking the Lucian instead of the Melio first. We have been seeing it done in reverse, but with, again, how poor it feels like the Aphelios performances have been so far in the LPL, I think I welcome this more. Like, okay, you get the Lucian Nami, you're going to play into the Melio, it's fine. We've actually been seeing the Lucian Nami get the better side of the matchup so far here in the LPL. So we'll see if Star, being brought up from the LBL and PP God will be able to do that. You really don't think of PP God as much of an Enchanter player, but maybe we'll be able to deliver this game and bring OMG forward towards another win.
Looking to be another Cassante lock-in. Nothing surprising there. We'll see if that Felios that we talked about will come on through. One thing you can do with the Felios in this matchup when you've got the Milio is he can find early priority, despite, people think Lucian Nami really strong in lane, blah, blah, blah. But with the extra range from the Cozy Campfire, you can kind of just straight up out-trade them early on. They can't get close enough to properly fight you. So it can garner you some early control of the bottom side of the map. And then once it's level 3, that's when the Lucian Nami really is going to come online and start to bully a little bit more. We'll see where they choose to go. Deoctum, though, going to be very comfortable on the Aphelios. Any pro player that's been playing the last couple of years, they've got to be comfortable on the Aphelios.
I wonder if we're going to end up seeing the same Ghostblade build that we did see all day throughout yesterday, but now moving over to the bans. LeBlanc, kind of an expected ban to come through once you do have this Azir, things like the Akali, the Corki, maybe the other lookouts for the side of FPX. We especially know Angel, someone who has loved to bring out the Akali past years, 2019, 2020 especially. I feel like that was one of his big picks to garner, where for OMG, just taking things out of Shalahu's wheelhouse. Which, with how Shalahu performed in the first series, and honestly just had a rough last year overall, I think if you can make him a little bit uncomfortable, that is a good point where, who knows, maybe we keep seeing top laners pick up MVPs today.
Yeah, quite possible with, what we've seen on the Cassante today from Wayward. It's definitely a pick that you can make some moves on and have an impact on the game. Let's see. The LeBlanc, though, banned away from Angel. And I'm kind of glad about that because, OMG showed they don't really know how to use an AD LeBlanc particularly effectively. Just A-ramming in the previous game, never even touching the side lanes. So removing that strategy, I'm on board with. Nah, taken here for Shalahu up against the Cassante.
Yeah, but now I'd expect the Xin Zhao to be able to come through, going to offer a lot of aggression in the early game in the front line. We can provide. It's going to be so hard, especially for something like an Aphelios to get in range to deal damage if they lock it in. I would understand if they wanted to pivot to something that has more lockdown onto an immobile carry, but I think team fights with Xin Zhao would just make FTX's life so hard. Then the question goes over to Angel. Does he go with something like the Corki that we hit on, or does he lean into his more aggressive side, maybe look towards the Akali? I know which one you want, Much.
I mean, Angel's Akali, while he's played a lot of it, is not actually that great. He's 8 and 10 historically, or at least statistically. He's not had the greatest performances. Although we've seen some real pop-offs.
Are you going to tell me you hate
I love
Sui
Angel,
next?
but I don't know. His Akali just ain't it.
I guess when we did have the treat that was Duinbi's last split on Akali, some people just can't recreate that. Look at the Maokai coming through for FPX. FPX's comp, pretty standard. I like the amount of options it brings, right? Gnar going to be able to have some pressure, have the lockdown coming in from the Maokai. You already hit on how the Aphelios Sumio can generate pressure in the early 2v2. Surprisingly, we haven't really seen it come to fruition yet, but maybe Doktum and Life will have that power there that's necessary. For the side of OMG, they have the early bridge coming out through the Lucian Nami once they hit that level 3 point, but then they have the Corki they can rely on once he gets that Malignance. It's going to be so annoying for Karen Doktum, as long as he doesn't play it frontline like Yukao is doing. But I did enjoy that.
Yeah, me too. I certainly enjoyed some of the shenanigans that we got to see from Deoctum in the first series. I mean, the Aphelios and the Swain, quite different carries between our two series here for Deoctum, but I think he's going to be a little bit more comfortable on this Aphelios. Let's see how this one's going to work out, though. PP God, I think going to be the general consensus is PP God probably the shot caller for this OMG team, and I think the shot calling is my biggest criticism of what happened in their first series, because, again, they did win their first series. I feel like I've been very critical of it. That's because they had a lot of ways to move the game forward and didn't really use many of them. So hopefully that's going to change for this one. With that Lucian Nami, they have the ability to be quite aggressive. Let's see if they can use it.
Yeah, I feel like the thing I want to see from FPX is just the mistakes they made in their first series. And what those mistakes were is Shalahu getting solo kills. I remember Dokdom getting caught recalling in blue buff when they had just seen the enemies in river. So for FPX, they're gonna have to step it up here. As we're gonna find out, do we got Gios?
欢迎来到英雄联盟，敌军还有30人到达战场，免速，全军出击。
All right, we got Gios and then some random shouting afterwards. It's like being at a stand-up comedy gig. It's just random hecklers yelling whatever. OMG versus FPX. I love how on the Chinese side they always call them Fun Plus. They don't call them FPX. Obviously Fun Plus a brand over there, so a little bit more recognizable perhaps. But OMG, FPX, both of them leaving things to be decided in the first series. OMG getting the win. FPX in need of a win in this second one. And we'll have to see what is going to come out on our screens. I'm looking towards that bottom lane. As we mentioned before, Aphelios and Milio, they can get priority, and you can see, using that cozy campfire, try and push OMG's bottom lane off the wave.
Yeah, so nice job done by them. Again, I really feel like we didn't see this executed to the way it should over the past few series. Now waiting that out, starring PP God knowing they could walk forward. Also love, hitting it in invade coming out from Xiaofang. So going to be a bit of a split map, and it's going to put a lot of pressure down for Starry and PP God at any time. Xiaofang could just wrap around and look for this early gank.
Yeah, I'm trying to find potentially some pressure early on. Let's see if they're going to be able to. Sorry, distracted for a second there.
Don't worry, the only thing we need to keep our eyes on is if Xiaofang takes this, walks through that tri-brush, and then if Dokdom and Life can survive. My guess is probably...
Starry using that level 2 to get some pressure out. Actually using the Ignite there to get some damage onto Dokdom. The wave in a bad spot for FPX as Xiaofang moves in behind them, looking for the knock-up, forces the flash. That's 3 summoners burnt for FPX's bottom lane.
Yeah, great job. I mean, Xiaofang, like we said, going straight for the invade, but not going to be able to find the kills. Just having all summoners up early would make it too hard for this Lucian Nami to really be able to follow up. Milky Way now is going to hover around. Looks like he wants to get in the face of Xiaofang. Looks like Care is kind of leaning down towards spot side, but I don't really expect he should be able to do too much. I guess it just depends on how much FPX are willing to commit to this. Are they going to bring more members, or do we potentially get a 1v1 between junglers?
Yeah, I'm not sure Milky Way wins this one. He must have known that Xiaofang was in the area, gets the knockback, and will just flash over the wall.
Like, okay, if he was going for that, and then we started to see, like, members like Care be able to get here first, or, like, Life and Dokdom, like, leaning over, it would have made a bit more sense. But you're right, the fact that he just goes in thinking he can look for the 1v1, sure, he is red buff, but
I feel like
you don't win that, Maokai.
Yeah, it was like, you know, last game we were talking about object permanence. I feel like Milky Way saw Xiaofang in the bottom lane, saw him move towards Crux, but then he hit the Scryer's Bloom onto the red buff, and he wasn't there. So he was like, yeah, he's probably not here. Just walks in and goes for the red buff. Xiaofang just going to force a flash out from that one. And now, with no flash on the Maokai, he's quite happy to go for some more invades.
Yeah, now going to be able to tell where he is, has the prio in mid to play from Angel. Angel's going to need to go for a recall, though, because he has no mana. We'll just TP back to lane after that. And even though there's a lot of focus on bot lane, as there should be with where we're at in the meta, this is one of the lanes where I'm interested to see if we get action top, because Cassante with Ghost can absolutely run down and solo kill a Mini-Gnar.
Certainly can. And likewise as well, if Cassante's out of position and Gnar manages to get some of those boomerangs out, you can just slowly but surely chase someone down and whittle them down. Little Raptor left alone there. It could be mildly annoying for Xiaofang. Because Care taking a heavy trade here, actually dashing very far forwards. What an odd trade.
Yeah, does come up on the better of it. Obviously gets a shield from that, is able to get an auto in, but then just walks his way out. Looks like neither team really trying to set up for like a super early Drake like we saw in the last series. I do believe one of them was around like the 5:30 mark, so both teams going to be a little bit more tempered, which I guess you would expect now that we are starting to hit our stride of Corki Azir. God, Mazel told me that the Corki was gonna come. Like, the Corki was gonna come and stay, and I'm like, no, the Corki's... We're not doing the Corki here in the LPL. Looks like he was right.
Yeah, I mean, it was inevitable with how insanely strong the Malignance build is. The funny thing to me is that we're not necessarily seeing all of the Corkis go for the really OP builds. Like, we've seen some Triforce as well, which is a little bit surprising to me, considering how damn strong that Malignance Eclipse build is. But Starry and PP God, level 4 now. They've entered the realm where they really will hit like a truck.
Looks like now going to use the pressure they've been able to generate to at least guarantee a first dragon. And again, an early enough first strike that I really am a big fan of it when you have this Lucianami and you can just try to continuously go for these timings to stack these up. And now going to potentially use the fact that FPX don't have... Okay, well, now that PP God gets the word, they know they're here, but I was wondering if they had an inkling that Milky was on the side of the map and would try to go for some kind of brush play in that tri-brush.
Yeah.
It would be quite risky if they did.
It certainly would. Bit of a congestion here. Oh, good bubble onto life there. Protecting their pink wards on both sides of that. I don't know what that wall's called. I'm going to call it banana because it's kind of banana-shaped. Push on either side of it.
I like that. Yeah. So yeah, banana control picked up by... Hey, and you know what? Yeah. If there's anyone who understands banana control, it would be you.
What is that? Oh, right. Because I eat bananas. I'm going to be honest, I thought that was an innuendo.
you know, it plays off as both, but if people know you, yeah, Munch actually just a banana between casts every time.
Love a banana. I do love a banana. Bit of an all-in on the top side here is Cube trying to get some trading down. Shala, who currently Mega Nod. This should be where the trades are good, but it's not feeling that great. All out comes through. Cube looking for the knockback as well in the meantime, and all in the bottom side as well. Starry there to get first blood. Diop down.
And all of it coming from that bubble, landing from PP God. So finding a kill in bot lane, winning out on that trade topside to force Shalahu back. Sure, Milky Way still will be able to pick up these scrubs because that trade happened and we can see Care had prio in mid, but OMG definitely going to be feeling good about not only getting first straight, but getting some early kills and getting some early pressure.
Yeah, definitely feeling good about that one. I'm looking towards Starry here as well. What build is he going to go for? Looks like it is going to be the Storm Razor. I wasn't sure if he'd go for the Voltaic. With having that Nami, having a bit more upfront burst, can be really powerful. Pretty cool, just about gets off the PP God.
Now we're going to get to see the replay of exactly how it went down. Once again, just keeping control of Banana. It allows for Xiaofeng to come through the back. And Starry with the flash, so aggressive, I love it. But there was the key, the bubble being led by PP God, just making sure that Dokdom gets taken down. Will have his flash up now for if any play like that does come through. But OMG, I mean, probably can just continue to play aggressively since, I mean, look at Xiaofeng. He's probably going to pass down here once again. It doesn't really matter if Starry and PP God don't have their summoners, as long as that presence is known.
Yeah. Now, item advantage in this bottom side, and on top of that, your Lucian Nami. Got to be a little bit nervous for FPX's bot lane, because that wave is pushing out away from the Milky Way, going to hover in the area to try and help out his bottom lane. But I think, I'm not sure if he walked over from Gromp, whether he was spotted on that ward, but they'll certainly know he's there now. He's placed a control ward. Starry and PP God cannot be aggressive for the time being.
No, and you know, I think this is fine for them as long as they don't get take any heavy trades right now. I don't think a dive should be able to come through, and Xiaofeng's close enough to be able to react in time. No TP on Angel yet, which is, you know, something people always do, TP down the mid laner to cover for a play, but no play to be had. So in the end, FPX actually aren't going to back off. They're just going to hope that a play reveals itself. They're going to hope OMG gives it to them.
Yeah, Milky Way is really keen for this. Almost his whole jungle has respawned at this point. Xiaofeng try and move into the jungle, but Starry and PP God playing very reserved, not being sure what's quite going on in the area. Life will move forward to clear the control ward. Milky Way is determined to get away with this play on the bottom side, but they're just not willing to go for it.
No, and like you said, has camps up on top half of the map. Xiaofeng, he's fine chilling. He just cleared Krugs, has red buff still here, so he isn't really wasting any time and still got to cover his bot lane. Now just probably going to wait for this next set of grubs to come up. Luckily for the side of FPX, Xiaofeng is spotted.
see how this one progresses. Whether or not OMG are going to contest this second set of grubs as well. All out comes through from Q. Shallow trying to escape with his life. I think Q was trying to get him over the wall.
Oh.
Q3 pixels away from hitting onto Shallow, but he will survive.
And honestly, just kudos to Shallow for not going down so far in this lane. Even in CS has been fine so far. Like, he did pick Gnar into Cassante, but I feel like the matchup doesn't really start getting better until later on. Sorry, finding some good trades right now. Sadly, Kyling not really going to be able to connect.
And important that he's finding good trades, right? You've got that Lucian Nami. You do need to be getting ahead. You need to be finding an advantage early on. And so far, 10 CS lead. I think that'll slightly shrink as well as the Optim's catching a wave. Do you need to find some kind of advantage early on and even be able to cancel the recalls?
Also seeing Xiaofeng. Curious when he actually gets his way. It looks like he's going to build the Hydra from like the components he has alongside that tunneler. That's kind of my favorite starting Xin Zhao item. I wonder if he has enough gold for it once he goes back after this Drake. He has spent a bit of time on the map so far.
Package in the pocket of Angel here as Milky Way starts a fight with him, but it's just pretty much a free trade for him. Angel could be in trouble here because the root's going to come on through. Package used onto Gay. Angel tries to start a 2v1 and just gets absolutely railed. The Optim now will be able to find the root on Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng trying to get some damage back. Life, though, gets some heals across the team. And now it's Xiaofeng in trouble. Instead, Milky Way knocks him back. It's a disaster off the back of Angel briefly losing his mind.
I'm going to try to, like, you know, think I know what what his thought process was there. Because, I mean, it would have been so much more obvious to jump down towards your bot lane, right? Because then you would have a numbers advantage. You have a 3v2 in, like, that side of the fight. I wonder if he's just thinking, hey, I can knock these guys farther away from the pit, one of them being the jungler, and I have enough burst to take out the Azir, but... I mean, that sentence takes a lot of what-ifs.
Yeah. I think on top of that, like, not just Angel being separated from the team, but you can see Xiaofeng was still doing Dragon as Starry and PP got 2v2 the FPX bottom lane, right? Like, we've got 3 different decisions being made by OMG, sorry, as a team there. Did not feel like they were on the same page at all in any way for that play. So FPX pretty handedly picking themselves up, not only a Dragon, but a couple of kills on top of it. And that has evened the early game lead that OMG found for themselves.
Yeah, now FPX at least going to try and find some pressure. We even get Milky Way finishing off these neutrals once again, picking up the grubs, or will he? Xiaofeng looking for the 1v1.
I got 5 grubs already. They're not going to get 6, but I mean, the damage is kind of done, honestly. I think you'll take 5 any day of the week. That's going to be a lot of pressure onto those side lanes, and especially when you've got a Gnar in your composition that loves to play at the side lane, loves to try and hit those towers. The grubs are going to be really valuable.
And it's going to be a way to try and break OMG's comp apart, right? And pull people out from, you know, if we're A-ramming around mid, trying to get pressure for a river, walking towards Dragon. And even when timing's where, like, maybe Cube doesn't have his TP up, and then it's Angel who has to match a side lane, and he's a more key part of how OMG's comp plays out. If he's, like, pulled into a side lane to face Shallow, it would be quite a pet peeve for the side of OMG.
They would. Nobody likes a peeve, whether they're a pet or not.
No.
You know what that means, but
I
stand by it, honestly.
I stand by you standing by it.
Believe in the me that believes in you.
Exactly. Now we do have FPX already starting to float up around mid. We have Herald up. It's actually both teams fighting for vision control over bot side right now. Looks like all ults are up across the board except Shalahoo's, which should be up soon. And I mean, top laner's not even around where the action's happening.
Yeah, Drake's not up. I feel like we're kind of A-ramming a little bit there, considering nothing up on the bottom side. Root comes on through from Milky Way. Xiaofeng, though, he used that Crescent Guard to keep himself totally safe. Gets one last little hit in after the play, but ultimately just jungle ult for jungle ult.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing somewhat strange decisions come out from both sides. I mean, obviously we had OMG in that last fight around Drake. Now it's like heavy posturing for bot side vision. It will put a lot of pressure on Care if OMG were able to control over that bot side, and then like, ooh, threats of maybe Xiaofeng moving down and the dives being there. But I am surprised that neither team is caring about the Rift Herald.
Yeah, neither team seems to be particularly bothered about it for the time being. Red buff available, so Starry will go down to that. Shallow, who just continues to bully. I do want to take a second to just talk your ear off about Lucian builds for a second. Because, you know, I was talking about the Voltaic earlier. I personally am a big Voltaic enjoyer. I think it's an incredibly strong build, especially when you're alongside the Nami. But I think the logic basically from Starry is like, you're going to have a Gnar in the top side, you're going to have this Maokai is going to become really tanky, perhaps not feeling like you're going to have necessarily the targets for the lethality. And the crit build, much more consistent damage later on into the game as well. So you still do have a lot of burst along with that Nami alongside you anyway, so I think the logic there just being the more consistent damage across the game as opposed to trying to brute force a lead right now.
I also feel like if they do that, like sure, they would have had a bit of a stronger spike now, but doing this doesn't really make them weaker than FPX, right? When we have an Aphelios, when we have an Azir, it kind of just means you're going to be able to match them a little bit better pound for pound, and then synergize with some of your other tools better, right? Like you're gonna be strong when Corki starts to get strong, and he's now dealing out a lot of damage. So definitely could understand the decision. Is FPX Shell, who was finally able to get that top lane turret. I mean, you already highlighted Gnar. He'll do a lot with these grubs. Oh, he might be too far.
Yeah,
he might be able to get this.
Q3 actually just slams him into the wall here, and they'll walk away. So Cullen going to be used here onto Deokdam, but won't find much of it. Milky Way able to block. TP in the bottom side. Angel moving in. Drake is up, and both teams, they've been playing for this bottom side vision basically since the last Drake died. So you've got to believe they both won.
I want to go back to what you said of like, neither team has seen Rift Herald. Rift Herald doesn't exist. Has package, also did just buy the Malignants. So, you know, going to be able to start really just being a nuisance with these rockets in prolonged standoffs.
I mean, this is Corki's bread and butter, right? Standing around a neutral objective, firing off rockets at anyone that comes nearby. Especially with the package, this one feels really hard to fight for the side of FPX. Unless Angel jumps into multiple members on his own, it's been known to happen.
Yeah.
But it looks like
not just Angel, LPL Corki so far have just been known to jump into other people.
We literally named that play the UCal back in, what was it, 2021, 2022? That was kind of his signature move. This is some big damage coming out. Tidal Wave is going to find Care. Care managing to slide straight into that one.
Shalahu.
They're protecting their position. Yeah, top lane 1v1 in the meantime. The Kazante going huge up against the Mega Gnar. Q3 will go wide. And the Boulder won't find anything either. And in the meantime, the 4v4 continues. Everyone firing long-range shots off, but nothing really hitting.
What is happening with
nothing?
League? It is
Nothing's happening.
I guess we wait until after Chinese New Year. But I gotta say, I'm actually surprised that Shalahu even tried to aggressively run Cube down, because I'll be honest, I was counting on you to watch the mid lane shenanigans. I was enamored by the top lane 1v1 the whole time. I'm like, oh yeah, Shalahu, take that tower. Took the tower, and then Cube comes back full HP, and Shalahu's like, I don't care, I can fight you. I'm glad he realized the error of his ways and got out though, because man, becoming really big, 2 turrets now picked up, even has a bounty for himself.
Yeah.
We are gonna get a replay. Again, I was just in awe of this the whole time. Shalahu, he didn't care about Cube. He was determined to take this turret.
Straight up
tries to run him down. Half HP.
Oh my days. Yeah, Shalahu feeling it on the Gnar. Obviously very happy with this as a counter pick, and you can see why, right? Like, he started this 1v1 on basically a half HP and still nearly manages to come out on top. The flash, the sidestep. Well, really a sidestep, to be honest. That was kind of on Cube. And now we return to live, where the top laners are continuing to 1v1.
And now look, I mean, 2 items. Black Cleaver and Triforce pick up. He really is just going to be able to keep Cube here all game long. And 2k gold lead coming from that. I guess just under a 2k gold lead for FPX, but still. Especially with some of the mistakes we've seen come out from OMG so far in this game. Definitely on the front foot. But I wonder if we're just going to keep getting the extended posturing around mid lane.
I mean, that would line up to the first series. All out comes on through Shala, who misses the boulder, and that means it's going to be a long cooldown for it. Cube has a chance, but the stun comes in, and he finds the bonk. I'm pretty sure that was a fleet auto to finish the job. Xiaolahu grabs a solo kill for himself.
And this is exactly why FPX feel fine in the extended stand-up, because you're like, hey, if we both look at each other, our top laner is going to crush your top laner.
Oh.
Like
Grabbed him. Roots coming on through as well. Crescent guard to try and keep himself safe, but knocked into the team. Take down Deoctum. Grabs the kill. Now TP.
This is Baron.
From Xiaolahu as well. Yeah, that's the jungler down, and Cube's still dead from the previous play. FPX finding themselves a window.
It is very annoying to do Baron up against Corkis to get spam those rockets, but I think without culling there for Starry, there isn't too much they could do, but they're going to try, and I mean, hell, they have to, right? If FPX get this Baron this early, this could just be lights out for OMG.
The Malignant's so frustrating in this small pit. 2K on the Baron, wave goes in, Cleanse comes out from the Milio. They're taking the Baron, and actually it looks like they want to fight as well on top of it. Angel trying to get the damage down, but realistically, it's just not enough.
So for anyone who missed our first series, WE, who lost up against OMG, beat AL, who beat FPX. So I don't know, like, what's with the change-up of now FPX coming in incredibly strong, WE coming in incredibly strong. And maybe incredibly, a little overzealous, but looking good in these games so far. Xiaolahu here, you hit on it, missed the boulder initially, which made me think he was going to be able to find it. Doesn't even connect that stun. But at the end of the day, he was 2 items up, and I want to see if you're right. Gets the stun, no, so not a fleet. Oh yeah.
It was fleet.
Yeah, so coming through in the end.
And I suppose Triforce as well off of the back of the Wallop.
It's still
what
crazy.
It was.
It's still crazy how close that was, considering that, you know, how much further ahead that Xiaolahu was going into that skirmish.
Yeah. I just want to say as well, we didn't get it on the replay because we were looking at the 1v1, but Deoctum, Moonlight Vigil to get the Gravitum on multiple players. Great way to use the Aphelios ult to engage a fight instead of just trying to find the Infernal or whatever else. Very, very nicely done there. And FPX finding themselves advantage after advantage at 5,000 gold in the lead with a Baron at 20 minutes. They are feeling real strong right now.
And I mean, they already have the winning side laner. They have this Sun Disc to put up, which is really going to hold OMG from really being able to have any pushback. She's going to put up the consistent pressure. Looks like they are going to turn to Dragon for now.
Yeah, I'm going to try and stop the stacking that's been going on from OMG, getting the second and third Drakes. And to be honest, I'm not 100% sure OMG can contest this, but it looks like they want to. Anyway, Milky Way the target for Xiaofeng right now, but the Roots are going to force everyone to retreat. The Sun Disc is down. Angel has the package here, a wave across everyone, and the package in the midst of the entire team. Deoctum down, but traded for 2. The bottom lane falls on the other side. Angel has to carry this fight as Milky Way charges forward. Care with a double kill, and in the meantime, the backside is taken by Cube. But Xiaolahu forces him away. The damage is coming out from Angel, but is it enough? It's a 4v3, and OMG trying to survive, but Cube is down. And FPX now with a flank over the other side of Banana. Xiaolahu wants to get into the action once more. Angel trying to kite away, trying to escape, and they will be able to do so.
Yeah, and I feel like a bit of wasted time here, honestly, from FPX. They're going to be able to pick up this Dragon, but I think it might have been a better call to just keep sieging in mid, and if a fight came with the package, like, you would then be using your Baroned up minions to help you and like using that buff proactively. Then you could taper off, take the Dragon towards the end of that. Still ultimately come out ahead in the trade, but it felt a little closer than it should have been with the lead that we have.
Yeah, it definitely felt like the really long fight like that felt like Angel was able to do so much with those rockets, but the fact that Starry and PP got die right at the start here means there's no real follow-up to that initial Corki damage.
No, and I mean, that's it, right? We see the Maokai root coming out into a Moonlight Vigil, and then just thinking they have the damage to take down Care, but Care's massive, deletes both of them. And I think even here, after they pick up Cube, is probably when I would have even just sent like one member to use your Baron buff, push in mid-tower. Like, you can kind of just have your top laner chase it down. You can have Xiaolahu, maybe Milky Way as well, threaten the other 2 members, but have Azir, have Melio go apply that Baron buff to mid and get more objectives.
Yeah, tier 2 could have been available for them there. They do get the Drake, but like you say, I think they could have had the Drake and a little bit more on top. Xiaolahu, though, still quite happy to be pressuring in the side lane, and Care going to move on over as well. And OMG, they've not actually considered side lanes so far in this split. It's not something, it's an alien concept to them. After their AD LeBlanc games, I'm just being a bit mean at this point, aren't I? But here we go, Engage comes up through Xiaofeng with the Crescent Guard. Milky Way perhaps in trouble this time. A good start for OMG. They finally find an advantage, and Xiaolahu stepped too far forwards as well. He's down, that's 2. OMG back in the game. Life trying to escape alongside the Octam, and it's a good little kick. We got Messi on the rift right here as they'll walk away with their lives.
And see, I like that OMG did it here, where the other 2 members are chasing him down. Starry is pushing him in. Like, if you're going to get kills, try and turn them into a tangible objective. Sadly, not going to be able to contend with the fact that 3 members of FPX are still on the board. But it's going to be a nice reprieve from OMG. Buy themselves a bit of time. Doesn't look like Cassante going to feel too good about pushing that out. But funnily enough, FPX are the ones to start this off. They want to dive the turret, with so much time being bought by Xiaofeng, and then Milky Way honestly just goes too far forward. He's too connected from the rest of his team. The tidal wave from the Nami really did a great job at pushing the other 3 members of FPX back, not allowing them to kind of help the other 2 stragglers on their team.
I mean, tidal wave, the original hostile takeover, right? Denying the follow-up from the rest of the team. Nice little wave there by PP God. And OMG, you know, great for them that they get themselves that fight, but they could have done with that mistake from FPX being just a minute later, you know, because now Baron's coming up onto the board. They couldn't really get much with the fact that they'd won the fight. They couldn't turn it into objectives. Now the objectives are up, and I don't think FPX are going to make that mistake again.
No, definitely going to have to be more careful. We are at some pretty strong points. Angel, though, at the point of the Malignance and the Eclipse, so he is just going to be kind of doing the members of FPX dirty. Not a ton of sustain on their side. They do have the Emilio, but in terms of itemization, not super there with other members. I think for FPX, it's going to be a lot about Xiaolahu continuing to put up the pressure, right? That's what they're doing so well in the mid game, but it's going to take the other members of FPX pulling these members of OMG somewhere else on the map. Like, you have to put pressure somewhere so Xiaolahu can safely push in the spotlight.
Xiaolahu can't quite grab that red buff. I do just want to point out as well, Care on 3 items. One of them is a Zhonya's, which historically meant not that much damage, but they gave it a hefty little AP buff over the course of the sort of preseason, not really preseason. Baron started though. Keep your eyes on Care. His ult, his damage could be huge, but Baron looks like it'll reset. No, Xiaofeng moving into tank. And Milky Way now moves back. Are they no way do they actually just take this now. Come on, OMG, you've got to contest this. Milky Way just stood in the pit here. Xiaofeng using the Crescent Guard, but it's Starry the target. Huge damage out from Jogdom. Xiaofeng into the pit now, but Crescent Guard's timed out. Care goes into the backline, turns golden. Milky Way to try and get these kills. Care still surviving, and the soldiers move in. How has he done that? Care still alive, and FPX get the Baron.
I was so scared in the moment where Milky Way went on to Angel that Xiaofeng would have just finished off the Baron himself. Luckily, he doesn't do that, and Dolphdom is there to really finish off those kills. Looks like they're potentially just going to look for the end here. DP's coming in from Care.
Yep.
I think he might just have it.
This might just be the game, honestly, mate. 20 seconds still on Angel, on Xiaofeng. Starry another 10 seconds away. Cube trying to buy time, but he's just going to end up going down here. Milky Way underneath 2 towers, but he'll walk out of aggro range, and that's PP God slammed into the Nexus. And that Nexus itself not long for the world. FPS, a huge bounce back game after their first series disaster.
It really is just crazy again. Again, 2 teams swapping opponents coming into the day. WE, who lost to OMG, pick up a win, and now FPX, who lost to AL, at least getting a game 1 win. Nice signs coming out from them. Nice step up in the top lane from Xiaolahu as well, because he was one of the players who really did not have a great first series, didn't have a great 2023, but was able to come in with the Gnar, despite all the attempts from the Cassante to run him down, try to get the solo kill, held strong, and it was really his side lane pressure that felt like it really kept OMG on their toes.
I mean, I would love to have seen the goal difference between those top laners at the end of the game, because the amount of towers that were taken on top of the CS advantage, felt like Xiaolahu was taking over that game. We're going to jump into a break and find out what Xiaolahu has for game number 2 as well. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards the second game in our second series here. And honestly, a pretty competitive game there. But again, like you said before, having total flips of scores from what we saw from the first games of each of these teams. Let's take a look at our MVP for FPX as we rounded out the first game. It's going to be Xiaolahu on the Gnar, getting solo kills, getting tier 2 towers, getting everything.
Yeah, 31% damage on Gnar too. Quite nice. A lot of that going to come just from hitting that Cassante up in the top lane matchup. But his pressure really was what allowed for a lot of the play from FPX to happen, right? Kind of hanging around that Baron towards the end sequence, which was kind of funny, right? Both teams, we'll start it up. No, we'll start it up. Okay, you start it up. A lot of that coming from the fact that Xiaolahu was just being such a menace down in that bottom lane. So great game from him. And again, I feel like we're getting a bit of a redemption from players today who had a bad first series and are able to come today and show their stuff.
Yeah, I felt like Kair's Azir looked pretty good as well, like multiple big ultimates. I mean, this one in particular where it felt like Star and PP God were like, oh, an opportunity on Kair, and Kair's like, no. I'm not stuck in here with you.
No, they were definitely stuck in there with him, and then Angel also trying to make things happen for the side of OMG, but just not really coming together. It definitely felt like OMG still a bit of hesitance, like we saw in their first series. Still a lot of just like 5 members hanging around mid. I somewhat get it when you have this Corki, but not really able to find anything meaningful. And it really felt that this game was not decided, but definitely put the ball in FPX court early on with some of the like weird decision making that came out from FPX around objectives in positions where like skirmishes have to come through, and every time FPX definitely got the better of them. Another kind of shout out is Dokdom with his Moonlight Vigils. You highlighted we didn't get a replay of the one over the wall, but a lot of them putting a lot of threat onto Starry, especially making it hard for him to safely move forward without dying.
Yeah, I feel like, you mentioned it in the time. I feel like Xiaofeng should have just committed to that Baron at that point. Maybe he could just finish it off and smite it away, at least deny the objective from the opponent, but wanted to try and salvage the fight, but Kair was having none of it. Great little game there coming out from FPX, and OMG now have to go back to the drawing board and see what they can do, what they can change up coming into this second game of the series. They will switch sides of the map as well, which should change things. But the LeBlanc banned away. The Kalista being banned on blue side is something a little bit different. A lot of AD carry bans.
Yeah, the one difference in terms of bans from game 1 is when FPX were on red side, they took away the Deer. So now that will be open in these first 3 sets of picks. So I wonder if that's something that OMG are going to think about looking at, and immediately just going straight towards Zion Rakan with the amount of AD carry bans you highlighted.
Surprised at the level of presence we're seeing from Zion Rakan, because again, it doesn't feel like it's had that much impact so far for me. But there must be something happening in scrims because we're seeing a ton of it. As Cassante, not going to be a surprising. I feel like this is the Shurima rotation, right? The Azir, the Cassante, these are the 2 most, I guess, blindable solo laners in the game right now. Maybe Udyr is in that conversation as well, but he's not Shurima, so that doesn't really help my point, does it? Maokai going to be locked in as the 3rd pick.
I feel like this is kind of becoming the trinity, right? These are the 3 most picked champions in the LPL at their positions. Varus Renata would be the kind of duo to round that out. Obviously, Varus being banned means that is not possible. Now for OMG, I guess it's about if they want to go for something like that Udyr themselves and have a bit of that handshake situation in top lane, or if they go for a counter. Jax, Gwen, which they just locked in, kind of being the 2 that come to mind. Gwen has been something that we haven't really been seeing in the LPL. I actually believe this is the very first Gwen pick we've had so far this split. We've seen it banned sometimes, but never being brought to fruition. So something that I remember Q playing quite a bit when this champion was introduced, and now we'll see if he's able to make an impact on it again. Going to pair quite well with the fact that, most junglers right now in the meta are AD champions, so definitely going to be able to find some kind of strong pair up towards that top side.
Yeah, I wonder if it will be junglers that get banned away here, but no, focusing towards that mid lane, taking Tristana away from Angel, wanting to deny the kind of AD split push angles with the LeBlanc, the Tristana, trying to deny the threat onto Kair, but also the threat in the side lane as well.
I'm curious what we're going to have for bot lane for FPX with all these bans. Like, again, there's AP options you can go to. I guess we still have the Jin, which really hasn't seen much play. And oh, true. We did that one earlier in the day. Could go towards that again. And now for OMG, yeah, I guess it makes sense.
Ezreal too.
Doesn't really mean too much when FPX have already shown both their mid and jungle pick. I guess their jungle can maybe define more of how this comp plays out. Just going to get a safe option in that mid lane. They already have the Rakan, which can be a bit of ball delivery for them. And there's still so many engaged AD junglers that can be put in there that can go to support that too.
See which one they're going to go for in the end. Looks like it could be the Ezreal pick. Ezreal, I think, a lot stronger than people realized on 14.1 and then got buffed on 14.2. You can play in a live patch. Play a bit of Ezreal if you've got the hands for it, because he is still strong on 14.2. But pre-buff, they've decided instead to go to Zeri down at the bottom side with the Lulu alongside it. So hyper scaling here on the side of FPX with both the Zeri and the Nazir.
Yep, in my mind, that kind of just cements bringing out something like the Vi, something we saw just picking the Zeri so much, having that ult to lock down, such an annoying target to stay on top of. Another champion that kind of can set up Angel to find success with his ultimate. And yeah, this one might end up being a long one, Munch, because both sides definitely having tools to want to look late. They end up not going for that guaranteed lockdown, so this might be a game where Dokkan has a lot of freedom to try to take over.
Yeah, I feel like the Vi was definitely a more guaranteed way to start the fight off, but maybe deciding with the Rakan already in their composition, they don't need as much engage, they need more follow-up perhaps. So, Sharp, I'm going to go with the Xin Zhao, but also a little bit of early pressure available with that Xin Zhao to get into the Maokai's jungle early on, is what we saw in game number 1 as well, but we'll see. A lot of scaling on both sides.
Definitely brings in more early game presence. They also now have like the double octagon, you know, the Gwen and the Xin Zhao, making it a living hell to like walk into them once we get team fights with both of them involved. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of attention put up there this time around, but yeah, it's going to be interesting when we do have the Zeri Lulu coming through of how much, not even just ganks, but like how much pressure are we really going to see being put towards lanes. Mostly just about farming, vision control. That's kind of where these comps seem to lean. But when you have things like Lulu and, you know, have that range, maybe some heavy trades come out in bot lane and even just potentially set up 2v2 kills to be able to happen. I'm just being hopeful. I just want some action.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'd certainly hope there's action, but whether or not it comes through is a different question. I'm also really curious what kind of Zeri we're going to see today. This is the first Zeri of the year here in the LPL. And there are crit builds for like Stormrazor with your Navori, that kind of thing. But there's also that classic lawnmower build of the Titanic Hydra, which honestly, the changes to Titanic Hydra kind of favoring Zeri, a bit more AD on it, a bit less tankiness, less scaling with the tankiness, more just flat stats. And then obviously you go with the Runans, etc., etc. But here we go. Into the game for game number 2 between these two teams, and we'll see if OMG can get back in the series.
Well, seems like no Giles. I was gonna say, it seems no Giles to be found this time around. I know in LCK, it seems like the most popular variation has been the Navori and Stormrazor. So maybe that'll be what we see, right? I feel like with picks like this, typically it is like copying, if you are scrimming them, which you would assume. You know, probably scrims happening between FPX and some of the LCK teams, especially when they have Yokdom and Life on their roster. But that's not always true, because, you know, those teams in LCK weren't doing the Ghost Blade on the Aphelios.
No, certainly not. Just having a little look at Yokdom's match history. He has been playing the Zeri a little bit recently, not one of his big picks, but did go for the experimental Hex Plate build with then going in towards the Stormrazor, that sort of thing. So, see if that's going to be the option he goes for in this one. Only time will tell. Life ignited straight off the bat here. Huge damage out from the OMG bot lane, but reasonable trading back from Deokdam. And actually going to Ghost to try and get the pressure down. Slow from the Glitterland. Starry, is he going to have to flash as well? 1 HP! And does flash away. Huge stop for Deokdam and Life.
This is actually going to be really impactful too, right? Because not only did OMG have to burn more sums, Now, I mean, look, Dokdom and Life having complete control of the wave, going to try and deny some minions some experience from Starry, so they should be able to maintain an advantage in this lane going forward. I guess the question is going to be jungle intervention, but what a great start for the FPX bot lane. We highlighted in the AL series, they were able to find pressure in the 2v2 lane. They just weren't able to translate that into any kind of meaningful win, but this is exactly how you want to start a game off.
And really important note on the jungle pressure point is that Xiaofang currently on his chickens. He's been spotted on a ward. Milky Way skipped the Gromp. He's moved straight down to the bottom side. He could be able to get into this bottom lane a little bit earlier. I don't know whether he'll be able to... Oh, wow.
Oh,
Life
no.
just absolutely smurfing on PP God. He's going to be forced back to base.
Once again, left in a 1v2 situation here in the bot lane. At least we had the ward and Tribrush come through, so like you're saying, maybe it means Milky Way being down here won't really be that impactful. You can see Xiaofang as well now doing his Gromp, bringing him a little bit closer to bot lane, and man, Dokdom and Life just aren't stopping, as they shouldn't.
Lyric, Starry has 0 CS to 16. 0. And if Milky Way puts some pressure here and the wave crashes, with Starry not being able to participate, that's absolute disaster for the side of OMG. Milky Way forces the flash out from Xiaofang. That is 3 flashes blown in 3 minutes. Milky Way now going to try and get a blue buff. Starry can't be a part of the play because he's got to catch this massive wave underneath the tower. Blue buff taken. Advantages acquired for FPX.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see because, oh my god, they're still going. He's not going to be allowed to get his wolves either, potentially. I love that they end up kind of transferring this advantage to their jungler as well with getting that buff. Now it means, right, two avenues of the FPX comp going to be ahead. Certainly it would have been a bit more impactful had they been able to zone start up the wave. But with Xiaofang being around, I think that would have been incredibly hard.
Certainly would have been. Now, Starry did manage to get about 10 CS in that stacked up triple wave in the end. So, you know, not as far behind as it looked initially, but still like 10 CS down this early on in the game is a really tough start to work with. When you consider a CS is worth, you know, maybe 18 to 20 gold this early on, that's like a 200 gold advantage for the side of Deokdam just on CS alone. Huge lead for FPX to begin with.
That timing working out, but Life now gonna sweep. I like the patience coming out from Milky Way. They're going to have to be incredibly careful here, but it looks like he already has the angle. He even has flash up. He can just guarantee a route to come through. Starry doesn't cleanse.
They have to go for PP God, right? Starry has the cleanse available, knocked back, and will get under the tower, but no! Taken down anyway. Deokdam, not only with a CS lead, but with a kill as well. And look at this wave. I'm pretty sure they can freeze that.
Going for the recall. God, this is going to be so hard for OMG. What a tragic start to come through. Now, not an explosive, like, crazy 5v5 level 1, but this has just been, like, slow, brutal torture coming through for a rookie player, right? Starry being brought up from the LDL. Not even the best time.
I think on top of that as well, Lyric, when you consider the extra factors of the lane that you're losing to is one of the best scaling AD carries in the game. And on top of that, this is the pick they went to when you banned 5 AD carries. This is what you forced them onto, and it's going this badly. It's an absolute disaster.
And, like, the most egregious part, right, is it didn't even matter that the, like, millions of nerfs came through. Zeri always stood as, like, the late-game raid boss. The amount of damage you have, the amount of, mobility you have, especially making it so hard to lock you down. Already getting tier 2 boots is Care. We do have level 6s, has the Emperor's Divide.
Oh, pushes him straight towards Milky Way, who knocks him straight back over the wall. The flash shockwave, though, and Milky Way suddenly turned on. Angel with an opportunity, and Xiaofang here to finish the job off. They just need a little bit more damage for the blast go. No! Angel just eats it in.
Yeah, Care being hesitant on walking up to hit Angel. I guess just the threat of Xiaofang turning onto him. Maybe a little bit more could have been done there, but with no prio in top lane for Shala, who I guess it makes sense. Play goes awry. Nice job by OMG to find an avenue back into the game. Is going to lead them to getting these grubs. And hell, you hit on it last game with the Gnar. Going another champion who's just going to love being able to whittle down those turrets.
Yeah. And, you know, OMG going to be, you know, their name is literally, oh my god. They're going to be thanking God that Angel's got a kill here, that they've got that Gwen matchup in the top side, because they needed a lifeline in this one. Angel, great quick thinking on the Shockwave here, just to be able to equalize things.
Yeah, I mean, damage now not there for the side of FPX Care, not having the abilities and the consistent DPS coming from Xiaofeng. Conqueror stacked up, sadly. Almost gets away, but isn't going to be able to in the end.
He's literally in the auto attack animation. Checking in on the bottom side, it's a 30 CS lead almost in favor of Deoctam on top of that kill. He's already got his boots. He's feeling pretty good about the way that this game is going. I feel like the way that this early game has happened has really changed things up in the way that you have to look at this game as a whole, right? Because we came in saying, you know, a lot of scaling, a lot of late game, blah, 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 but now, with Milky Way being so aggressive on this Maokai, setting up the Octam earlier, I feel like FPX can be much more aggressive with the way that they play the map.
100% right. We've already seen it, not even just in terms of kills, but like even Care feeling safe enough to go and reset enemy jungle, get vision down, maintain that presence, and then that'll set up for more roams from Deoctam and Life to help Milky Way really just make Xiaofeng's life hard and help. Right now, Life just doing that to PP God in general. They don't even need to help right now with the Drake. They can just zone off this 2v2 and deny even more CS.
This is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. Starry not getting a look in this lane. And now, I mean, there's another wave crash, but there's a follow-up wave that's about to arrive. The resets come out from Starry. This wave will be basically one-shot by Deoctam, using the dash to then mean that his Qs make it all the way through the wave. And this cannon wave will be denied as well. More plates taken. This might be the most one-sided Zeri lane I've ever seen.
It is definitely the most one-sided Zeri lane I've ever seen. And I love that they're still using it to maintain advantages in the jungle. Milky Way a bit low, but we can see where Xiaofeng is on the minimap. Doesn't really seem like he'll be under any threat. I'm especially excited to see Deoctam's next back. And, you know, once he has a bit more components under his belt, I mean, they're really going to start putting pressure on PP God and Starry. They're doing this with only tier 2 boots.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is without items.
Yeah,
this
only the Sticker Greaves.
This is just them at a base level doing this kind of massacre to that of Starry and PP God. Really, really tough start for OMG. And we'll see what the game plan is to try and get back into things here. Up on the top side, we're basically even in CS. The same for the mid lane. Obviously, Angel getting that one kill earlier on, but it doesn't feel like that really matches up to the disparity on the bottom side right now. OMG, we'll see what the game plan ends up being. Drake, though, goes the way of FPX to start us off.
Ooh.
Care just flashed the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Oof. There we go, that's OMG's window magic.
You know, I feel better about reacting to it, seeing that Care himself is laughing. So, you know what?
Yeah.
It's fine. But going back to what OMG can look to do now, I think it's hard. Because I feel like if you try to match 3v3 like they're doing now, just trying to cover, there's no way you really ever win. So it would really take an overforce from FPX for you to do anything here. You'll buy a bit of time, but I mean, the damage coming out from the FPX side should just outweigh what OMG are bringing to the table right now. So it's like a Xiaofeng. I guess you could try to look top. Another thing would be trying to look for like some kind of tempo play involving Angel. When we're talking about an Orianna versus Zir matchup, I don't really know how that's possible without just outright giving mid waves.
Well, hang on, we're 10 minutes in. They're about to finish off this tower, but now an opportunity. Wild growth immediately. PP God's just gone. Has to escape the play. Now TP coming on through as well. They're desperate to get Deoctam down, and they've done it. The shutdown into Xiaofeng's pocket. They would have loved for Starry to get that kill, but at the end of the day, they took the raid boss down, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I'm surprised. The threat, so much put on. Everything being blown on him right away. Not really finding too much value, I feel like, out of some of those abilities. And even Cube, I think, was threatening potentially making his way down. Didn't have TP, so ends up just walking back to lane. And we're going to get a replay of oh, do we really replay this? Do we really replay this?
Oh no.
My God, LPL observers have absolutely no chill.
Okay, this is the replay we actually wanted.
Yeah, so we see everything blown pretty early like the Wild Growth. Sadly, not enough damage there. Nothing comes through. Just nothing left once Milky Way gets knocked away by Xiaofeng's ult to really contribute to helping peel for the Zeri.
And with with the TP coming down, plus like the flash from Milky Way, Deoctam and Life both using their summoners, that's a 6 summoner play for the side of FPX, and they end up losing out on it. It's really a tough situation for them. And Gold not far off of even Starry finally getting to get some CS. He's only 20 down now. As Care has moved into this bottom side, you can see Deoctam over in the mid lane now. The plate will go down. Starry gets himself an extra little bit of gold. You know, he's still massively behind, don't get me wrong. And at least something goes into his pocket now.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how we pivot into this Dragon setup. Right now, FPX obviously moving AD carry to mid. Once we get Life coming back here, should have an easier time pivoting into River. And with Starry going for his recall, I guess just about if FPX notices this opportunity and actually tries to force their way in.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be willing to. Massive mid priority, though, for FPX here. Kind of like that gives them enough space and time to take control of the area. And similar story, actually, up in the top side. Shala, who doing a really good job in what's generally considered to be a tough matchup for the Cassante, but I suppose that's when Ben has a little bit more AP, and for now, Shala, who going underneath the tower here to try and get some extra damage down. Got the plate as well.
Yeah, and I think that's also a difference, right? Shala already having his Kanik Rookhorn finished off to where Cube might have Riftmaker now that he's keeping back, but didn't have it, you know, in his kind of last sequence in lane.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how that top lane matchup is going to continue, because, as you say, finishing off that first legendary, so crucial between the two. But here we go. Drake started off. OMG, the ones on the scene right now. First Drake was taken by FPX earlier on. Sharpon just sitting on the objective for now, and it will be taken. Roots come on through. PP God, though, with a charm across the team. Double knock up. The shockwave on 3! Huge fight for FPX. Oh, sorry, for OMG as they find their way back in, but Deoctam is still alive. He's still going, and Starry, he's got a Cassante behind him. Starry down, and OMG, FPX managed to get themselves back in. I can't keep track of this.
There's so much going on. Honestly, I was kind of left confused by the Emperor's Divide. Once again, I believe connecting onto no one. I cannot believe OMG didn't win that fight harder with the shockwave that Angel found, but I mean, Shala, who did just outright run over, did allow for Cube to pick up a top lane turret in the meantime. It's going to be answered back here in the bot side.
So, after all of this absolute chaos of the game so far, when we take stock of things, it's just 500 gold between the two teams. It's a Drake apiece, it's 3 Grubs apiece, it's 1 tower apiece. Somehow, after that ridiculous early game from FPX's bottom lane, we've ended up in a relatively even game state. I can't really believe it, but it's happening, and I will say, this Orianna game from Angel so far, fantastic.
Yeah, we see a very good turn on the PB God. Completely makes sense. Once again, Emperor's Divide. KR just not having a great game, but there it is. The shockwave you hit. I believe FPX just, you know, the ball getting lost in the chaos. But the difference maker in the rest of this fight really being Deoctam having that extra damage. He already finished off his first item in the Hex Plate at that point. And then Shala, who made his way down. So they even just had numbers to begin with. I guess to end with.
Yeah. And my brain just broke midway through that fight because it was like FPX were fighting from the wrong side of the map. They kind of got corralled into OMG's jungle and then had to fight their way back out. Deoctam fighting basically from blue buff. And now we kind of return to the status quo a little bit here. Care trying to get some pressure in this side lane. And now with a second turret taken for FPX in that mid lane, certainly opens up the map a little bit more. Care going to look to try and find another one as his team sets off on the Herald.
Now again, just playing around their strength. Finally, Starry has managed to get an item completed. Cracked the Slayer now picked up, but still, Deoctam on his way towards his second. I also just love experimental Hexplate on Zeri specifically. It just seems like it synergizes so well with their ultimate, getting more movement speed, being able to stay, you know, kind of slippery, not let enemies get on top of you, and the attack speed.
Yeah, you may have overstayed your welcome a little bit here, but no, Milky Way's in the area. Will be dissuaded in the end.
Yeah, the big thing is if you look at the minimap where Starry is, because Deoctam had started moving from mid, and they're like, okay, well, we don't know how fast he'll be here. Ooh, FPX.
They're hoping to find Starry, I think.
Yeah.
He was playing it safe, luckily for OMG. Will not get caught out. If they just take this tower, actually, they have a lot of damage. And TP going to be committed. And honestly, you'll take that. That's essentially a miniature objective in of itself.
Yeah, because now you can do like a similar thing, right? Send Care back up towards top side. He has the TP. Who's going to match? I mean, Angel can't now. Cube. He now has to match Shalhu anyway. Shalhu still has that TP. So a lot of global pressure that can be put up by FTX. And honestly, just try and force either a 4v3 or a 5v4, depending on if top laners join in.
We'll see if the top laners will join in or not. Whether or not we actually get a fight for this Drake, it's up in a minute's time. Shalhu moving to that bottom side. Resets across the board, but you expect Care to move up towards that top side. Yeah, you can see it on your minimap now. Angel's going to have to match him, and honestly, I feel like that means OMG kind of just have to concede this Drake.
I mean, it either means them conceding the Drake, right? Or as Angel, you finish pushing this in, you go the reset, you just go straight to Dragon, and you concede top lane turret, and you say, hey, you know, you get a little bit more gold injected into it's fine. We'll see which one they decide to go for. Another option would be they can set some kind of like trap play before the Dragon happens. It doesn't look like they're going to do that because that would usually entail either having Xiaofeng up with Angel right now to find a kill, or maybe if they lean down to put some pressure on the Cassante. But in the end, looks like they're just going to kind of be in a similar position, catching waves in all three lanes.
Yep, looks like that's the game plan for now. And as you were mentioning before, the experimental Hex play on this area is so good, getting the attack speed when you use your ultimate. It's like her and Nocturne, basically the two big Hex plate users right now that I've seen at the very least. I'm trying to think of like who else could be big users. Like if it was Crit, I'd say Sivir, but it's not Crit. So I don't know if you could ever really build it as Sivir or not.
I mean, you could.
Maybe as a 5th item. You could have an 80% crit.
You know, whether it's good or not, who knows, but yeah, you always could. But here we go. Rift Herald being placed down, so I like this. FX putting more pressure on the map. They did just opt into giving top lane turret. And look at the minimap. FPX say, fine, take your second Drake. We're just going to pressure all these neutral objectives.
We're going to take not only a tier 1 in the top side, we're going to take a tier 2 in the mid lane, and then we're going to rotate up to the top side as well. You don't have a TP on Angel. He's going to have to walk up by himself and suddenly finds himself alone. Flashes over the wall to safety, just about. Relative safety, at least. Because now FPX have to retreat. OMG, the cavalry have arrived. Cube is on the flank right now with Yoknum already doing a lot of damage. Jumps over the wall. He's left the rest of his team without that damage, but not even the needle work can slow them down enough.
But now, I mean, you look at bot lane, Shala, who's now going to be able to deny some CS, and it feels like ever since FPX pulled that TP from Angel, that OMG just didn't know how to react on the map. They weren't okay with giving up that Drake, which is kind of, oh my god, well, who cares about the analysis? We're getting a Baron attempt.
Look, I think this is part of that analysis though, right? This is FPX with some incredible map play. Like, I know we've not had the cleanest League of Legends so far across the course of the LPL, but I think FPX may be one of the best macro teams we've seen so far. Managing to get themselves this Baron. The Roots deny any chance of a steal. Can they survive is the question. Shockwave dodged away from by Milky Way. As now Shaola, who TP'd in, gets a wild growth to try and escape with the knockback as well. They get out with just a single casualty. You'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, OMG just really seems so flustered. I'm really surprised they did not end up giving up that Drake and like could see the potential of how FPX can just abuse them on the map like we've seen. And then the Baron, they clearly just didn't expect it at all, being like, hey, FPX have been on the map for a while. You know, they've lost some health, some mana's down. They probably need some resets. No, they do not care about those resets. We're going to see here. Oh, that's even more embarrassing. That's a tragedy.
Even saw. It really is a tragedy. And this off the back of the pressure down to the bottom side from Shaola, who as well, forcing the TP. And then suddenly, Baron taken. Life just buying space, buying time. A little bit of a polymorph coming on through there. Smiting, and Xiaofeng even flashed for it. It goes from bad to worse.
You know, with how we saw that went down, I didn't care about any of that. The only thing I cared about was, I don't know why, like a drive-by polymorph is just kind of like one of the most like whimsical things you could do. Literally, like, provide nothing else, just walk up, polymorph, immediately run away. Good job, Life.
I mean, he only had like 300 HP,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's not like they could focus on him right then. So FBX, I mean, great bit of play coming out from them. And, you know, the early game, bottom lane, looked really, really good, right? But then things start to go a little bit pear-shaped. But now, this macro play, the play around the map has been absolutely fantastic from them the last few minutes. And it's netted them such a lead now, 3,000 gold. More importantly, the Baron buff to work with to turn that into more, even a Sun Disc to retreat to as well. Yokdum still an absolute monster on this Zeri. I'm curious how many items he's on at this point. I didn't get to check before the scoreboard went away, but I'm scared of the answer.
Yeah, I didn't either. I mean, really, this past like 5 minutes has been such like a good sequence for FBX, and they want to make it. They want to make it 6 minutes. They want to keep finding.
They do. Trying to use this Baron. They've got the true damage burn as well. The cannon ticking away on that tower. I think this is going to be an in-hit tower going down shortly. Got to be careful of the shockwave. The shockwave from Angel could change everything if they group up in a siege like this. Angel's just waiting for that opportunity, but one more wave will do it. They've got 20 seconds, another wave coming in. This is their last Baron wave to work with, but the tower is solo. There's no cannon though, and it means the in-hip tower will survive for OMG.
So they have a bit of time, they have a bit of space to play with. Dragon going to come up again in 50 seconds, and it feels like this is where... actually, probably FTX are just going to get this one for free, thinking about it. OMG, if they do opt into it, I'd be a bit surprised. They aren't like too massively behind in, honestly, in gold or items. I'm actually surprised it's only a 3k gold lead with the fact that they got the Baron and the rotations we saw coming through earlier. But who knows, maybe OMG do opt into fighting. I feel like the right call might just be waiting to try to get more gold, but at the same time, that is just giving Zeri and Azir more time to just get massive.
Yeah, I feel like you're on 2 items, on Xayah and on Orianna. Maybe now is the moment. And same for Cube as well, he's got the Blighted Crystal. Maybe now is the time you've got to fight to try and stop the bleeding. Milky Way getting chased down. I think OMG having a similar mentality as they posture for what could be a scrap.
Care not here. No one answering in top, so once again, more minions being denied, more turret damage being done. The indecision, it's killing them.
Cube maybe going to look for an all-in onto Care here, but he just dashes away over the wall. Beautifully done on the Azir. Not only do they get the tier 2 tower, they're going to get the dragon as well. They get their cake and they eat it too. FBX, they are running OMG around the map like headless chickens.
It is something else. OMG just really being so slow to react, which is kind of surprising, right? Because when we've looked at like most interviews of teams PBGod has been on, he's actually gotten a lot of praise from his teammates in terms of like what he brings to the table and how vocal he is. And like a lot of people have said he has a good mind for the game, but so far these 2 series from OMG, we're not really seeing any decisiveness, which is even crazier when you think about like, right, we think about PBGod as like the go-in guy, the hey, I'm going to engage, I play engaged champions, I played with Sam D, ha ha ha, I'm super cool, but that's not happening much. Is it because there's no Sam D?
Well, I feel like he's had that reputation on teams sans Sam D, so I'm not sure it's Sam D's fault. I feel like poor Sam D catching strays here. His influence needed desperately here, apparently. Poor Starry, already. It's only his 2nd series and Lyric wants him replaced.
It's not him, like, you could literally replace anybody with... Actually, no, not with Sam D, with Y4. Even Ruler's not safe when it comes to Sam D or Y4. Anyone who's played on that Victory 5 roster, they get any team they want, in my mind.
For anyone that doesn't know as well, Y4 was the original to bring out the finger guns pose in the player portrait pictures. And not only did Sam D replace him in that V5 roster, he also stole the finger guns pose from him. It was the most brutal betrayal of any player I've ever seen. The most brutal, just like, I've taken your job and now I'm taking your photo pose. I don't know. Yeah, it's not that deep really.
I feel like I should write like a novel on just like 2020 Victory 5 lore. Is there a point where anyone buy it? Oh, there we go.
Not to brag or anything, but I read. Oh dear. Xiaofeng moving forwards. Right, oh, what's the plan here, OMG? What are we going to do? Something's got to give. Something's got to change here, because the way we're playing is not working. I feel like right now, the plan is kind of just walk nearby FPX and watch them take everything they want.
I feel like ideally they want this Gwen to get bigger, right? Because even though it's like, okay, you're scared of Zeri, you're scared of the Azir, it's like, okay, Xayah and Orianna will bring comparable damage, right? But I feel like the one place where they can really try to outshine is what Gwen can provide in a team fight. Looks like he did just finish off the Crypto Bloom, but Engage comes through.
They're in trouble here. Xiaofeng knocked back, flashes away. The Shockwave to try and buy some space here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. FPX getting on top of everyone, and Starry goes down. PP God will be next, but here comes Cube! You said the Gwen can get big, and big she has got, but the polymorph! Life walks away! I can't believe they just got away with that.
That looked like the best chance, right? But sadly not able to pull it through. Angel's still alive, and he has full HP with the blue buff. Dilthum gonna have to be careful, but never mind. Angel's the one who has to be careful.
Yeah, TP comes out, Angel forced away, but he still keeps his health, keeps himself safe. Half the way through the cooldown on Shockwave is not going to be up in time to contest a Baron. And that is FPX earning themselves an objective here. Fantastic bit of team fighting coming out. The fact that Life walked away on such little HP off of another drive-by polymorph is just beautiful.
Yeah, and we see here, just nice engage coming out from SPX. I love that they try to prevent PP God from going in. Still manages to find care, but on the back side of the fight, Dilthum is just too huge. We have Shala who right next to him, kind of providing the steal and giving him even more safety. But my God, Munch, when you pointed out Cube's Gwen getting in the fight, this is where I thought it was over.
Yeah. So much initially, and then Life, barely alive, polymorphs the Gwen and walks away. Deoctam surviving as well. And I will say, Angel's Shockwave was like a pixel above Deoctam and a pixel below Care. It only hit one target, but it was a whisper away from hitting 3. And somehow, even though Deoctam was firing the entire time, Cube still did more damage. The Gwen is very much online, and that's scary for FPS.
I agree, especially now that the Crypto Bloom's picked up, and like, if you can get an extended fight, keep running them down, and actually pick up, you know, the healing that it provides that's dropped, I mean, that could just be a team fight where OMG come back. That is massive copium I'm selling right there, but at the same time, it's possible. There's a world, there's a universe where it happens.
It certainly is. I just want to let you know, it is Crypt Bloom. It's not sponsored by...
Oh, it's not?
By Ethereum.
I always
it's not sponsored by Bitcoin.
I always thought there was an O there, and I thought it was so strange that Riot named it that.
Yeah, no, it's as in like a flower on someone's grave, hence the healing after a kill, you know, like Crypt Bloom. Yeah. It's kind of a meme name, the Crypto Bloom, but yeah, I wasn't sure if you were memeing at this point since you said it about 7 times.
Funnier that way anyway.
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with
but
that.
Sadly, what's not funny is the state of affairs for OMG. Our only hope on this Gwen with an item with a mean name. Can they get it done? Or is this Zeri just going to keep murdering everyone? Because now 3 items done.
Yeah, let's see. The root's going to come on through. This already feels pretty doomed for OMG. They're just getting railed here. Shala who walks away. Low HP bars. Deoctam going to get some Chain Lightning on the go. It's one apiece here, but the Nexus Tower is starting to get hammered away on. The zaps coming on through. 1 for 1, and Care gone down. Maybe FPX can be pushed away here. OMG stepping forward to try and contest once again. But it's so difficult to move in. They don't have the charm available from PP God. The knockup comes on through Shala who pushes him away. PP God low on HP himself. Starry's going to go down. And that's going to be game. Beautiful stuff. There's a double kill for Shala who he does go down. But he gets a Nexus for his efforts.
What a strange game. Like going all the way back to early game where it's like, all right, we now have this Zeri Lulu that's level 3, like 30 CS up when the Xayah had none. We have Care on the winning team despite the fact that I don't know, did he land in Emperor's Divide in that game?
Yeah, the one he kind of he did a bit of damage to Starry with it.
Yeah, but like point is this game was very odd. Like, and you could see that OMG because of how the early levels went, didn't really know what to do. It didn't seem like they can like decide like, hey, do we give up objectives and farm to get more items on our Gwen? Do we try and contest them for these neutral objectives? And that indecision led to that huge sequence where we pointed out, cool, you know, you got Dragon, but you gave up 3 turrets, you lost tons of minion waves, you set up for FPX to do a Baron, but I guess, I don't know, we should credit that to the rotation now that we saw that, hey, actually OMG did have vision of the Maokai walking up towards the Baron.
Yep. All things considered, FPX with 2 quite different wins as well. Like, I think that's the big thing for me to take away from this one. That FPX beat OMG pretty comprehensively in 2 different ways as well. Like, and the fact that Deoknam was able to play this series in such a convincing way after a million fans going towards them. Like, absolutely crazy stuff coming on through in the end. So, fantastic win there for FPX, and that means that's the end of our second series already, Lyric. We are flying through today.
No,
and we're headed towards
games.
Abaga. We are headed towards Abaga. It's BLG versus RNG. These are 2 teams that should be contenders for the top spot. RNG leaving something to be desired in their first series, though. Let's see if they've got a little bit more for their second after the break.
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一套，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打的有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
对他们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路。
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Lyric, and we're headed towards our third series of the day. It's BLG versus RNG, and this one, Lyric, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a barn burner. But before we get into that one, we're going to look at our MVP from the previous series, I believe, if I remember correctly.
I absolutely trolled, left my mic. You know, I'm done
Am
with
I
my
casting
tech.
with the
You go.
Daggertron right
You
now?
go. You know what?
Lyric
you,
having
you hype
tech
this guy up.
disasters.
No, my
Diogdom.
mic is unmuted now.
Yeah. Wait, he's back with us. I could hear him the whole time. You guys couldn't though. So yeah, Diogdom Zeri, absolutely insane. Destruction in the bottom lane. Like, he was on 20 CS before Starry got a single CS in this game. Phenomenal performance coming out from him, and great in the team fights as well. And honestly, the biggest takeaway from that game for me was FPX's macro overall. The way that they played the map, the way that they punished the way OMG were playing the map. Like, absolutely immaculate stuff.
Yeah, it was beautiful. So nice to see them pick up a win. Now both teams that came into those two series winless now have wins. But now we jump to BLG, RNG, two teams that actually did manage to win their first series. RNG played up against EDG, were able to pull it through. BLG against Top Esports. So it's gonna be a fun one to see.
Yeah, it certainly will be. BLG up first. And you can see, you know, this is a team that typically they like to remain somewhat anonymous. I think some of you at home might know the faces, but for anyone that doesn't, it's Bin, it's Shun, it's Knight, it's Elk, and it's on there for BLG. And I feel like BLG, this is the team that's coming into the LPL. They're in pole position. And, you know, check out what our graphics guy did for this lower third for me, because it's absolutely beautiful. This is the team, though, that's coming in essentially in first place, right? In terms of power rankings, in terms of like just pure muscle by the pound, or in horsepower, if you will, they are definitely coming in pole position. A favourite to come out in first at the end of the split. And we'll see if they can live up to that expectation across the course of the year. But so far, so good in their series against Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, hell, the only team that they really weren't able to overcome last year was JDG with Knight. So now that they were able to pick up Knight, we saw a great early game, especially in this game 1. We actually missed one of the highlights, which was Knight finding a really nice trade level 1, which kind of set up for this level of domination that came from BLG. They used that prio mid, they used prio from starting on the wave bot to just get Shun this massive advantage. He was invading enemy jungle, he was constantly going for these dives. And yeah, it was really down to a team effort. And it's really just a great example of how to efficiently snowball a game of League of Legends with an early advantage.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from BLG. Like, Shun literally 1v1ing TN in the jungle, which you don't usually expect a brand to be wanting to fight as in Zhao, but Shun certainly not scared of the early action, and then basically forcing Top Esports into a Hail Mary fight at 19 minutes into the game. How insane is that? And then on, like, the positioning was fantastic. It's so brave to stay as long as he did, just hold his ground, get that damage out, setting up for an extra kill onto the Azir at the end of the fight as well. So phenomenal start to things, taking down Top Esports. And now another big contender on the chopping block in that of RNG. And I feel like this one could be a little tougher. RNG coming in with a win to start off their split. And, you know, a lot of pieces that are still remaining there from the previous year.
Yeah, I mean, really, only big difference is bringing back in Ming, which I feel like is something everyone's going to love. We talked about it yesterday, but I mean, the old trifecta of supports, right? Mako, Ming, and Chris. Didn't really ever feel like Ming ever fell off, just took a step back. So having him back now, I think, is huge. And in their first series, RNG, it was a bit dicey, but I feel like the player we really have to focus on is definitely Breathe. Breathe came in, him and Wei, I think, were kind of the core, really proactively pushing the game forward. These are some stats from that first game. So pretty aggressive pre-15 and like almost 40% of the kills happening around him. Obviously, huge CS differential that he was able to find in the 1v1 and even picking up a solo kill. So I'm pretty excited to see what Breathe and Wei can do going forward, because they just seem like such a consistent duo.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, just incredible power in that top side, incredibly fluid between the pair of them, as you say. And Fisher doing his best to try and survive this one, but just fantastic bit of play, fantastic chaining of CC to make sure that they get the double kill in the end. And EDG having a hard time in this series, and a lot of that down to the way that RNG were playing as a unit.
Yeah, I mean, RNG were just putting so much pressure on them, like we saw from that flank coming out from Breathe. You can also see a lot of nerves, I think, coming out from EDG, because there's a lot of, like, uncharacteristic and silly mistakes. Fisher, of course, going through the Talia rocks, ends up getting stunned, and that pushes RNG to being able to take that game. But at the same time, I feel like we did see enough good things from RNG to at least have some hope for them going forward in terms of, like, pushing that, like, middle top tier echelon that you'd expect with some of the names on this roster.
And, you know, if we're going to talk about Breathe, we've got to also talk about Bin, because the real question is, was Breathe the upgrade that RNG wanted him to be? RNG won MSI with Bin on the roster, then replaced him with Breathe. And since then, RNG have not won a tournament, whereas Bin, you know, also not won a tournament, but he's been, you know, top 2 at MSI, top 4
Yeah.
at Worlds. Been absolutely smashing it on BLG in the LPL since the start of last year. So it's one of those things where, you know, at the time it definitely felt like Bin and Breathe were similar, comparable
Like
power
caliber,
level.
yeah.
I'd say for now, Bin seems like the bigger name for me in the top lane. So
Yeah.
we'll see if Breathe can kind of prove that wrong tonight.
I think at the time, and right, this is before we had a lot of the highs that Ben has showed us. But like, especially, I remember like being at internationals and talking to some other casters who were also watching LPL. It's like, hey, bit of a side grade, right? You have like Ben, this guy's gonna dominate lane. You have Breathe, the guy who's a bit better in team fights. And even maybe back then it was true, but since then we've had Ben pick up tanks since that moment and like really get like proficient on being able to find impacts in team fights, not always have resources come to him. And it feels like he really has kind of stepped up to that next level and be what I think you could say is the best top laner in the LPL. You have him or you have 369. Breathe, I think, really going to have to show a little bit more, especially on this RNG roster, which sure has talent, but, you know, still having players that, like Tang Yuan, who have, you know, been in a few splits now, but still are on, like, the newer end of the spectrum, having to play up against people like Knight, up against Scout, Xiaohu's of the world. It's going to be tough. So I think a lot is going to have to come through some of the veteran presence that RNG has on their roster.
I think the other big question mark for me with RNG is, you know, the bottom lane, Ming coming back in after having one split off, you know, Lumao filling his shoes. Actually, Lumao, previously on RNG, was the super sub for BLG when they won MSI as well. He's the promiscu of the LPL, if you will. But also LWX joining this roster. So this relatively new duo, I'm not sure they've ever played together before until this year. So we'll see how they're going to perform as a duo. And they've got to go up against Elk and On, who, let's be honest, they dominate the bottom lane. They love Illusion Nami, which just happens to be one of the best duos in the meta right now. So this could be a really tough bottom lane for RNG. But I would love to see LWX and Ming just come in and show up. I'd love to see them playing the aggressive side of a matchup and try and bring it to Elkanor.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I still think Ming has it. I love that Ming is even still willing to lean on some of his, like, known picks, right? One of the things that Ming would always go back to that a lot of other sports dropped was the set. We saw that come out in the first series. He's someone just so, I think, diverse as a player, like, can play in Enchantress really well, has some great engaged champions, really can just do anything a team needs. You know, he's a player that also is vocal. Again, we used to have the mom and dad, Xiaohu and Ming, which was how the other players on the team described it, with Ming really being Ming was the strict one. I think the way Xiaohu described it was like he was the, like, easygoing father, Ming was the strict mother. So Ming's gonna get these guys in line. I have faith.
Yeah. You certainly hope so, wouldn't you? And I feel like the rest of the team has really been, you know, growing. And I feel like, you know, we always talk about Ming as like the franchise player for RNG, but there's something to be said for Wei now in the jungle as well. Right? He's been a part of the team for a long time at this stage, and I do feel like he's gradually stepped more into a leadership role. Whenever the player cam is on Wei, you can see him talking, you can see him communicating with the team, and it does feel like not only has he become a franchise player for RNG, but it feels like he's become a bigger voice within the team itself as well.
Yeah, and he even just like his level of play is so good. He was also a part that was kind of a bright spot in that first series that was a little bit messy, right? Like it did go 3 games up against EG, so Wei's another player who, coming into this one, going up against Shun, we've seen Wei able to reach those highs and be the best jungler in the LPL. So now it's just, hey, can you get back to that? Can you get back to when, you know, RNG was winning MSI just a few years ago?
Yeah, I feel like, to me, this RNG roster, I kind of see them in a similar light to the WE roster earlier, where it's like, there's a lot of potential here. There's a lot, you can see the pieces meshing together, you can see it working. It's just a question of whether or not they can put the results on the table. And the positive for RNG is they have more pre-built synergy than what that WE roster is bringing to the table. Sorry, I don't mean WE, I mean AL, I think. The one with Hope and Shanks, XWE. But yeah, so we'll see. We'll see if the pre-built synergy is going to work out for them, if that's going to turn into wins. Like we said, they did get their first win on the board against CEG. It wasn't the cleanest win ever, but hey, still counts as a point when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to getting higher up in the standings. We'll see how the rest of the split's going to turn out for him.
I do feel like when thinking about BLG, because like you said, they're kind of the clear favorites of the split. Like, they were already a good roster to bring in tonight. I feel like one of the places where they can be exploited is probably the bot 2v2. Not that Elk and On aren't great, but I feel like there are other more dominant laners in the league. Though I really think it probably only comes down to two, which one is obviously Ruler and Missing, and the other I'd probably say is Jackie Love. Really doesn't matter what support it is. I feel like Jackie Love has shown over the years that he can contend. He's shown in the last series up against BLG as well. That's how they won game 2 against BLG, was just dominating that bot lane. And to where when we think of RNG's bot duo right now, you wouldn't really think of like, you know, incredibly dominant laning phase. So that is where I'm a bit hesitant to where it's like, hey, we've seen this could potentially be an area where a team could have like a higher ceiling. But the question is, does RNG?
Yeah, that's the question. And to be fair, like, you can see the potential. Like, if LWX can get back to the kind of form that he was in 2019, it feels like a while ago now, but we've seen it happen before, like late resurgences from players. I do just want to take a second to talk about that top esports bottom lane as well, because we've got a bit of a delay on the Chinese side, so we'll be waffling away to you guys for just a moment or two. You know, you were talking about Jackie Love plus whatever support is already like a really good bottom lane. Well, this year he's with Mako. I feel like that is one of people haven't really talked that much about LPL roster moves this year, but like Mako plus Jackie Love has to be one of the biggest moves in recent history, really. Like, that is a power lane if ever I heard of one. As long as Mako is in form, he had a bit of a rough series to start the split, to be fair, but like, you can see that once that's meshed together, like, you can just see this perfect vision of incredible bot lane, you know?
Yeah, and, you know, I feel like it could come off as a slight when it's a Jackie Love plus Weber, considering now he does have Ming, but it's like, right, this guy went from, like, Yu Yanja, Dwa, you know, Mark, who really kind of stepped up. But like you're saying, Mako is a bit of a different beast, so that one's super exciting, especially knowing that those two have been longtime friends, right? Like, they were two players who did want to play together, so that one's exciting, keeping them in contention, right? JDG, another team you're looking up there at the top of the table, considering they still have pieces like Ruler and Missing. And yeah, I think not only is the middle of the table going to be fun, like what we saw from the last 2 series, but also the skirmish at the top of the table. Like, sure, BLG might be in the lead, but I don't think they're clear-cut guaranteed a trophy by any means.
I mean, when you look at JDG, they've sort of gone back to what had worked for them in the past, right? Like, Kanavi and Yagao back together. Like, Kanavi loves to be that carry jungler. Yagao loves to be that supportive mid laner to enable that carry jungler. It does feel like a match made in heaven for the two of them. And then you got Ruler and Missing, still that duo down in the bottom side. Then Flandre joining JDG. Like, that's going to be an interesting one. Like, the fact that we still haven't seen JDG play is killing me. I'm desperate to see what this team looks like, to see how they're going to play the game, because it's a really interesting roster, and it could go amazingly. I feel like it could go catastrophically wrong as well, depending on that top side.
Yeah, it definitely could, and that one, that one's gonna be crazy to me. I'm just so happy to see that Yagao's back. I feel like Yagao just always gets disrespected. Like, man, do people not remember 2022 when you know, he was like, him and JDG were winning overnight, and you know, it was their time. So I think it's one where it's gonna be incredibly fun to watch.
Anyone who talks smack about Yagao hasn't seen him play Zoe. They haven't seen him play LeBron. This guy is an absolute beast. Back in 2020, he was unbelievable, and he still had incredible performances since. We're going to jump into a quick break. We do have some delays on the Chinese side. We will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time, and hopefully we'll have some games to show you. Hello everybody and welcome back to the LPL. As you can see, the players are sat on stage. We're ready to get into our third series of the day. BLG versus RNG. You can see BLG on your screen right here. You know, trying to remain anonymous, but then the broadcasters are putting their Weibos on the screen. It's a disaster.
Yeah, it is a bit of a rough one, but Munch, I'm excited. I'm ready.
Munch.
We were. God, why did you have to do it? We're not on a delay anymore. We don't have to fill time. We can look at these beautiful faces, and I can say you're talking during break, and I'm torn because I'm always down for some like BLG violence. You know what we saw in their very first game, but at the same time, my God, Ming is my GOAT. I want to see him do well. I'll still never get over the fact that he didn't get that MVP at. I mean, hell, it was finals and MSI where I felt like he deserved the MVP, but definitely MSI. So, you know, we need justice for Ming.
Justice for Ming. Start the hashtag, guys. Yeah, I feel like on your point of BLG violence, I feel like BLG are to the LPL what Dr. Disrespect was to PUBG like 10 years ago.
Oh, no.
Like speed, momentum, violence, just like taking the game by storm. They certainly did in a couple of those games against top esports. Game 3 especially was definitely all about the speed, momentum, and violence. No 360 no-scopes though, I will say.
No, none. Yeah.
Disappointing.
You think there's a chance we get any today?
It's possible. It's improbable. I've got to say, the 360s, not typically that much of a thing in League of Legends. Disappointingly. I feel like with Lethality Varus in the meta, there's plenty of space for 360s.
Can you imagine how obnoxious people would be if, like, you could do that? Or if, like you could, like, do it with Caitlyn as well, spin around while you're doing your ace in the hole or something like that?
Well, you just spin around and then do your ult, right?
They should add that animation. There they go. There they go.
It's like the, you know, the whole, like, Chibi Yasuo gets his mastery emote and stuff like that. Maybe we need to start bringing stuff like that in. You can have, like, special emotes for champions that you could buy. That's like, Caitlyn gets to do a 360 no-scope, you know? And
they should just
Hi,
make
Riot.
You know, they should just make it part anyway. I mean, Caitlyn just stands there regardless. You know, what would be the difference if she did, like, a really BM spin while she does it?
Yeah. Yeah, new skin coming up. Call of Duty Caitlyn.
Well, we got the banners.
Like, yeah, if they do the follow-up to Omega Squad, have Caitlyn in there, she could do 360 no-scope. There we go. Anyway, time to get into Champ Select. BLG versus RNG here. Nautilus and Cassante both taken off the board, so limiting RNG a little bit. And the Renata denied as well.
The big Ming respect being shown with the Nautilus, immediately going towards the first pick. Udyr makes sense, right? Already missing the Jax and the Cassante. We surprisingly really haven't been seeing as much of the Aatrox, which kind of did feel like to me the like third in line in terms of like, hey, I'm a blindable top laner that can just sit here and do fine in lane. But we'll see what Breathe wants to go with, because we know Breathe is someone who can bring out aggressive picks. RNG, not going to be surprised to see this one locked in. Kongyuan definitely more of a role player, it feels like, on this RNG squad. Now I wonder if we're going to get something like, maybe the Melio coming out, or a Lucian. A lot of like high prio bot laners. Hell, even the Kalista, funnily enough. Something we've seen consistently banned and taken away, still left on the table.
Yeah, Kalista could be a good shout here. The Varus, though, going to come through instead. So, locking in both major carries here for RNG. BLG, I mean, they could go Lucian Melio here. They could go Lucian Nami. Both of those available. They could go Kalista with whatever they fancy, whether that's a Jarvan, a Blitzcrank. There's a million combos to go with Kalista in the bottom side. Could even see a Senna bot lane. We've seen two of them, I think, in the LPL so far. But no, it is going to be Lucian coming on through. And you expect the Melio, right? I feel like Melio, definitely the preference over the Nami right now.
Yeah, it's just been a duo that we've seen denied so consistently in the series that we've had so far. So now for RNG, if they want, they can look to match support. Or you can try and look to pull pressure somewhere else, right? And try to go with something where you can start banning out BLG on 3. So I kind of like the hover of jungle right here. This, in my mind, was just pretty much Wei's best pick in so many different metas. They're going to cement it.
Certainly are the buy locked in. So, strong lock-ins, honestly, on both sides here. I'm curious to see BLG playing this Udyr top. You know, there's been a lot of conversation about the Udyr over the last day or two, about how to play it, how to be effective with it, because we've seen a lot of teams not using it super effectively, but it can be an incredibly powerful pick if you use that priority to get out onto the map. So keep your eyes on Bin on that mini-map, see where he goes on the map, how he uses that priority. And instantly RNG are saying, look, if Bin's going to have infinite priority, we don't want to play against Shun's brand.
I am a bit surprised they didn't take away the LeBlanc, though. I mean, Knight had an amazing performance on it.
Yeah,
and, you know, I feel like Knight's one of those players that, you know, eventually if we do finally swap over to, like, seeing AP LeBlanc be, you know, normality again, like, we know he's terrific on either build of the champion. So that's something that's still definitely there for the side of BLG. Now, another support taken away. For RNG, I mean, blindable tops, we already hit on something like the Aatrox, if they did want to go that route and kind of just play with a lot of stability, already bringing in the Rel support. So it looks like Ming wants to stick to the comfort of being that guaranteed engage for the squad, pretty much what he's always done for the side of RNG.
Yeah, the Rel, something he's very comfortable with, and very good at following up on the buy as well. Like, if buy goes for that initial engage, you can have Chain of Corruptions down, and Rel can just crash down on top of everyone. If anyone tries to help, they get locked up in that CC chain as well. Let's see what BLG are going to answer with. Looks like Knight going to go for the Nico here in the mid lane. Now we just need that jungler, and you would expect an AD jungler considering you got that Nico in.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see this come out, and then we'll move over to the RNG side, because even things like the Rumble being left up on the table, BLG right now kind of deciding if they want some more guaranteed lockdown, especially when you're up against something like the Varus. It can make a bit of sense. But Shun's, like, facial expressions are kind of worrying me with where they're going to going. And they do decide to be a little bit spicy, bring out the Kindred, and, you know, bring a bit more survivability to the squad. You are going up against, like, the Empress Divide, which has potential to, like, knock you out of that. Is good up against things like the Rel, right? She pops Magnet Storm, you pop the Lamb's Respite, and we'll just make BLG's life a lot easier.
I think the other thing as well that Kindred's bringing here is you've got a Milio, another AD carry that Milio can buff up, that can add range to. You've got another hyper carry on the team that Milio will just love to be on board with. So fantastic little lock in there. I'm excited to see this, and not to mention, it is Shun's Kindred. He's a damn good Kindred player.
Well, they didn't lock in.
We'll never know what RNG finish off the draft with.
I assume it was maybe a missed pick, nothing getting picked during the timer. Maybe some issue there. We're gonna wait to find out. Maybe Breed's like, guys, they banned everything I'd pick here. You know, let's just move to game 2.
Just go next.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. We could. Let's see up against top. I already forgot what it was.
He's playing up against Udyr. Top lane's been another role this split that we haven't seen a lot of, like, champion diversity. It really has been like Cassante, Udyr, Jax being our primary mainstays. You know, we've had some Narses counter picks. Rumble's been banned a lot. Wasn't banned in this one. Had a game of Scion, but haven't really just seen all that much in the top lane so far.
I'm trying to think of, like, top laners that could maybe get priority versus Udyr. I'm certainly
Darius.
not an Udyr main. I'm sure Dom knows a million champions that you could potentially pick, but
I think it was
Kennen.
I think it was Keen in the LCK. I might be attributing it to the wrong top laner. But I know there was an LCK game where there was a Darius picked into it, had a Sejuani, early ganked it once, and then just absolutely took over the game. So that one was really fun. So I wonder if there are, like, kind of more fun strategies like that you can do to really just shut them out of the game and have some kind of strong top side that then you could leave on an island which will just win on its own.
So what you're saying is this is an Adam meta.
Maybe.
This is the kind of meta where Adam is going to thrive when he can get those free Darius games. Yeah,
Maybe
we'll see what RNG can go with anyway.
Maybe we go back in time to when Breathe was Curse, and we bring back the Fiora.
Ooh, I'm 100% down for that. He is a beast of a Fiora. You've all heard the legends of Chinese Fiora. Well, Breathe is in that category. He's an absolute monster of the pig. It feels like a while since I've seen it, though, you know? It feels like it's... and when you do see it, it's like one game in a split, and it's like a little sort of nod to his past as opposed to being a consistent pickup. But the new items, apparently Fiora's doing pretty well, from what I've heard.
I do not think that
Hydra,
lane.
etc.
I do not think that lane would go well, but you pair again. You copy the strat. You bring in a Sejuani. You give it a little bit of love early on. You can make miracles happen. With love, anything's possible.
Well, that's true. In a sort of Disney kind of way.
The only way I know how to live.
I don't know if it wins games of League of Legends in the LPL, though, you know? Like, love's powerful, but is it powerful enough to win competitions?
I think so.
FPX would say yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it does. We also did just get the update from the legend himself, Machine, that, there was an error in Champ Select. They are remaking it now. It seemed like there was, right? Timer went down. Nothing was locked in. So we should just be remaking, I'd assume, with the same champions up until that last pick from RNG. It's kind of weird because it does give them a lot more... Actually, I don't know. I wonder if they'd have to give the ref in that situation what champ they intended to pick. I'd probably assume that was the case.
I assume so, yeah. Probably don't get to just chill the whole time.
Back in my day, when you mispicked the champion on stage, they just told you, hey, accept it and play that champion.
Let's see if we can predict the draft. So I'm saying who did first? I actually can't remember what they locked in, to be honest. Oh, Varus. Varus next was the next one.
Then we had Lucian
Milio.
Yep.
I can't remember what the bands were, though. Man, I need a photographic memory. If anyone knows of a way to acquire a photographic memory, if there's a guy I can email or whatever, let me know. I'll get in touch. Appreciate it.
I don't know if yesterday anyone messaged you to do your assets when I called it out on broadcast.
No one did.
I'm disappointed.
I can't do assets and watch the games at the same time. I don't have a big enough attention span for more than one thing, and I'm trying to really watch the games this year, so I can't just second screen it. I gotta focus in.
Yeah, so now we're expecting for RNG, they had Rel on 4, then we had Nico Kindred for BLG. And that just leaves us in a... Unless the Kindred was the mispick. I mean, that could have... I don't know. We're to find out now. Rel locked in. Nico here.
Considering this has all been done already, I'm amazed at how slow this draft is going.
Yeah, right?
You already know the picks. Okay, looks like maybe it was the mispick. Nope. It was the wrong color. Okay, let's find out where RNG go with this one. It's the Rumble.
It's been another champion that has not been banned every game so far. It's been banned 10 games. I think we've had around 20-something so far in the LPL. He's only been picked once. So a bit surprising to come out. I'm interested to see how he is able to fare up against Finn. And hell, we were saying it, right? Finn versus Breathe. This has been, two players who were placing each other in rosters, being traded back and forth. So now it's going to be his time to shine on a carry pick. And what he's able to do with those equalizers up against a pretty short-range composition.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And one thing as well, Rumble, generally speaking, good at getting priority on that top side and can contest Udyr a little bit. But I was watching Dom talking about Udyr, which is basically, you tune into his stream at any point. It's pretty much him talking about Udyr. Apparently Udyr can still get the priority at level 1. It's all about playing through the brushes and managing to find the right trade. But if you do it right, Udyr can still control that lane. So we'll have to see. I'm curious to see how ready for Udyr Bin is, whether or not he's been maybe Bin is a huge I Will Dominate fan as well, and he's been watching the coast.
I'm also curious to see if there's any jungle attention put top down because of this, right? You have a squishy, relatively immobile Rumble on the opposite side. You have Udyr who can set up the CC, and then the Kindred who can follow through with the damage. Might be a pretty solid way for BLG to attack this game.
Let's see if they can attack this game. We'll see how aggressive they're going to be. Because BLG very much front foot forward in their first series against top esports. And I fully expect them to bring that to this game against RNG as well. Especially with a Nico bid, with a Kindred that wants to get invading, with a Lucian Milio bot lane as well. I feel like BLG, they've got a composition that they're very comfortable with.
The RNG Gyos really louder than the BLG ones?
That doesn't surprise me at all. It's RNG, dude. This is one of the one of the big ones. It doesn't matter if BLG nearly won last year. They didn't win, you know?
Yeah, I guess without really understanding the esports fan culture in China, it's kind of hard to say because in the West it feels like people follow players much more than they follow orgs. With some exceptions, right? Whether the G2s, the Fanatics, the TSMs back in the day, things along those lines. But yeah, RNG clearly keeping a strong fan base and incredibly strong presence. Also do have the Halo Blades coming out for LWX, talking about wanting to keep up some strong presence in this 2v2.
Yeah. And to be fair, like, the lethality virus definitely going to be the better pick in this kind of draft where you got so many squishy targets to hammer away on with those piercing arrows.
And really no easy way to get in range to get on him, right? It's really going to take like a rocket belt from Knight locking him down, or Bin just literally running through the RNG team. So nothing that should be too easy. LWX should have a lot of safety as this game goes on. That's also why we predicted, hey, you have a Nico, you have a Lucian, kind of expect them to want to play a bit more aggressively and support this Kindred. Shun in that first series really did love his invades, and Knight was supporting them fantastically.
Yeah, he certainly was. Something that, Knight often able to get priority, even in lanes that maybe he shouldn't be able to, just off of sheer raw laning ability, So Shun, very happy to be the benefactor of that priority. So I believe there was a ward on that red buff for the side of BLG. So Wei should be spotted out now as Ming goes down. We asked the question of if this bottom lane from RNG could step up. Well, Elkadon, no slouches.
No, I mean, again, I think when you think of LPL bot lanes, there are those three, right? Ruler missing, Jackie Love Mako, and then Elk So coming in, having a great showing already. Sad when I said justice for Ming. Ming not getting any justice in the spot lane with a plate already going over.
It's like one of those justice protests where someone's been acquitted, Like, he gets taken down in the end. Let's take another look at this 2v2. Just Elk sees the opportunity, dives on it, and Ming actually trying to deny the engage by going in, I guess, but just does not have the damage to fight it.
Not at all, and I mean, especially with the bot lane hitting level 2, it just gives that much more damage for Elkadon to play with.
I just noticed, On just flashed a T1 flare on the first blood there as well. I guess that's a nod to, the team that won Worlds, the team that managed to outdo them.
Actually, it was
actually
it was Weibo who outdid them.
Well, yeah,
that one's even crazier.
They also lost to T1 in the tournament. So.
That's true. That has to be one of the craziest results. BLG going down to Weibo, but it's a new year. And I'm especially excited to see Knight bring out the Nico here. It was something that we did see, get respected. God. Maybe we don't talk about anything in the bot lane.
Guys, you're gone. See you later. I don't know, like, Lucian Milio is so insanely strong, and it's so funny to me, this whole conversation of, like, Eastern Lucian versus Western Lucian. Like, when you see Elkadon playing this combo, it's just unstoppable. They do so much damage all the time. I don't know how it's a losable lane,
Oh, and I mean, with Knight level 5, they're really gonna. Ming's probably gonna go down again.
This is doomed. This is absolutely doomed. That's one kill already. Elk tanking up, but in fact, it's On tanking the tower damage as Wei tries to get onto the AD carry. They're at minimum going to get plates. LWX is going to fall as well as Shun grabs the kill for himself. They're still going. Shun tanking though, so Wei gets one kill in return, but that is pittance compared to the fortune BLG just earned themselves.
We have a 2K gold lead at 5 minutes, and Elk already is red buff. Like, what a ridiculous first 5 minutes to happen. Great job by BLG.
Sorry, you go.
I was gonna say, this is just like what we talked about in our pregame, where their game 1 against Top Esports was a great example of snowballing.
Wait, is Ming gonna die? No, okay, they don't commit. Elk actually would double burn on his autos at this point with the Milio buffs plus red buff.
Yeah, it is seriously just so ridiculous how far ahead they're getting just from this 2v2. I mean, we did say, right, that a potential way you could try to exploit BLG would be from 2v2, but LWX and Ming, probably not the ones to do it. I also want to say how egregious and criminal it is of actually, like, Lucian and Milio, the pair going across. Here, I mean, health bars are already so low. Look at the levels we have with Finn.
Oh no, the other side of the map as well. Shun just moves on up, finishes that one off. Bin grabbing himself a kill. Breathe does have TP, so he'll be able to get back here and grab most of this wave, but I mean, both sides of the map basically on fire at this point.
When we predicted violence, I gotta be honest, I really did not expect this level of violence. We've had a kill a minute so far.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it is not just like the violence in general, how one-sided this violence is. BLG are here to make a statement. They won their first series 2-1 against Top Esports, and now against an RNG that had, you know, a kind of back and forth first series against EDG, definitely leaving a little bit to be improved upon off of that series. And now BLG just destroying them.
Yeah, I mean, first strike proc right there, red buff, damage being dealt as well.
Oh boy,
Breathe.
Oh my god! Shun just got destroyed!
That was
well
like
played,
the most...
Breathe.
That was the most casual, like, Rumble just walks in. He clearly didn't expect it, and yeah, just gets taken down. Nice damage coming through. Is playing after his first reset, though, so does have those Sorcerer Shoes and the Amp Tome. And I feel like especially with the Sorcerer Shoes, is, you know, feels like just even like a really good mini spike for the Rumble to deal some nice damage. We can see the cowl on Bin, prepared to respect that.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You just go straight into those tank items for the Udyr to survive that laning phase. Grubby's acquired, and Breather's like, oh, you've got the grubs? Oh, I see you. I'm 2 levels up on you. I mean, literally just runs him down.
Yeah, it hits the missile to get the slow. You know, also has a scrap shield there if you wanted the extra movement speed to close in the distance. But I think this is the right play by BLG. Focusing back down towards the bottom side. We can see Bin's having a fine time in that top lane, as shown by the solo kill he was able to pick up earlier. And now, I mean, I guess as a point of contention for RNG, you're just trying to stem the bleeding. Now you at least have a lane where you at least know there's some gold being picked up, right? That top side, Breathe has a kill, Breathe's staying ahead in CS. He's going to have some items. It really feels like it's going to be about playing around him and that equalizer in some of the skirmishes.
Yeah, certainly will be. Shun pathing up towards that top side. I'm surprised he's ever willing to go up to the top side again after that previous death. But there is a ward here, so he'll be spotted. Although it did time out. If someone was looking, you could see the wolf, but you wouldn't see the icon on the minimap. So I got away with that one, as he'll just continue to clear away. He does currently have LWX as his target for his passive. We'll have to keep our eyes on how many stacks he's able to get over the course of this game.
Speaking of LWX, at least going to come back to lane with some damage now, having that serrated Dirk and help him be able to clear out some of these minions and hopefully get some meaningful damage to stick onto Elk. But the sustain from Emilio really just can be so obnoxious and making it very hard. RNG looking top, but obviously Wei walking over ward means probably very little opportunities there.
Tangyuan caught up. Shun is in the area as well, diving on forwards, and the route is there. Shun grabs himself another kill.
Just easy play for him. Tangyuan playing so far forward, trying to get that plate, right? But with his jungle playing up towards the top side, really no security or safety there. Nice ankle from Shun as well. Makes it really hard for Tangyuan to even predict that play or have anywhere to turn to.
And it's tough for Tangyuan there, right? Like, he wants to try and exert pressure onto Knight. He's doing really well in the CS department because of the roam earlier from Knight and, like, you know, trying to make it stick. But unfortunately, this is BLG that you're up against, and they will punish every little misstep you make. Steps too far forwards, and, you know, the RNG fans will help him remember that later tonight.
I think the crazier thing that I'm realizing right now, which I guess we can touch on after the replay, seeing how Knight did it. Like you said, Tangyuan wanting to keep pressure in mid lane, try to give them an avenue that they can play through. Sadly, just right on the end of the Pop Blossom, Shun having a good angle, being able to come over that wall, kind of just getting punished for being a little bit too greedy. But it's crazy to think that even at the rate that BLG is taking this turret now, that it will not be the fastest bot lane turret we've had taken today.
Yeah, and the even funnier thing is that was a Zeri. That was a Zeri that took it. That's absolutely insane. There we go. Today has been a day for League of Legends, that's for sure.
And we already have, I mean, we already have Storm, Razor, Kraken being picked up on the side of BLG. We do at least have Tanya being able to pick up that Nashers, but, I mean, these power spikes for Kindred and Lucian especially feel a lot more meaningful at being able to make a direct impact on the game right now. You can see Dragon coming up in 1 second. You know BLG are going to keep hovering and leaning into this bot lane.
Breathe actually just ulting the wave up top. Obviously he wants to go for a reset here. And Bin just going to have to answer by clearing the wave himself. He has to do it manually though, but we'll be able to match that reset return to the top side. I do wonder if the top laners are going to move towards that Drake, both with TP available, but I don't think they'll be able to make it in time unless they TP into the river area. BLG just going to take this though. I don't think RNG.
Yeah, and like even if top, I think there's like really no incentive for Breathe especially to TP in, right? Like I guess sure Bin could if any sort of shenanigans happen, but you're TPing in as a Rumble without Equalizer. You're still going to be able to put up some damage, but definitely not going to feel anywhere as impactful as before, which speaking of now, we have the Magic Resist coming out for Bin with the Kanik Rookern, so yeah, I mean, already finding these item advantages, which might even just lead into some grubs going over the side of BLG too.
Certainly could. 6-2 on the scoreboard. 3 grubs already for BLG. Shun's on that top side. They've got priority. Like, why would you not? You know, why would you not at this point? You know, just charge on forward to try and get more damage down onto this tower. Feels like Ming and LWX so terrified in that bottom lane, but I mean, how could you not be with the damage that's been coming out from Elk and on all summoners available for them? That's going to be 6 grubs for BLG. In case they needed any other advantages, they are absolutely destroying right now.
Yeah, I mean, just, God, like putting Elk in front of any turret is just going to be so terrifying for RNG. Right now, trying to at least take Scuttle, get a bit of information on the bot side of the map. There really isn't too much they could do. Like, sure, I guess maybe you could have used the pressure from the Azir and kind of peek in to the enemy jungle at Raptors, but the fact that your bot lane wants to go for a reset for LWX to finish off that Ghost Blade could have been risky. There could have been other members hovering around that bot side jungle, so I think the like amount of care that Wei is playing with right now is warranted.
Yeah, it certainly is. Absolutely, they need to be cautious down there for now. BLG off of it. Incredibly strong 2023. I think a lot of people were unsure how well this team would perform. Quite often you see a team like this like have a really great year and then dip a little bit. So far it's not feeling like it's going to be a dip at all. Everyone putting them at the top of power rankings. And
yeah.
Right now, it's feeling like those were some pretty accurate predictions up against RNG. The question for me is, what does RNG look like this year? You know, it's still before Chinese New Year. We've still got a lot of the year to play out. It's a team that certainly has some potential, but pretty much across the board getting destroyed right now by BLG.
Right, it's like a situation where with the hype around BLG, you're kind of like, there's like a bit of a pass there, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, you want to see teams show signs of life against them, right? That's why the top esports lost up against them. It's like, hey, it was a close series, back and forth. Ooh, Wei. Be a little bit careful as all the members of BLG actually just wanting to take this pressure steal away red buff. And it's pretty much going to cement them. It should cement them a Rift Herald as well after this.
Yep, there we go. Red buff taken. We're getting to the point already where BLG are just going to take absolutely everything from RNG, right? They're not even taking a tier 1, but they're going for full team invades into the jungle. Culling going to be used onto Ming and LWX as they're just layering this pressure on.
And now they're really going to be able to get damage onto this turret with the grubs coming through, little bites there. So even more gold going over to RNG, and it feels hard, right? You have a lethality Varus, you don't have like a whole ton of frontline. Ming especially is so far behind just from how often he's getting chunked out, getting forced out. So for RNG, I don't want to say it's like, hey, think about how we can draft better next time, aka maybe don't give over Lucian Melia. There's been a reason why we've seen a team first pick one and the other team pick away the other, right? But maybe there could have been a different solution there.
Solution? I see what you did there. Yeah, it's a tough one right now for the side of RNG. Maybe thinking about the next game already. That feels mean to say, honestly, but they are 3,500 gold down in 15 minutes. And we do have 4 stacks on the Kindred at this point. So, Shun feeling very comfortable with the way this game is going. And Elk is already almost on 2 items.
Yeah, he's getting scary. And right, even though it's only like this 3.5k gold lead now, they still have the Herald in pocket. They still have things like a tier 1 top outer turret left up, which you should assume with the grubs that they're going to be able to pick up easily. So there's a lot of like easy standing gold on the map that with where BLG are right now, just in the state of the game, they should be able to pick up easily. It really feels like RNG are just going to have to hard overload one side of the map and really just give up, you know, mid or bot or mid plus top to even find any semblance of a kill or gold return.
Red team's turret has
Yeah, they've got to do something. I feel like if you're RNG in this situation, you do something, right? You hard commit to a play. Well, I guess maybe you wait for a while because you do have an Azir, you have a Rumble, you have a Vitality Virus. You can certainly scale a bit, but when it comes to like Dragon Soul, when it comes to Baron, when it comes to Inhibitor Towers, you full send a play and see if you can pull it off. I think that's the way to lose without having given up, you know? So to give yourself the best option at winning.
I agree, and especially when you're facing a team that has been this methodical in terms of like pushing their advantage into your own jungle, because now it's not only like they're losing, you know, dragons and losing towers. I mean, you're being left with scraps to farm.
Oh, LWX getting burned down. And you know, this is one of those games where the first couple of minutes were so crazy and aggressive that you often see this in League of Legends, where it's like one team got to such an advantage that really, unless RNG really misstep and step out to try and fight BLG, this will be a fairly slow mid game because RNG, they just have to concede everything. They cannot fight things, so BLG will take a fight if RNG step up, but you really don't expect RNG to step up at this point.
No, and hell, at this point, they've just got to kind of get down a defensive vision line, because right now it's BLG who have aggressive wards placed. Does look like we also finished another item for Shun. We finished another item for Elk. Like, things are only progressing more and more. RNG. You know what? Oh, wait, there's about to be a fight. They're about to do something, Munch.
Maybe. I think,
well,
I think you're overselling it, mate.
What?
I don't think RNG will stick around if BLG show up.
You know what I'm actually interested in seeing if this game is going to go like this? I want to see how many stacks Shun can get.
Oh!
Bin! Oh, we found
someone.
something!
Bin's down. Huge play from RNG. Suddenly, a window opens, but hang on. BLG immediately just sprint it up towards the top side of the map. Herald drop down. Knight is going to clear this wave. This will be a tier 1 at minimum as Shun looks for extra jungle camps as well. I think the big crook was denied, though. You can see the Kindred mark still on that one. Did Knight just run the Herald straight into the wall?
Yeah.
Knight, you're meant to be a really good player.
You know, we've had this a few times now, like some shenaniganry around piloting the Herald. But this is kind of what we were saying before, right? For RNG to do anything, they pretty much have to give up like 2 halves of the map. Like 2... I don't know.
Why didn't Herald charge? He just walked, like, span around a bit and then died. I feel like if BLG don't get that tower, that's on Riot, not on them.
Still, though, this gold lead only growing now. But I kind of want to go back to my point that, like, for RNG to do anything, they pretty much have to give up, like, 2 lanes worth of pressure. Which isn't great, but it will net them in finding kills. Right now, there's a bounty on Knight, so finding one on him might be potentially worth it, especially with how Knight famously loves to just, you know, push so aggressively in the side lane. There might be some opportunities coming. We see here, it was just Bin trying to sweep for some vision, make sure he's safe to push out, ends up getting caught, not expecting 2 members of RNG to be here. Maybe thinking like, hey, since the rest of my team is already showing that we're moving towards top, maybe thinking like, hey, these members of RNG are going to go try and defend and stop this pressure from coming through, but that was not the case.
Yeah, it definitely was not. Still, the gold lead has basically sort of maintained from early. BLG aren't getting that much more ahead. I guess they're getting more ahead in terms of like map pressure and like what they control right now. The other big lead that they found themselves is Knight having 2 items at this point. Like, you know, Nico often kind of a setup tool, but if Knight gets onto like LWX, gets onto Tanguyen, I'm pretty sure he's headed towards one-shot territory.
Like, I feel like the state of the game, to put into Monopoly terms, BLG might not like have like a whole lot of money on hand, but they own all the properties. They own the blue properties. They own the green properties. Like they're feeling all right. RNG have some of the railroads. You know, it's not down and out. They're making their way there. But
unfortunately, BLG is just not landing on it. They're just not landing on it, man. Like, I've had the train stations for 10 turns now. Why is nobody landing on them?
I can't remember. I can't remember what any of them are called. I don't know why I want to call one of the blue ones Ocean Avenue when I know that's not what it's called. But
you're just a big yellow card fan.
Exactly. I just hope that song starts playing.
Yeah. I will say, for anyone out there who has to play Monopoly with their family and they hate because they always lose, do you want to know a super secret strat? The best squares on the entire board are actually the orange squares, because statistically, because of the way jail works, you're most likely at any time, like if you're going to be on any square at any point in the game, the odds of you being on the orange squares are the most, are the highest in the entire game. So always buy oranges. If you can get a set of oranges, I would trade the set of like Mayfair and Park Lane for the oranges, and you're more likely to win. So there you go, guys. You can now win a Monopoly. Congratulations.
I kind of hate it because now there's a lot of people out there who there was a mystery, there was an intrigue, like how do I do this? How do I beat my family at Monopoly? Now you've kind of spoiled it and ruined it for them.
Yeah, well, I'm a bad person. What can I say? The pink's also pretty good. The always the second half though of each quadrant is pretty good, aside from the browns. The browns are also incredible because you just steal everyone's go money, which is crippling. It's less of an income for you, more of a denying income for them.
Yeah.
You know? I've thought way too much about
Monopoly. Funnily enough,
if there's ever a Monopoly esports competition, I want to be there.
Well, I was going to say we can actually relate that to the game, because that means the Browns are the RNG jungle camps, because BLG keeps taking them and denying any gold from RNG.
Yeah, the Browns are like invading Raptors, whereas getting the set of oranges is like taking out.
What is going to jail? Is that just getting wrecked in a team fight?
No, yeah, going to jail is dying in lane.
Oh God. Well, sorry, being an LWX.
Elder is when somebody lands and can't afford the rent, and you take one of their sets as payment. That's Elder.
You are right though. The gold lead has stayed very much the same. Still though, getting close to Soul. I'll bring it a bit back to this because we're getting close to Soul. Especially having things like the Udyr with this Cloud Soul is going to be terrifying.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, Udyr already just charging around the map. Now getting a bit of armor as well as that MR is going to make him even more difficult to take down. I don't think we're going to see another mistake like we did earlier from Bin in terms of getting out of position, getting caught out. Into the mid lane we go though. BLG struggling to siege here, but it's not that surprising. They're relatively short range composition coming out from them. But
they're in a bit of a
transition pressure.
They're in a bit of a precarious position because of that, and I think that's why they're trying to force this like heavy trade in mid to get this turret. I think they're a bit skeptical of just walking to Baron because they are going up against an equalizer, right? It could be a very tough situation if they all funnel into that little choke point just too soon, and RNG find out.
Yeah, I will mention as well, this was the spot item for Elp, so Bloodsong there in his pocket, but crucially, at this point, like, he is just going to be farming with the deficit gold, like not having the full... Oh, no, wait, he's dead. That's an absolute disaster. RNG's jungler goes down. That's going to be Baron. Doesn't matter if Elk's not earning that much gold anymore, because they go back.
No, and at the same time, right, that was a nice way to do it, to try to make sure that you don't send 5 people into the pit. You don't know if RNG just kind of run their way through. Keep a member there. Not only do you find the pick, but making sure that none of those big AoE tools can really come to dissuade you. It feels like now BLG should have the pushing power to really open up this game. Way just trying his best to safely get vision, not expecting Knight to come around this corner. And I mean, the big problem here is, right, he gets his ward down, but he doesn't have wards anywhere else. So we didn't actually see like Knight wrapping around from the Raptor pit to go for this play.
Yeah. And even if he did see it, he would have thought it was Bin, because Knight was pretending to be Bin. So, and you're less afraid of the Udyr running at you than you are the Nico. But you've always got to be nervous of that kind of stuff with Knight's Nico in the game. This has been very one-sided. And it's becoming more so, as we're now at a 5,500 gold lead for BLG. They're feeling real strong, and Elk now on 3 items. You can see that he is itching to dive in and do some damage. The rapid fire cannon helps him do that from range as well. And you just know, with the buffs from On, if he gets onto like LWX Tangyuan, he's basically forcing a reset from one dash Q combo.
I just like want to see oh wait, comes Alvin Way.
He's gone too deep, but here comes Knight with the pop blossom as well. Perhaps a chance for RNG. Oh, the Kindred can't save Knight either. He gets knocked out of it. Ming has gone too deep though to answer the play here. Shun now onto the tower. It's 2 for 2 for now, and that doesn't seem to be stopping BLG.
No, I mean still being in the lead. I'm still surprised that Engage was able to come out and they were able to find their target.
Oh my God. Just charging at them. They're just running forwards. The Phoenix stands doing so much for Tangyuan. As Shun now looks towards Wei, dives out of the damage. The Emperor survived, knocks him onto the safety of the enemy base for a second there. On 1v1ing Tangyuan, but burnt down by Breathe. And it's just the top laners remaining. Bin pushing the wave, and still might be able to finish this tower.
We do have Ming coming back up, but you're right. Actually just down. The Baroned up minions are too much. BLG getting a little bit overzealous,
What?
but...
Bin! Oh, there was a TP. Okay, there was a TP. I thought that was just sheer disrespect. But now he's in Ram stance. Can he escape this one? This would be extremely dear. Look at him run. He's fleeing for his life. Ming desperate to get into him, and there we go. The stun is in. Breathe finishes the kill.
I know, I literally saw this yesterday. Come from LG. I think BLG's gold lead is too big, probably for this to turn into anything meaningful. But hey, it gives some hope. Now my question is, do Elk and Knight try to go for a 2v4? I think it'd be best for them if they do.
They absolutely do. TP coming on in. Shun's on the way as well. RNG desperate to get this, but I don't know if they can do it fast enough. Culling comes out, doesn't really achieve too much. Wei goes in, Equalizer on top as well, but Elk still surviving for now. Flashes to safety, and the RNG health bars melt before our eyes. Double kill for Shun as he looks for a little bit more, but knocked over. Tangyuan finds the kill for himself, and now neither team has a jungler available. Elk has to make the magic happen, and he just autos it once. Just walks in and swipes it from RNG, and now a TP. LWX obliterated by Elk. And Bin once more, the Birdman taken down by the Birdman.
And you could see RNG had the damage there, but it still just did not matter. Great job, Elk, able to pick up that Drake. Death timers don't look long enough to be able to end this game, but might turn into another tower for the side of BLG.
Could be double inhib here, honestly. There's no one to clear the wave right now, so Alkanon can just hit away in the mid lane. In the meantime, Bin pushes the wave into that inhib on the bottom side. They can actually finish it off though, as the respawns are starting to come in. Breathe is back onto the map here. We'll have to retreat, in fact on both lanes, so no inhib state.
Oh, and we've seen these... and find that kill since the flash does come through. With Breathe following up, RNG are able to pick up more kills. But the problem is, all right, now you don't really have anyone who can consistently frontline for the side of RNG. And actually, much in the bottom left corner, RNG are dying some more.
We don't have time for replays. There's too much of a slaughter going on the map. They tried to get a red buff, bless them. How foolish. Oh no. Knight's bringing some shenanigans to the table. He's going too fast though, that's the problem. Tangyuan will spot that one out as Shun just jumps over the wall. Tangyuan, run for your life, Mr. Bird, because BLG are coming. And that is going to be maybe 3 inhibs at this point. Is Knight will finish the one on the top? I don't think they even want the 3rd inhib. They just want to end the game at this point. Calling onto Tangyuan almost finishes him as Breathe tries to survive using that Equalizer just to buy space for his team. But Shun is ending the game while the rest of the team gets the 3rd inhib. BLG, they want it all. They want everything RNG has. They've taken all 3 inhibs, and now there's pings onto the Baron again.
Yeah, definitely taking their time to close this one out. I wonder if they would have been able to end if they all just committed to that turret. You assume they would have. So we're gonna get a replay here of actually what went down in Night.
It was a ward.
They just keep abusing the fact that they've cleared this vision time and time again, and RNG have to keep coming back to at least try and get, again, some semblance of vision line across the map. Keep falling for these brush plays. There's really nothing safe for them to do, right? They can't just really wait for BLG to show and go push out a mid wave.
Not see him, I don't think so. Wait, secret agent mode right now? Oh no! I'm not sure if he got spotted or if Shun just happened to go in there, but wait, buddy, you're going down on this one. Oh, the auto follows as well. There we go, jungler down just as Baron comes up onto the map. In the meantime, Bin starting a 1v4 for himself because Knight has been caught elsewhere in the situation, but the clone baits Breed's combo out, and Bin is still going. He's just unkillable and burns Ming to a crisp. My god, this has been an absolute massacre.
It really has, and now finally going to be able to try to go for the end. Shun, I want to know how many stacks he has.
Shun is absolutely, like, I feel like in so many of these fights, the focus has been on Knight and Elk doing damage, but it's really been Shun sweeping up a lot of these kills and doing a huge amount of damage. I wish we could see how many stacks he's on. I don't think we're going to, though. This is going to be the game. Tanguyen falls. It's Elk to get one more, padding the stats just a little bit as BLG demolish RNG in game 1.
Does any team have any hope this split? Does anyone see what happens?
JDG. JDG is the hope. They're the contenders.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Kind of like, again, putting these guys up against, like, ooh, we're missing some of these. Kanavi, a great season, but still, like, this was, this got hard to watch. Like, I almost wanted to bring back Justice for Ming, just in the sense of, like, God, this violence being brought against him. I can't watch it much.
Justice for Ming is like, somebody get him out of this game. This is just too brutal. Yeah, I don't know. The shining light in the LPL to contend with BLG is JDG. We've yet to see them play, but I will say there's a juicy storyline there of if BLG suddenly starts winning that matchup, it's all Night all the time. That's just destiny at that point. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump into break before game number 2 between BLG and RNG. Game number 1's a doozy. Let's see if the follow-up is as well. It's a knockout, ladies and gentlemen. Bah, bah, bah. BLG blasting RNG in game number 1. And Bin doing a little bit of this on the Udyr. To be fair, it wasn't really Bin. I just found these and I wanted to wear them. Fantastic game number 1 from BLG, though, as they destroyed RNG.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. It all started in the bot lane. This is not a surprising MVP whatsoever. And right, I mean, dominant performance in the 2v2 opens up for Shun to dominate in the jungle. We had a solo kill up in top side, like, just across the map. These guys are favorites for a reason. It's still so exciting to see Elk pop off, and especially, like, again, thinking back to his journey, his start, his show, like, and where he is now. It's just insane.
It's inspirational as well, you know, like,
yeah.
He was a middling AD carry for such a long time, to now see him as one of the top players. You know, it's similar to, like, Abel as well, kind of coming back in and showing up a bit more, like, you know, maybe not quite as...
not the same level, but I understand the reference.
But, you know, like, these old players coming back in, they've had such long tenure in the LPL, but still going to new heights. Fantastic stuff to see.
It also feels nice, too, because if you think to the start of his career, too, you know, kind of tail end of 2019, beginning of 2020, like, he was just incredibly aggressive. And that was, like, one of the flaws. He was over-aggressive. But I also feel like that is a trait that you can kind of build in towards, like, reining it in, honing those skills, being more disciplined, just really being able to take over. And we saw it here. And I mean, the game ended up kind of going so long. BLG did pay a bit of respect, you know, a bit of shenanigans there, which did delay the game. But there was never a question of, like, you know, what state of the game was. The map belonged to BLG the whole time, even when the gold lead wasn't really growing beyond that 4K point for, you know, a solid 5 or so minute period.
I just love that the start of this fight has been literally just running at RNG and RNG trying their best to flee for their lives. Like, absolute decimation. Shun dominating as well from the jungle, but it really was Elkanon to kick it all off. Rumble going to be our first pick here for the side of RNG. Believing that was a solid pick, believing that was working. And, you know, I kind of alluded to a center bot lane for Elkanon in the previous draft, but I was not expecting to actually see it come through. But here we go, Elkanon changing things up for game number 2 with Lucian back.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what we end up putting with it. We have had Senna played twice so far. Both times, it was just the expected Tom Kench lock-in. But again, especially with the amount of upgrades available to the support item, there really just is total craziness. Speaking of total craziness, my god, Rumble, Brand, Tristana topside. I feel like RNG kind of taking a page out of the TP book and be like, okay guys, what do we do? Just smack as much damage on as we can. And they have also a ton of AoE, like any choke points that BLG ends up in, if RNG can layer their abilities correctly, BLG will just melt.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of fire. That is a lot of fire right there. I hope BLG have got a fire extinguisher somewhere in the studio because they're going to be burning. Well, let's see what BLG are going to do to answer in the second phase. I feel like we need a little bit of aggression within this roster for BLG because right now, it looks like RNG are basically saying they're going to full send it, and BLG locking in Senna generally more of a scaling option could be in trouble.
I also wonder if there is any possibility of flexing Brand down to support, because Brand actually just decimates Tom Kench lanes. Remember when Tom Kench kind of first came onto the scene, that was one of the things you'd see come out sometimes, like a niche pick for some supports, was bringing out a Brand to just melt him down.
Do you know who else absolutely decimates Tom Kench? Blitzcrank. And it's kind of in the meta already at the minute. I bet Ming's been playing it recently. Pull him in, especially if he's eaten someone recently. Can just win the game off the back of that. We'll see if Ming thinks about it, if he goes for that kind of thing, whether he flexes the brand like you say. And hey, if you're flexing that brand, Jarvan Jungle would be perfect with a brand and a Rumble.
Yeah, so definitely some options there. I'm curious to see where BLG is going here. They can just go with a generic team fight mid laner if they want, but I was going to say LeBlanc still open, Akali as well. When you have a Tom Kench, sure, you know, ever since the abilities changed, not the same like side lane threat as it was before, but definitely still ways there to enable it. Also, just with the amount of squishy targets on the side of RNG, something like an Akali can definitely take over these fights. But for RNG now, looks like they're going to keep hammering on the range. It makes sense. You have the equalizer, you have the brand. So if you do bring in something like the Varus, I feel like it fits thematically well. with what RNG want to do. If they went with the Aphelios, it feels a little bit strange to me. Just give them, a little bit more in terms of the scaling element that is there. But with how their draft had already started to pan out, really just felt like, hey, get a bunch of champions that can be incredibly strong in the mid game, and don't even look to give BLG a chance to decimate you and run you over like they did in last game's early game.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. There's not a lot of ways to engage a fight for RNG. Like, it does feel like they don't necessarily have a way to close the gap onto BLG if BLG just stay at range. Whereas BLG, looking for the jungle pick now, potentially could go for some engage themselves, honestly.
Yeah.
At least in the only way for anyone to start a fight, basically.
Yeah, I will say for RNG though, with bringing out the Rumble, having the Tristana in mid, I mean, hell, even having, Melio as compared to a Tom Kench, they're going to have lots of lane prios to play with. So ideally it would be, getting set up first and forcing BLG to have to come into them. They are going to have to be very conscious about marking these flanks with things like the Akali and the Lee Sin aiming to come from different angles. So I feel like that's going to be the key, right? Can RNG overcome these kind of skill difference we saw in game 1 with the fact that they do have these champs who should be able to generate early lane pressure, get on objectives first, and then can they properly ward and mark targets that will be coming from flanks? I think it's things you would expect this RNG roster to be able to do, but at the same time, easier said than done when you're facing this powerhouse that is the BLG roster. Yeah. I mean, hell, Munch, they got you to pull out the gloves.
Yeah, I mean, what else could I do except pull out the gloves with a game 1 like that? I have to say, I'm excited for a bit of a grub battle here. I feel like, the Akali plus Lee Sin, certainly a duo that would love to scrap over those grubs. But, Brand Tristana, no slouches either. That's plenty of damage to work with, especially with the Rumble at the top side, to get priority and move down. I do wonder if we get a scrap for those, or if, BLG perhaps just have to concede them based on lane pressure.
Yeah, they might have. That's like what I'm really interested in looking towards, right? If RNG makes a misstep in terms of being able to play with that prio, or if someone like Shun just finds like a sneaky angle to get in the enemy jungle and is then able to 1v1 the Brand. Brand actually can do a decent job in trying to survive by hitting the stun, but if you miss those abilities, you are just dead. Yeah, that last one.
Was that a T1 chant at the end there?
I don't know.
Everyone was kind of just confused and looked around like, what? Who's that guy? I will say, that some dude just kind of overrunning the previous BLG Gyro. There was a girl that had started the Gyro, then some guy just started shouting over her. What was that?
Yeah,
that was rude, dude.
A bit rude. And I just love like the mischievous tone, whatever the last thing that was shouted is with.
Yeah.
So whatever that guy was saying, actually, no, I was going to say I support it wholeheartedly, but...
Yeah, I don't know what he said, so let's not go there.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Right, let's see how this one's going to go. Breathe with an early invade alongside Wei here. Finn helping out Shun, going for the leash.
So much AoE between these two that they just get that camp cleared so fast, even with Shun being here. It really doesn't mean anything. This steal is just going to be completed by Wei. Oh, now has the level 2.
Oh, this is dangerous. This is real dangerous, but Shun should be able to smite it. There we go. I don't know. I feel like this is quite a tough 1v1 for Wei, honestly, if the pillar's dodged. Pillar's not dodged. And Wei's moving forwards for this one. Red buff there for Shun, though. Won't be able to jump forwards to continue it. So just a bit of return damage there. Knight hitting level 2 mid-trade, and the bomb doesn't really get much follow-up damage there from Teddy.
No, so not able to find it. Kind of taking stock of where we are right now. Nice trading coming out from the BLG bot lane. I mean, Tom Kench also has, really strong level 1 potential to be able to at least generate this pressure for now. We know it should get equalized later on as we start getting a few levels under our belts for the Aphelios and the Melio. But it's nice to see that RNG have already been taking advantage of their strong early lanes up towards that top side by going for that invade. We can see on the minimap, right, Tangyun going to be able to maintain push in mid. Bree's going to have a fine time up the top side. So all eyes on Shun with what kind of opportunities he wants to find. Or if BLG decide to just try to play it slow, maybe have Shun cover some lanes, if you can especially get some vision in the enemy jungle and try to spot out where Wei is going, that could really do well to accommodate the BLG game plan.
Yeah, it's good. The other thing I'm kind of looking at for BLG, honestly, is this center for Elk is not really something we know Elk for, right? He's played 7 games of it in his whole career. He's 3-4, not really like a classic Elk champion. He typically prefers those late game AD carries or like the, you know, your Jinx, that kind of thing, your teamfight AD carries, or something more aggressive. Way on his crux right now. Shun going for an invade, but he's been spotted. It's going to be dangerous, and I think realizing something's up.
To kind of go back to your point,
spots it.
Ooh, maybe not to go back to your point. Tangyuan should have rocket jump up. Maybe. Okay, yep, so there it is. But Senna...
both him anyway. Fair play.
Senna definitely, at least in LPL, right? I can't speak to globally because with 7 days of LPL, it's hard to follow all the regions. That Senna definitely falls into like the niche pick category, like a Draven, where like we have Senna players, and then we have our players who typically tend to stay away from Senna.
Right?
Yeah, so like you said, Elk typically not one of them, but I mean, hell, we know he's a hell of an AD carry, one of the best in the league. Should be able to pilot this one just fine. And this will kind of be an interesting look. Sorry to keep going, but like seeing how BLG plays without having that same level of like early dominance.
Yeah, we'll have to see. All of the popcorn chicken taken by Wei. Can he get the drumstick though? That's the big question. Seems like he's going to back away here. But so far Wei, very aggressive jungling, trying to get right in Shun's face and use the power of this brand early on. But yeah, on the point of the center as well, I do think that one of the things to bear in mind is it's less about like mechanics with the center. Most AD carries are good at playing center.
Yes.
Mechanically, it's much more about like moving around the map, using your jungler to try and get extra souls off the camps and stuff like this. As Breathe is moving over, Shun could be in trouble here. Bin won't be able to move over in time. The wall jump used by Shun is again just Wei putting so much pressure onto Shun.
And this is what they need to do, right? They kind of drafted to be able to do this. It really, I guess, was the best strategy to not get dominated in the early game, right? Just kind of pick some of the strongest early game presence champions you could find. And that's going to lead to the early take of the grubs like we expected. And I feel like a lot's going to be on if we can get plates taken in mid and top to start getting some item advantages for once we get to dragon fights.
See if we can. There we go. 3 grubs taken. And I will say, Tangyuan is going to be very happy to have grubs on his side. This Tristana can sort of just sit in a side lane, put pressure on. If you can get 6 grubs for that, which seems very doable with the lane priority, with the brand jungle, seems like it could be an option for RNG. Tangyuan being set up for success later on into things, but BLG, with the grubs gone, answer with a Drake on the bottom side of the map. Doing this super fast, but it doesn't look like Wei's in the way.
No, and you know, they had to wait for the reset to come out from the RNG bot lane to make sure that they can do this one safely. It is delaying the recall from on. Just to stick around, and yeah, they're going to be able to contest.
Gonna go for this one. The Q comes in. Oh no, the smite's too early from Shun, and it ends up going over. That's going to be Shun going down as well. I believe the burn is in, and LWX moves over. No, the burn finishes it off. Oh my days. Wait, this is a gorgeous game of brand.
It's just a great showing, again, of how to play from ahead. And that's kind of why I opened that question for BLG. I have a lot of faith that they should be able to, like, pull this, you know, make this close, bring it back. But, you know, not saying they won't win, but playing from behind is so differently from playing from ahead. I remember back, you know, when I was coaching, like, you pretty much have to dedicate, like, scrims just talking about that with certain compositions. So that's what I'm excited to see if BLG will be able to pull it through. Like you said, they didn't really have the damage to do this fast, especially because they didn't want to delay the recall on Elk for too long. And yeah, Smite just not able to come through with that pillar dealing so much damage.
I didn't realize that Shun, I thought Shun had smited early there. It was just that Wei managed to walk in range and just smited exactly as the pillar exploded. Really well played by Wei. And, like, you know, got all his little chickens, abandoned the big one because he realized what was going on. BLG, like, Elk was there. They could have just DPS'd that faster, but not expecting RNG to contest.
Yeah, I think just expecting to still be on that reset timing after picking up grubs. I like that BLG trying to force some aggressive action down in this bot lane. And I mean, hell, look at the farm of On so far, actually outdoing LWX.
Yeah, wait, what the hell? I'm not sure if... I mean, I must have at some point, but I can't remember a Tahm Kench out-farming the enemy AD carry, especially when there's really not been a lot of action going on down there. Not quite sure what's going on down in the bottom side. Hopefully we can watch a bit more of this lane to garner some information on what's occurring, but
I mean, right,
so far, so good.
It just feels like Elkinon, Ruler, missing. Like, these guys can just find advantages when, you know, realistically, you don't expect them to with how good they are in lane. And it's nice to see On keeping this up, because On did have a bad game in that top esports series, and it was giving some fans, like, PTSD, like, oh, are we going back to the whole On-off situation? Because On had a great 2023. On had a pretty, like, good Demacia Cup as well. It was great there. So, I'm glad that that game against top esports is maybe just looking like a flash in the pan.
Certainly feeling that way for now. Ming doing his best to stay at range here, and Elk really losing out on the trade on there to protect him for the second half of it. But the Tongue Lash goes wide. Waves in the area too. Elk got to be a little cautious here.
Yeah, I need to be careful for now. Are going to walk up and try and get that vision control back. At least getting the ping down. But I'm still just keeping my eyes on Shun. Even though he hasn't been able to find anything, he's constantly made these little, like, expeditions into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, it's certainly not that he's not trying to find things. Brand Ultimate going to be used there just to try and put some pressure down. Red buff will reset. Knight's moved over to try and help. Smite available. They take the red, but will they get out with their lives? Knight trying to do what he can as Elk moves on over as well. The shields across the team. Knight going onto way here. Has to flash and knock back by Tangyuan. The root is going to come into play. And now the mission is escape for BLG. Can they get away with their lives? On gobbles up his AD carry. Someone is still available. And they get away with the high spin on the equalizer though. Burn to a crisp upgrade indeed.
Yeah, finding the 1v1. This is where you need to generate some pressure, some kills. It's great, again, with the history between these two players. I will say, in terms of the bot lane jungle fight, I think it's, like, pretty good for BLG. They got the steal, they're able to get away. Because with Tangyuan collapsing from one side, Wei coming from another, and Ming coming from bot lane, it was a very dicey situation where one person could have very easily gone down for BLG.
Well, they got away with it, and ultimately, that's all that matters at the end of the day. They got that red buff. That was all for a red buff, which seems a little over the top, but still managing to find it in the end. Finn just overcommitting for the wave, used everything, and then dashes onto the equalizer.
Exactly. That's just, I don't know, seems like a little bit of a lull, expecting him to not be there, and then getting punished for it. So now we're getting to a point where we're getting pretty close to first item completions for the side of RNG. Again, BLG will be able to continue to play out this game. They actually haven't even really fallen that far behind in terms of gold. We're not even at a 1k gold lead for RNG yet. And we know, I mean, Senna going to be scaling infinitely. The amount of squishies on the side of RNG will be Knight's playground once he gets some items under his belt, working his way towards that Storm Surge for now.
Oh, headed back to base as well. See if he can pick that one up for himself. Whether he's got to actually finish an item yet, or if it's gonna... No, yeah, he does. There we go, Storm Surge in pocket. That's a big moment for Knight. He TP's back into the mid lane. Elk on, getting aggressive in the jungle. Feels like Elk doing a very good job to try and stack up these souls. I'd love to see the number there. If at some point the observers click onto him, I'll try and keep my eyes peeled for that one. But every time we've looked over, it feels like he's really working to get those stacks off of his opponents.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job so far. I love On running him down.
Can they finish it off? Shun moves on in as well. But Q goes wide. Great flash from LWX. Using the Ghost as well. The kickback. Ming flashes. Wei flashes. Everybody flashes and nobody goes down. Ming dodges away from the damage from Elk. And once again, everybody gets out with their lives.
The Shuriken flip not able to connect from Knight. I wonder if that was impacted by the kick that came from Shun at all. Because it kind of ended up going right between them. Considering there was no kills, I don't know if we'll get a replay of that, which kind of makes me sad. Because it feels like had something's connected. Tangyuan, rocket jump.
Surprised at the commitment to this one, but Wei trying to move in as well. On great little sidestep there, and now the damage can come out from Elk. I feel like Elkanon actually won that trade. 2v3. Wait, just get done. Look at the footwork from Elkanon today. They're untouchable.
Utilizing that fleet right there from Elk. And now the rest of the cavalry's here. We spot out Ming, but once again, sadly for Shun, Sonic Wave not able to commit, but zoning them off the wave, getting more plays down. This is exactly what BLG needs.
I feel like, you know, Brand is such an insane champion right now, but not when the enemy is this good at dodging everything you throw. Like,
yeah.
How do you ever hit El Coron when they're moving like this? It's just insane.
It sounds like such a meme to say, like, hey, this champion is good if you hit your abilities, but seriously, like, that is Brand, and he's just
It's
so...
a task, yeah.
He's just, very... Maybe unreliable's not the right word, right? But it's definitely not guaranteed at all. So we're going to see him now way back up towards the top side. So is going to be able to guarantee all these grubs with no members of BLG around.
Rub-a-dub-dub. Thanks for the grubs. That's 6 in the pocket of RNG now. Very happy with that one. So an opportunity to find advantages there, especially, we mentioned it earlier, Tang Yuan on the Tristana should be able to use those grubs to great effect to get some pressure in the side lane. We'll see how that's going to pan out across the course of this one. But BLG, though, managing to even up the goal difference. In fact, ever so slightly ahead at this point. As Herald now spawns onto the map. And you'd anticipate, yeah, Bin moving down towards that bottom side. Elk going to trade into this mid lane to make sure they don't fall behind when it comes to pressure on this Herald.
No, not at all. And again, the resets just came out. Completed items being picked up. Sadly for Tang Yuan, he's still like 9 minion kills away from being able to finish off that call, but really couldn't risk going any farther forward in that bot lane to try and, you know, get that before his next back. Has to go up top. Like you said, Rift Herald on the board. Breed doesn't have TP though, so they're always going to be conscious of a numbers advantage.
I just seen the dude's forehead behind the LPL graphic there. I don't know why, but that just tickled me. Umbral Glaive picked up now for Elk, as well as that Blood Song. So not only a lot of vision control, but also a lot of damage that can come on through. And I believe the Q from Senna just procs that straight up. So very, very powerful little pickup, but also enables that damage from Knight, from Shun, right? The press the attack, the exposed weakness, essentially, comes out. In fact, no, literally, it is exposed weakness. I don't know why I said essentially.
I like to be a guy who covers his bases.
Yeah, just saying every set of words I know that relate to League of Legends, just in case one of them's right.
Yeah, is there any other way to do it? But kind of coming back on the
commentary.
map. We're kind of, again, kind of a bit of a split map with RNG hovering heavily towards this bot side. Potential shenanigans here, especially onto Bin, but Bin's still full HP, and with your top and jungle being AP and them being the members here, him already prioritizing that MR, really shouldn't be anything able to happen. So it's like a potential collapse on mid, as I keep throwing out the word potential to, again, cover my bases.
Yeah, it's potentially a good move. As the Gobble's going to come on through from on. Can he get out with his life, though? Flash available, and he just stays! He's not afraid of anything, but neither's Tang Yuan. Finding an answer onto Knight. Better mid wins.
Both just getting blown up so fast. Now going to be able to put some pressure there, though. I mean, Aphelios being one of the kind of range options that we could out this way, but with the Brand, doesn't seem like anything else is going to be possible. But for BLG, this is the game state they want, right? They not only slowed down the game, they've now actually kind of built up a meaningful gold lead, being over 1.5k. And RNG, after such a hot, fast start, haven't been able to find anything.
No, they certainly haven't. And, oh, I thought the Herald was going to survive for a second there. Could have got a second charge, but dies to the minions in the end. But hey, mid-tier 1 taken down. Reset now with Drake up in 50 seconds time. It feels like BLG are starting to heat up a little bit in this game, which seems ironic, because it's the other team that has the Rumble and the Brand. Let's take another look.
Stun damage comes out from Way to start things off. Good equalizer to keep damage there, but here it's Knight on the Akali, gets the Shuriken flip, and sure, it's supported by Elk's ultimate, but sadly for him, ends up going in a bit too deep and gets pushed out.
He had like 2/3 of his health, and Tang Yuan just like auto ult to pop the bomb, and I think it might have been a Kraken Slayer proc at the same time as well. Just absolutely destroyed him. Nice end packing on that one. It's not like you can flash it either. Targeted abilities. 1,500 gold lead for BLG. Is Drake now spawning onto the map, but Breed already in the river here, but shows himself, wants to make a play in the mid lane. On does have his flash, has to use it this time.
Not a great equalizer coming out from Breed there either. Layering it to where he was hoping it would hit Elk as well, but Elk was already past it, not even forced to blow a flash himself. And look at the side lanes. we had Bin and Knight just pushing out these lanes. There's going to be a bit of threat here. Like, for Tanyuan, he shouldn't just be able to walk straight through. He should have to go around from the solo kill pressure from Knight.
Should just go over. Yeah, I mean, as well, on top of that, like, the Brand Ultimate, the Equalizer, both used in that previous skirmishes, for BLG. And, yeah, as you say, the threat on Tanyuan forcing him to theoretically go around, but then Tristana, so who cares about going around? I'll just jump to safety.
You can see the gold. One of the big differences definitely being in that mid lane. Knight and Tanyuan very close together. Breeze on the opposite side has been able to find a bit of an advantage over Bin. We saw that earlier on when he found the solo kill, but I don't know. It felt like a good move to me for RNG to give up sides there and try to force something mid and get something going forward. But the fact that they didn't really have any lockdown, and that's something you brought up in draft, right? There's no like real easy way to lock anyone down or force a fight. As RNG, you were really hoping for them to more of come into you, or maybe even utilizing some of your long range abilities if they're the ones starting a neutral objective and you already had some fire vision control around.
Yeah.
But without those things, I mean, we saw right in the mid lane, they're just not able to force the kind of action that they want.
See if they can this time. Elk hunted away. Okay, has a lot of sustain on that center, headed towards the second lethality item as well. I would assume it's perhaps a ghost play opportunity. We'll have to wait and see. Could even be a collector, but I don't think so because he got the Dirk and then a long sword. So assume it's something else. Is Big gonna pop the ghost here. He wants a 1v1 with Breathe. He wants a bit of revenge for the laning phase, but he's brought reinforcements. Knight into the scene and annihilates him with the Storm Surge.
And they're just picking them apart. I mean, BLG showing that they are actually very comfortable playing from, you know, a small early game deficit. Didn't matter if RNG were the ones with all the onus to make things happen. BLG waited out the storm, played to their win conditions, and a large part was Knight being able to find his own advantages in the mid lane, right? We can see him now about 25 CS up, 2 items strong, and him having that rocket belt is really going to be able to do so much because with all the squishy targets, it's going to be so easy for him to find that, like, was it 30% of a target's HP to get the big damage from the Storm Surge.
Yeah.
You can do that against anyone on the side of RNG.
And also, like, the fact that Knight is so ahead in terms of items versus Tanyuan does mean that Tanyuan is hard to side lane. Hang on, I'll hold that thought.
They do a fast Baron.
Okay, Bin has spotted this one out. I don't know if he can go in or not. Shun's on the scene. This becomes dangerous for RNG. Has been discharges on him. All out onto way. He's denied the Baron. That's the most important thing. And On saves him. Unbelievable savior there as Bin gets out with his life. Knight forces to flash here. Breathe. Flashes after him, but he can't find the mark. BLG deny it.
Great job by them. Almost 2 kills, though. Almost 2 kills for the side of RNG. Such a smart play, because there was no TP on Knight down in bot lane. You have such a fast Baron. I even like that they kept Breathe in that brush, kind of anticipating his path once he walked over one of the wards in their bot side jungle. But Bin did enough. That was all he needed to do. Even if he had died, if enough had been wasted from RNG, I even feel like that would have been all right. So we're going to see here. Look at Knight on the minimap. He's walking over. He's just spotted by a ward, so he's going to be anticipated by the Rumble. Great ult coming out from Bin, but then, like you said, it's On, who's the actual hero here, making sure he gets away with his life intact with that shield.
Literally split seconds in that one. The shield. You see how much of that burns as well from Bin, but it's out with his life. And then the heal comes out from Elk in the end. On to Knight. Shot's been found, but Breathe tanking up the Baron. It's relatively even trade. Oh no, Elk walks back, walked back into another Baron shot. But BLG well aware of the situation now. Bin has the TP available, so TP advantage here for the side of BLG. Although I suppose Tanyuan has it, but he's up with the team right now. It does mean Bin can pressure an inhibitor in the bottom side. Ooh, that Shuriken a hair away from Breathe.
Yeah, we have a lot of pressure going on in the mid lane right now, and Elk has finished off the Ghost Blade. So opting in for more of that movement speed, which I think is good right now. I love that teams and players are like really valuing things like movement speed very highly, especially on a lot of these like more immobile champions. And BLG just going to be able to keep up this pressure. And it's funny, right? Because even though we're not having like a ton of kills, they're slowly building their gold lead just from these rotations around the map, and RNG are not answering them appropriately.
And I think one of the biggest things I'm taking away from this game is it's great to see BLG, you know, win game number 1 in a we're just going to dominate our lanes and snowball from there style. And then game number 2, they go, okay, polar opposite. We're going to place, well, I mean, they still, you know, they kind of dominate the bottom lane anyway, but yeah, compositionally, not necessarily a lane dominant composition here. And still managed to win through macro, through slowly playing this one out, slowly building a gold lead for themselves at 4,000 at this point. 2 Drakes already with a 3rd spawning, and it looks like they should be able to grab this one pretty much for free. The whole gang moving up where Knight is waiting in a brush. He wants to find a potential flank here. I think they're hoping RNG will start the Baron, and Knight already in prime position for the fight.
Yeah, I love it, right? Having this angle that they probably just don't expect. It could be outdone if RNG somehow force a fight here and, you know, burst someone like Elk out before Knight can get in range, but Knight's already trying to make the journey.
But again, how do you force it with this composition? Spotted though, Knight could be in trouble at this point as he's in no man's land, he's in enemy territory. Equalizer comes down. And Knight now, I think he's just going to have to try and clear minion waves if he can. Goes towards Wei. The Shuriken flip comes on out. Big damage, but not enough. Zhonya's in play for Wei. Keeps himself alive. Knight taken down, and BLG somehow still wanting to hold their ground.
Yeah, still confident in the fight. I mean, we had a little bit burn, right? We had the Equalizer go down, ult coming out from Wei, flash there. So with the amount of, with what BLG have left, I mean, Shun being able to find some kind of kick on the way would be very possible in that situation. So I think for RNG, backing off is good. I can even understand BLG's confidence, because between the healing and sustain coming from the Senna and On still having his Eat available, that was a very like non-committal aggressive posturing. I don't really know what that phrase is, but it seems like it fits that situation.
It sounds right to me.
Right?
I'll run with that. Non-committal aggressive posturing.
You know
that
what?
sounds like this game in a nutshell, basically.
You know what? We're doing 3 series days now, so you know there should be leniency with what nonsense is said here.
Yeah. I think we're gonna use that as a free pass to say whatever we want.
Exactly.
Just blame the amount of games we're doing.
Which, to be fair, this wasn't even a 9-game day, right? So.
I feel like this was like a monkey's paw curls kind of situation with LPL this year, where it's like, I want to have days off. It's like, oh, you'll only do 4 days, but you do 3 series on each of them.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see how the trade-off is as it goes. But I want to highlight we got the Crypt Bloom. I almost said it wrong again on Dream.
Oh, the kick comes out onto Wei. He's in danger. On dives into the play as well. Shun's still there as Elf. Burning down. Great little blast. Shield across the team. And it's Knight to finish off the Burning Man.
That damage that came out from Wei before he went down onto Elk. I was scared that Elk would have gone down too, but they find the jungler. They're going to be able to turn over towards the Baron. RNG gonna have to contest. There is an equalizer that they have to worry about that can make a bit of a difference, but do RNG even go for it?
No.
They
The
surely
team
have
into
to.
the mid lane looks like they have to. Yeah, equalizer's up and available, so it does feel like maybe you can't commit to going for the Baron yourself, but perhaps you could commit
You
to
have to
trying
stop
stop BLG getting it for themselves. Knight has his ultimate available, and that is a scary prospect. Has been tanks everyone on 4K on the Baron right now. LWX trying to step up, but Knight on a flank. They've seen him now. Kicked back. Finds Thierry Henry there. But LWX now in
Knight
trouble
goes in.
himself as Knight dives into the backside, forces RNG away. And now can they finish off the fight as well? Knight dives back in, and AD carry is gone. That's a fight for BLG in dominant fashion as Tangyuan tries to escape. Great little buffer on the rocket jump, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Bin now chased away as Elk still going strong. Way there alone, and Shun grabs himself the double. Tangyuan escapes with his life, or does he? Bin's having none of it, or is he? Tangyuan's having none of it. Bin's having all of it.
BLG are just throwing themselves in one by one. Tangyuan manages to get the kill. I was wondering if they would have enough time to really do meaningful damage to the base, but now with Bin being down, no one had gone to mid to try to like bring in that wave maybe a little bit more efficiently. But they're going to take that now. 7K gold lead for BLG, pushing the bot lane, Baron up there, taking everything.
Yeah, this is brutal now from BLG. Fantastic fight. Such a drawn-out fight, such a complex fight, but Knight doing such a good job to threaten the backside.
Exactly, right? That's the key word, threat. It was all about the threat that Knight was putting on here, because because it means RNG can't really walk up and try and put down the damage that they were hoping to. Knight goes in, instantly deletes LWX, and that Q3 from Bin really leaves the Rumble in no man's land, despite the fact that Wei was just about to approach the fight with all that AoE he has, and there we go. Ming's
Wait,
gone.
what? Knight is just solo in the enemy base, killing Ming. What just happened? What? I'm good. We missed the context for that, but I guarantee he was stood on that control ward you can see on the right of your screen, and Ming tried to do something about the lack of vision. Nice, having none of it. And now into the base they go. That'll be the mid inhib taken down shortly. It's almost a 10,000 gold lead at this point for BLG. And what looked like such a great start to the game for RNG has very rapidly gone awry.
The very small niche amount of Knight naysayers out there going to be absolutely in shambles with this BLG season so far. Nice coming out on. Make sure that Elk doesn't get stunned up. And this might just be game. Knowing BLG are not afraid of forcing this. Knight will just jump in.
I mean, what do you lose even if they kill you right here? You lose a Drake? I mean, are you worried about that? I don't think so. Shrouds
you
everyone,
lose
but
street cred, Munch.
That's true, you would lose your street cred. And I know, out on the streets of Shanghai, BLG are big names right now, so they want to risk that status.
I gotta say, in my book, they gained street cred from that, because who doesn't love the absolute craziness coming out? But dude,
not again! Not again! Okay, Tiger jumps away, ults Knight away as well.
They can't,
just terror in his eyes.
They have to be so conscious of anywhere they walk with the aggressive positions that Knight is waiting in.
Yeah. I mean, right now, who's your MVP on the side of BLG? I think it's got to be Knight, right?
I think so too. Knight is playing by Valor rules, right? That once you find that one kill, you gotta reposition somewhere else to catch the other enemies off guard.
Yeah. He's playing for picks,
Yeah.
Absolutely. Knight having a fantastic game, and it's so good to see it, especially on his Akali. Bit of a classic here, and I like Knight's one of those mid laners that has so many picks at this point that you think of as a Knight classic because he's just so damn good at the game. But here we go, BLG continuing to siege here. Super's pushing in the bottom lane and in the mid lane, although mid wave has been pushed down pretty significantly. But the thing is, it's so hard to stop them sieging. The amount of sustain that Elk has to work. Look at that heal! There's 300 damage healed per Q here for Elk.
Yeah, he's huge. 118 souls picked up as well. Has the rapid fire cannon, so even more range to be able to play with. And Knight just continuing to be a side lane menace. Tangwen can't really match him in the 1v1, right? That's why he's having to play so respectfully now. He shouldn't find the angle.
Comes out there, but won't get into anyone. He's been happy to tank up the tower to try and buy space for his team. In the meantime, now the rest of BLG starting to posture more aggressively, joining with Knight to try and buy space onto this tower, force RNG back. And I think it will work out now. The wave finally going to be able to crash as Breathe moves on up. Perhaps going to equalize it, to try and defend it. He does drop the equalizer, but there's a cannon there, so it's not actually going to be able to defend the tower. And that's really bad news for RNG. Now with no equalizer, I'm not sure they can fight.
No way. And I want to point out, examples of this are just, I love how BLG, know and treat space like an objective. With the way Shun's playing around that tower, zoning them off, the threat of a Q landing, still doing it here. It's something that BLG just do so well in both their series so far.
Great use by On of the rapid fire cannon to guarantee a stack there. Gets the long range auto and then a Q to follow it up. He's been doing really well using the root as well to follow up on getting stacks. I was questioning whether or not he'd be a good center pilot. You know, not that much footage of him, not necessarily one you think of Elk specifically, but every single year he continues to develop as an AD carry to watch. This could be the year where he really is on top of the world, quite literally.
Yeah,
literally all of us are on top of the world from our own.
Now for RNG have at least bought enough time so the equalizer is almost back up. Right, that movement light vigil, all of Wei's abilities just being thrown in tandem when BLG are grouped up like that is your only hope. But even then, there's so many ways for them to approach. You already pointed out the Senna heals that are coming out from BLG. BLG are playing like a very kind of separate formation where Shun off to one side, Knight putting up pressure somewhere else. Just too many angles that RNG have to worry about.
I think the other thing as well is like BLG have kind of changed things up a bit this year. Like BLG didn't typically play a really slow game in 2023. Like when they had an advantage, they were quite happy to end quickly. It's a very calculated version of BLG. Railgun across the team, Way turns golden, but I don't think he's getting out of that one as Knight now threatens the backline. Shuriken hits the cannon, but he goes in anyway. Shroud comes in to play, forces the flash out from everyone. Been there to protect his mid laner as well. Pick onto the enemy jungler. They're not going to try and end the game, they're going to go to Baron.
At least we know that this should be the game-ending Baron. Knight there even just like tanked all that rumble damage by choice. And was still trying to look for that kill. We do have Lord Doms now, picked up for LWX. So both Tanya and LWX are at a point where they put off such consistent DPS, but I guess it just doesn't matter, right? BLG are just too far ahead. Knight still, you know, being a ninja, lurking in the jungle, making it so that RNG can really only walk into their lanes. Right now that they feel safe to walk in their bot side jungle because really no reason for BLG to be there. But I guess that would have been the next level play. Knight knows they're too afraid to approach Baron, so he's actually waiting in their bot side jungle.
That would actually be amazing. That'd be so funny. But the only problem with that play is you could end up walking into like 4 players. It's not ideal necessarily, but if there's any player I would put in that situation, it's probably Knight. So.
He also does have the Zanyas now, so we've seen a lot of times him already buying a lot of time, just as Akali does with the Shroud, with all the mobility you have. But once you have the Zanyas, like, he will be able to survive, make sure his team's able to get into positions where they can support him. And even just like waiting for rotations of cooldowns to come back up is so important.
What's the flash here? Good start to the fight. It's not really a fight, is it? It's just a catch onto BLG's AD carry. Get out with his life. But as you're saying as well, with Knight's build, you know, the Zonya's no longer the big defensive trade-off that it used to be either.
No.
It's now just got so much AP on it.
They're gonna have so much damage. Now gonna use the Baron to play out through a 2-lane setup. Not playing all 3, not wanting to give RNG a potential opportunity to find and engage on them and somehow make a miraculous comeback. They are 10k gold down. BLG do have solo. BLG are going in.
Elk's getting so many stacks at this point. He's hitting them from the other side of the base. There's going to be both inhibs falling once again as Knight pressures in the top side. Baron to work with. Surely this has got to be the game. It's such a slow, steady push from BLG, but now the team moving up to support Knight, and the tower just gets punched.
Yeah, pretty methodical with the approach so far. Now breaking down another inhibitor. All 3 inhibitors are going to be down. And now it's just about when does RNG try to full send him. Everyone knows we're a big fan of the full send here.
Oh, LWX knocked back by Bin's Q3. That is a full send opportunity, but Mick bailing him out with his own ultimate. LWX had to flash as well.
Look, RNG, this is where you go for it. This is where you put everything on the line, throw all the abilities out. You really can't now because you don't have ultimates on people like Tangu anyway, but...
All right, hang on. Elder Dragon is up. This is the moment, right? You have to go for this one. Big smite out from Way. I'm ready for it, but Shun. They're not even toying with the idea of starting Elder Dragon, are they?
I also love how On doesn't care. On did not care to show himself whatsoever, just kind of teasing them. It's kind of mean.
Yeah, I mean, he's so tanky. He's basically invincible at this point. As the rest of the team starts on Elder, but Knight, he's playing that ninja once again. This time he is in the bottom jungle, as you requested. As look at this, the fight begins. Everyone charges through. The railgun is insane. And finally, we get the fight we've all been waiting for. BLG. Just destruction here onto the roster of RNG. The Q even lands from Shun in the end. They will finish Tang Yuan. They will finish the game on Flash of the T1 flare once again. 14-5. As Knight just got spat out onto the fountain as well. BLG starting the split as they mean to go on 2-0.
I'm I'm excited to see how this team goes with how dominant they are so far. That also does scare me just because of how the LPL works, that I feel like anytime there is like a super dominant team, at some point they are going to lose to, you know, some kind of random, maybe middle of the pack, lower tier playoff team. I think IG was the one who took down JDG towards the end of the year, last year. So if BLG can maintain this throughout a split, that will be an achievement. And honestly, like, it might be too early to talk. It's definitely too early to be like, hey, can BLG go undefeated, this, that, the other thing. But really, with this roster, it's like, what other bar can you set for them? What else should we be looking for? Like, we already know that they're going to be strong. We already know they're going to be ending towards the top of the table, looking like a favorite for that first place slot. At this time, I kind of want to see what other spicy things they can do, what other kinds of records they could potentially break.
I mean, last split in 2023 summer, they went 15-1, right? Like,
yeah, and that was a record.
Yeah, that was already like them doing far better than they've ever done before. You know, they didn't win the playoffs that time, but I mean, actually, yeah, that's the bar for BLG, is actually win a split of LPL. They've done well in the regular season. They've got to finals. They haven't actually won a split just yet, so I guess that's the big bar for them. I'd love to see an undefeated split as well. I'd love to see that come to fruition for this team. If there's a team to do it in the rosters right now, it's certainly BLG, and I think JDG will remain their big stumbling block. We'll see if they can take them down, and I'm excited to see them go up against Yagao, you know, like that's just going to be so exciting.
I now need to check when they play each other to just know when to expect
final week or something.
Let's see, JDG up against BLG. Actually, it's week 4.
Oh.
Yeah, so not too long away. It's going to be the
straight after Chinese New Year, right?
Yeah, middle of February is when we're going to get it. So that one's going to be a fun one.
Tell me that is on between Thursday and Sunday.
It is. It's a Saturday. It's a Saturday.
Okay.
I was doing the same thing. And if it wasn't on a weekend, I was just not going to say this. We're like, oh, you know, just wait and find out. Just wait and find out, guys. But luckily, it'll be a Saturday matchup. Today, I mean, like, what is there to say about RNG in terms of how these two games went? Game 2, I like the readaptation in terms of like, hey, game 1, we got spanked. Like, we need some more early power. They had it, just really weren't able to do too much with it. And a lot of that comes down to just ELG. Once again, strong 2v2 laning in bot side. Knight doing a fine job in mid, really wasn't getting pushed in, really wasn't giving over plates either. Like, managed to find a CS lead. Yeah, just RNG not able to fight anything because of the caliber of the BLG roster.
I mean, it's like you said earlier, this was a game of strong, aggressive positioning, you know, like from start to finish, it was all about denying space. It was all about moving forwards for BLG and trying to remove what RNG had. RNG started off with the lead, remember, like we saw Shun getting invaded permanently by Wei. We saw Wei using that brand to great effect. I think it was like 20 CS up at one point quite early on. Like really, really solid start. But then, you know, Elkanon finding a 20+ CS advantage on the Tarm Kench is, I mean, that's just unheard of, you know, like being able to find these advantages in the laning phase and then Knight in these late game team phase. Like, even if Knight isn't topping the damage for this game, which I don't expect him to be with a Senna in there, but like the pressure that he was putting on and the, I guess, area control that he was bringing to those fights just made it so difficult for RNG.
Yeah, he was single-handedly being like, you cannot walk into this quadrant of your jungle because you have no idea if I'm here, where I am, what I'm doing, or how I'm going to kill you. Actually, they could know how he would kill them, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, that man, he was terrifying. It was nice to see, like, seriously, Knight, every split gives us these level of performances throughout a game. It's also good to see, like you pointed out, right? We knew BLG would be good even if they weren't going to dominate lane, but it's always just reassuring to see it so early on of them being like, hey, we can play these other styles, we can play these other types of champions, because that's another big thing about BLG that we haven't hit on. The draft diversity. Kindred, Brand, we now have a Senna Tom Kench, we've had like early aggressive bot lanes, we've had scaling picks, been fine just playing these tanks, and even going down doesn't even really make a big difference, still can find an impact. Like when he was pressuring on RNG from stopping them from doing the Baron. So yeah, it just feels too well-rounded. It just seems like we need more data, right? We need them to go up against like you said,
Yeah.
JDG, the NIPs of the world, some of these other rosters. And for
LNG
RNG,
as
some of the pieces are still there, but clearly it's going to take a bit of figuring out with like where they stand in the meta. I do like the second game look, just because it was a really exciting draft. But yeah, figuring out how to pilot that, because that is very much outside of like what we expect from these players on RNG.
Yeah, definitely. I hope that this isn't just like a red flag to them, where it says like, okay, we can't play that kind of composition. BLG destroyed us, so let's just leave that as it is. I really hope that they take this as like a learning game and use this to become better at these compositions, as opposed to dissuading them from doing it. But as you're saying on BLG as well, like I feel like previous years when it's come to international tournaments, BLG have been reasonably one-dimensional in the way that they play the game. That has been their downfall at these international tournaments. I feel like so far this split, we're already seeing multiple styles from them, and that to me is reassuring for how good they will hopefully be across the course of this year. I hope that they continue this kind of mixing up their styles across series that we're seeing so far.
Yeah, I definitely feel like there's been a lot of times in like a League of Legends calendar year where I felt like some of our like #1 LPL teams peak like somewhere in the middle of like the season as compared to once we get towards playoffs or the international event itself, right? Like it'll even feel like sometimes the playoff series they play are a lot closer than these stomps we're getting in regular season. So to me, that's the question is, you know, we can see right now they're kind of looking like the best team. Can they maintain that? That's the question. Still unfair to say, I guess, though, considering that JDG hasn't played yet.
Yeah, true. We'll have to see. I'm excited for when JDG finally get onto the stage and we finally get to see what they're made of. That will be on Sunday that we first get to see JDG playing. We've got some highlights of the game as well. What a game it was. I feel like Elk really, really good with these Senna ultimates. Great timing, like great value on the shields, but also getting damage across.
Oh yeah, he did an excellent performance. Like you said, things like the roots, how he was playing well with collecting the souls as well. I'm just surprised because, like you said, I expected him to be a really good Senna. But he came in, had a great center performance this time around. And like we said, he was actually up in farm in the laning phase, which was quite surprising. And yeah, now just another thing. We're gonna start looking forward and guessing what is this team gonna ban against BLG. And it might even get to a point where things are very like targeted at BLG, but in a way of like, okay, BLG plays this type of champion, but we don't play this type of champion. So there might even just be like a lot of like band diversity when playing up against BLG.
Yeah, quite possibly. Knight and Shun, this pair of like assassins diving through the rosters, just terrifying to see. Let's see who our MVP is. I think there are multiple contenders, but Knight probably ekes it out in the end. I think On actually had a pretty MVP-worthy performance, but Knight just doing so much on the Akali. 7, 2, 4, 35% of the team's damage is Akali. That's kind of nuts.
I'm starting to wonder if we impact the player of the games, because I feel like they have been way too on point during today's broadcast in terms of like, again, players who maybe, I mean, Knight did find kills and Knight did have a big impact, right? But I even feel like bigger than the kills, it was the pressure. It was the pressure that really mattered in this game to just allowing the rest of BLG to have so much freedom. So it's been really nice to see. I'm going to be able to pick this one up. And actually, like you said, 35% damage on Akali. He had a Senna on his team.
Yeah. I mean, it's just great to see as well that player of the games are going to the players that are putting the most pressure on, that are actually winning the game, as opposed to just the guy that got the pen to kill, the guy that got the most kills, you know, because I feel like historically in the LPL, we've had a lot of those. It does feel like we're having a slow shift towards like the player that actually won the game instead of just the guy with the big number.
Yeah, and it's like you're saying, even things like steals and all that were always given. But we're going to go over today's results. If you missed out and are just tuning in, you kind of missed out on a bit of a quicker day and a bit of a weird day, because WE and FPX, two teams that came in 0-1 up against the reverse opponents, actually coming in strong. FPX, I'm very pleasantly surprised, especially with how their bot lane performed today. And yeah, WE showing signs of life.
Yeah, I feel like disappointing results for both OMG and AL compared to Mondays, no, Tuesdays
especially
games.
especially AL.
Yeah, and then the opposite for their opponents there. As Billy now right at the top of the standings with a 3-win, lead for themselves. And, you know, the standings at this point don't really mean a whole lot. Thunder Talk, 5th place right now, which I think the highest I've ever seen them. We'll see if they can maintain such a position. But we'll have to see as the split goes on. Top esports down to 14th. Ooh, you hate to see it.
Yeah. So gonna have more to show, but we still have games coming tomorrow because, you know, LPL English, we do run Thursday through Sunday. NIP versus IG, always gonna be a fun one when you have the rookie versus IG matchup.
Yeah, rookie versus his old team is always going to be fun. LGD versus Ultra Prime. These two guys tied in 17th at the moment. So an important battle. We've got first versus first, 17th versus 17th, 10th versus 10th, rounding it out with Top Esports versus EDG. Obviously, the standings are not really accurate right now. LGD actually looking really good in their first series, much better than I expected them to. So I'm excited for that one. I'm cautiously optimistic about LGD this split. We'll have to see how those ones are going to go down. Top Esports versus EDG as well. A matchup where, you know, Top Esports should come in as a favorite after how EDG looked in the first day that they played. But that said, like, EDG looked very jittery and a bit nervous. Like, it's also Mako, versus EDG. I think there's room for mix-ups there.
I agree. It's going to be a fun one tomorrow. Then we got Sunday. I'm going to be there on Sunday. So, you know, tomorrow and Sunday, watch Sunday. Joe, send us out. I don't know what I'm doing with my hands. It's really early/late here.
It's time to wrap this one up. BLG, a 2-0 stomp. FPX, a 2-0 stomp. WE, a 2-0 stomp. It's straight 2-0s. We're out of here. It's been a clean 6-hour show. We'll see you guys later. And until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
？8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一炮，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打得有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路，
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。